The following is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond.
1, 2, 3!
Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Welcome everyone to week 2, day 2 of the North America Challenger Tournament. I am your host Liz, and with me are our rising esport caster Trex, who is definitely handsome, charming, and tall, as well as our wonderful caster Coach Deku, who will be definitely sweeping you off your feet with his charisma and his razor sharp analysis. So gentlemen, are you excited, or are you super excited to be back with our viewers through today's epic battles?
If I had to choose one, I'd definitely be super excited. Tonight's the night that we finally start to see the leaderboard shape out. I feel like there's too many draws, too many teams with the same scores, and tonight we're finally going to start seeing some division between all of these teams.
Absolutely. I'm extremely pumped up right there with you, Trex. Like you said, some tiebreakers to be decided upon tonight, and that's exactly what we're looking forward to for these matches for week 2, day 2 of NACT Spring.
And before we get into the fun, let's take a whole recap of the tournament format. We are now in week 2 of the double round robin stage, where each team will fight against every other team twice. For a team with the most win out of all the 7 gruesome round robin weeks will then proceed to the playoffs, selecting our grand finalists at an even playing field, who will then fly to none other than the City of Sins, Las Vegas, to battle for the ultimate championship. That is correct, guys. The grand final will be hosted live in Las Vegas on May 14th, so book your tickets and mark your calendars, as the tournament will also be broadcasted online. Now, before we get wind up with all the upcoming hype, let's focus on today's matches. Walk us through on today's schedule, Trex.
Well, like I said last week, and I'm going to say it again this week, we got some bangers tonight. Up front, we got Ackerman going against LaimiTop. Next game will be Fallout up against the Empire. Someone's losing that top 4 slot. After that, the OhioBrothers facing Area 77, my personal favorite of tonight. And finally, to take us out, Wasians versus BTK, both teams looking for some redemption.
Absolutely, and I'm right there with you on that marquee matchup, but I also have a little bit of extra one with that undercard, right? You're talking about Empire and Fallout. That's going to break a little bit of division there on some of those lower teams, so I'm definitely excited to see that as well.
And joining with that assignment, let's look at what the players are fighting for. The tournament features $50,000 worth of total prizes, including $24,000 USD cash and 900,000 diamonds. Absolutely insane. First place will not only be walking away with 15,000 USD and 100,000 diamonds, but also be the first team to represent North America to compete in the MSC Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup. Isn't that crazy, guys?
MSC. Definitely excited for that. You know, I think the moment we heard about that, every team was hungry for it. The money is good, the diamonds are good, but for the first time ever, we have an opportunity at another global tournament this year.
Absolutely, another appetite filled there, because we were looking for a little bit more. We've been going to M Series, having some great performances, but North America's been wanting a little bit more exposure, a little more invites. Here we are for the spring season of NACT 2023, and we got a trip to MSD for one of these teams, man.
And all the progress that NACT has come so far can't be done without you guys. So, for our super supportive fans tuning in at home, we have again an exciting giveaway at your door. We are giving away codes for 40 lucky birds to take home the Nana clockwise made skin. All you need to do is open the link in the description and type in the code displayed on the screen to secure your chance for the prizes. Now, as you guys continue typing in the codes, we will begin our first match of the today between Ackerman and LaimiTop. As usual, our talent team has come up with some predictions for the matches that may potentially backfire at them, starting with Trex.
Well, I mean, they definitely look a little bit one-sided tonight. Now, Ackerman sitting in a pretty good spot on the leaderboard, LaimiTop not so much. So it's not, I mean, what can I say? Ackerman, I feel good about him. How about you, Deku?
I'm feeling right there with you, feeling amazing about it. I mean, if one goes down, we're all going to go down because this is a clean sweep across the board for, I believe, one of the first times we're all going for the same team here. So hopefully Ackerman doesn't let this whole caster this down.
And I mean, with Ackerman's performance last night against BTK, which shocked a lot of fans, what do you guys think they're going to do for the upcoming matches?
I mean, I would say Ackerman still has a lot to prove. They're trying to set themselves apart from some of the other mid-tier teams and show that they are top tier. LaimiTop, on the other hand, is just trying to secure some wins. So if you look at them both, they're both very, very hungry. Let's see whose hunger can actually take it more.
With that being said, I mean, we are looking forward to seeing if they're going to be able to go ahead and take off in this match in between these two teams, and Ackerman going to look to perform just a little bit longer.
And we will find that out through our draft phase as we get the first game of tonight.
Yeah, we are going to now be jumping into the first draft of the first game of week 2, day 2. I don't know, we got that one a little bit mixed up. We had a plan, but it's not coming down. It's going to be Ackerman up against LaimiTop, Deku.
Absolutely. The first opening match for the night. No pressure between these two teams here to go ahead and bring out a strong showcasing. Getting it under the way, Trex, we've been talking about it. We have a little bit of information going on between these two teams. We're looking forward to see maybe break out for LaimiTop, right? New team coming onto the scene. Ackerman, a lot of vetted players, been here before, nothing new to them. LaimiTop, like we said, looking to potentially at least take a game in our eyes, as we did take a look at those cash predictions earlier. But Trex, open it up for me just a little bit on this breakdown, and maybe what we're looking to expect as far as conditions with these two teams.
I mean, LaimiTop definitely, some of their weaknesses have been playing from behind. They do great when they have the advantage. When they have a 1,000 gold lead, a 2,000 gold lead, they can kind of keep that rolling. But once they fall to a deficit, it seems they have no answers. They haven't really been able to take any, I mean, they've only taken one game in general, but even the games that they were close at taking, it just felt like once they fell behind, there was no ever coming back. So they need to figure out how they're going to do in the late game if Ackerman wants to bring it there, because we know Ackerman can bring it there.
Absolutely. We saw it last night, right? In that full 3-game series with BTK, took it the distance with what some still hold on to be the best team in North America. Is that true? We'll have to see these matches go on. But in the late game, they can definitely get it done. LaimiTop, like you said, having a little bit of issue and kind of leaning towards the crunch in the late game. But is that what you want to do against a team like Ackerman, who has shown themselves to be able to play into that late game, and not just against any team, but one of the arguable top teams in North America here tonight? We're going to have to see if LaimiTop's going to be able to adjust, maybe look to take over in the early game and try to get on with a lead, because if they fall behind, Ackerman's not really the team you want to go ahead toe-to-toe from behind.
Yeah, so I feel like if LaimiTop wants to focus on early game, something that's going to be really important for them in this draft is maybe picking some early game heroes. Maybe going for something that can snowball, get an advantage on. We've seen heroes like Martis go very well. It is banned out like right now, so it's not going to be open for them. And honestly, a lot of the jungle heroes that we've been seeing a lot are banned out. A couple assassins still open. Is that something that LaimiTop wants to put all their eggs into, or do they just need to fix their composition, fix their in-game play style to where they can play into the late game and just compose themselves a little better?
You know, it's interesting that you're talking about the Assassins pick, right? While we do know Assassins like to lean into that snowball, getting that early lead and try to close out those games really fast, From the side of LaimiTop, we haven't seen them really pull out to the assassins. They've been sticking to the utility jungles. It seems like that's been kind of their game plan. I don't expect them to maybe deviate it from it too much, considering that's been kind of the core of their identity, but I could be wrong. But if we're looking at the statistics and what's been really going on, they do love to go for utility. They have been going for a lot of the Martis, but since it has been banned out, we're going to see what they're going to go for. But Trex, a response pick now from the side of LaimiTop, Valentina to get locked in, but they went ahead and responded immediately with an Eve, and that's some good utility to offer up there to the side of Ackerman.
Definitely some good utility. They fire back also with the Barats, but then Ackerman immediately responding back. So 1-1, Valentina looking just exactly what Ackerman wants, right? Not only that, but the Kaja as well. These are all like power picks right here. These are all picks that when you look at the statistics, they normally don't slip through the draft except for the Valentina. They're normally not something you see get picked up a lot, especially in game one, but Ackerman has them all in their hands. So honestly, unless LaimiTop just has this amazing strategy, this is going to be one of the first times that their draft is looking a little on the weak side, honestly. And it's something that they've done so well in. Even though they've lost a lot of games, their drafts have always been at least pretty on point, right? This time they've forfeited over a lot of material, a lot of what people would call the current meta, right? So could be an issue, or maybe it's all part of the plan?
Potentially, right? And we are, now informed that it could be part of the plan. They do have a coach behind them, Coach Wei. This might be something they were looking to open up for the side of Ackerman here. We do know Wan has fell off a little bit as far as popularity, especially over here in North America. Still a high priority as far as a picker ban, but a lot of answers had been unlocked recently, especially coming in from the last season. As far as professional gameplay goes, there was a lot of answers to do with Wan, so they might have a bit of a read on what they kind of want to go for. But like you said, a lot of strong picks no matter what, though. Regardless, there is some great options there slotted in for the side of Ackerman. So you do have to worry just a little bit of what the complete game plan is coming from the side of LaimiTop. But the first half have been locked in. We got the marksmen done. The mages have been picked up. So now it's just a few more questions of what those last remaining pieces are going to be. And we do know LaimiTop still needs a roam. Now, Trex, we were talking about them. The roams kind of battling for those same picks, right? The suppressions.
Yeah, I mean, we were literally just talking about the Franco and how we wanted to see LaimiTop pick that up possibly in one of these games. But Ackerman has read the minds. They know that could be a possible weakness for them. So they ban out the Franco. Just a beautiful answer. But LaimiTop, like Kush, one of his most popular jungles over the past several days has been the Karina. So LaimiTop also firing back there. And with the Karina gone, the Fred ring gone, the Martis gone, we're going to finally have to see Kush kind of switch it up a little bit here, right? He's going to have to fall into something a bit different. I think we've seen him play Assassin one time throughout this season so far, or at least in qualifiers, but he's definitely going to have to dig deep here. So maybe this was the big plan of LaimiTop. It's okay if they get the Wan. It's okay if some of these other laners get through. Let's try to really focus in to Kush here, kind of disrupt him a little bit. So let's see exactly how it folds out.
It's actually a great point that you made about that Karina pick. I'm actually surprised that LaimiTop went ahead and banned it out there, because now that you said it, that Barats and Eve are actually two of the picks that used to give Karina the trouble on the professional scene, especially overseas. They love to take that Barats. Does really good in the Karina matchup. You lock in some slows as well, give a hard time for Karina to close the gap with that Shadow Assault. So I feel like those two picks alone might have been able to let the Karina out, maybe set up a trap for Kush, because like you said, that has been his bread and butter, the go-to. But speaking of go-tos, we're going to keep the theme going as far as those meta picks and very high priorities. Ackerman got to lock in a glue here. LaimiTop giving up a lot of strong picks in the meta. Will Ackerman be able to abuse those set picks? We're going to have to see. It's just a little bit of show and tell. Just because it's out on the board, we're going to pick it up anyways. But I have to say, I'm a little worried from the side of LaimiTop with all these free picks going to the side of Ackerman here.
And then there's the Ling pick. So with the final composition Ackerman, we saw that Kufra come up, and Kufra has a really good win rate right now, but I'm a little bit worried about how he's going to make these plays going into a Wan, going into a Kaja. How do you feel about the Kufra? Do you think the possibility's there, or do you think it's just going to be a big L?
I like the Kufra in the sense that I feel like whenever you're facing an assassin, you can't really go wrong with a Kufra. Anything that can really try to lock down the mobility, something like the Ling, I feel like it's a great option to go for. Do I feel like it's going to be enough? That's going to be something we're going to see if LaimiTop's going to be able to overcome, because while you may be able to stop that Ling, you still have to worry about a Wan dancing around looking for those crossbow tanks to turn the fight on your team. And even further than that, I mean, we kind of had that in the notes as well with Nicolette here with this Valentina, one of the comforts, but so is the Eve. And since she has the Valentina, she kind of got a 2-for-1, a buy one, get one free, if you will. With that IMU, you're going to be able to use that real world manipulation, as well as everything that comes with the kit with Valentina, you know, dipping and dashing around, setting up positioning to go ahead and open up some zoning, which she's extremely good at, especially in those team fights, which is something that we actually don't want to see from LaimiTop. But Trex, we're heading into game 1, opening up the night for the second day of NACT this weekend. How are you feeling, man? Looking at those drafts, what team are you kind of leaning towards?
I mean, I feel like both teams definitely have some possibilities here, right? We look at the side of LaimiTop. I think a lot's going to come down to Assault here. It's going to come down to Golem if he can make some plays maybe in this early phase. He's already being nice and aggressive, but it's going to come down to how Assault can lay down this real manipulation and if the rest of her team can play around that box, right? The side of Ackerman, they have a couple more win conditions. You have Zia on the 1-1, you have Toinks who can get this pull in, and then you have Kush as well with possible things. But wait a second, down in the purple buff, One Punch already coming in, trying to be aggressive, possibly going to go down first. Nicolette finding the first blood. Golem also a little too deep into the deep end, forced to use the flicker just to try to back off. Lee trying to keep them away, but already first blood going to the side of Ackerman.
And a lot of aggression from LaimiTop there. We were talking about we need to see them maybe pick up the pace in the early game up against a team like Ackerman, but that's not what we meant. Is handing over that first blood, that early lead to Ackerman. If we were talking about them having to play from behind, not exactly the best idea, but Trex, a little bit of action up here in the top side of the jungle.
That is a very bad start. You know what you normally don't see? You normally don't see a Ling invading onto a Barats. Normally it's the other way around, right? Normally the Barats tries to take the blue buff, but Kush is all up in their jungle right now, taking everything. This is, first turtle hasn't even come yet, and it's almost a 1,000 gold lead.
And that's spelling a lot of trouble for the side of LaimiTop, with Barats still sitting at just crossing over to level 3 here. But like we saw, Ling with the invade, finding small camps as well. That's going to give him that XP advantage for that first turtle. If One Punch isn't going to be able to close that gap fast enough. He's already level 5, Kush is, so they're going to go ahead and start early up on the turtle. So that's going to be a great swing for them. It's like there's going to be no contest empty-handed.
I think One Punch knows. I think LaimiTop knows they're at a disadvantage this early. They don't even contest that. Let's go farm somewhere else. Let's get our own purple buff. Make sure it doesn't get stolen this time. To whereas the side of Ackerman, they're going to try to make plays down in this gold lane possibly, and try to make sure that Zia stays well farmed.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going to have to make a call quick from the side of LaimiTop. If you're not going to go for those contests in the turtle, they're going to need to focus in on this golden lane, because you don't want to let Zia farm away with this 1-1. We know it's a comfort of his. We know he's very apt to go ahead and take off for his team in the gold lane. If you let that 1-1 free farm, if you let Kush have all the objectives, what do you have left from the side of LaimiTop? You have to make the call to go for something. You got to find the trades on the map, and that's what we're going to have to see from them if they want to go ahead and take a match, at least from the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, my big worry for LaimiTop here is Ackerman is a very mobile team, right? But wait, so Galaxy's going to be able to get away from that. As I was saying, though, Ackerman's a very mobile team. LaimiTop a little bit slower, right? And I think they're all good targets for a crossbow of Tang, right? There's not a lot of answers to that. One Punch just wants to walk in, Golem wants to dive in, and as long as Zia can dance around that, it's just open season for that ultimate.
And I'm glad you actually made a point about the mobility, because that's actually something I feel is very huge and needed when you pick in Barats. The Kufa pick, right? We know what is going there to kind of maybe slow down Ling, but what's going to speed up Barats, right? Usually when you get the Barats, you'll see some sustain, at least from a healer, something like the Estes, or a little mobility, something like a Mathilda. Even a Rafael would be nice. Ooh, as a clean retribution comes out there from Kush to take the gold crab, but there's nothing really there to help aid this Barats, you know, to help One Punch from the side of LaimiTop, whether it's mobility or sustain. So I feel like that's a crush for them, but in the bot side.
Oh, nice pull onto Golem there. Crossbow of Tang almost going off. Kush able to find the kill onto Golem. Kush now going to chase down Mar. Mar on the run. They dive under the tower. Zia trying to find it, and will. 2-for-0 trade. Ackerman taking a strong lead at 4 minutes.
Strong lead indeed. They're up 2K here. 3 kills unanswered on the board for the side of Ackerman. And this Trex what we were talking about at the ban phase there at the draft. That they need to find a lead, but hang on an entry to the fight.
One Punch is going to pick up Nicolette there. Nicolette unable to get away. Ackerman being a little bit too aggressive. And, you know, they have the advantage, but LaimiTop could maybe try to capitalize on some of those small mistakes.
Definitely. I was actually maybe hoping to see maybe they're going to be able to capitalize as far as starting that neutral, but their mage did have to recall. Assault was having to go back to the base there, so we're able to pull it immediately. Now Ackerman is actually getting the prio on this turtle, but we're going to see if LaimiTop is going to go for this.
Yeah, look at Golem inside of the bush. Does miss there. That is bad. He's trying to keep Galaxy away, but there's no way in. One Punch not able to make it to the turtle. Kush will find that one. The split and the grab do land on a One Punch. Tempest of Blades comes down, and then goes One Punch. Nicolette does get found in the midst of all this. Assault able to find that kill, sitting at 2-0-0, but Assault might fall. Kush trying to come in, maybe a little too deep, will get locked up from Golem, and Mar finds the kill. LaimiTop trying to strike back. Galaxy forced to use the flicker. Mar picking up some pieces here. LaimiTop almost finds some answers in that fight, and at least keeping the goal deficit from not too low.
You know, Trex, something great to see there from the side of LaimiTop. And hang on, maybe a little more action, but they are going to be able to go ahead and disengage. But Nicolette, right, in that fight, you did call it out, getting taken out there. She's now 1-2, and that was one of the pieces that we needed to see. Nicolette is a cornerstone piece for Ackerman, able to set the pace, set the tempo for their team, especially in those team fights, as we saw there. But if they're able to find that kickoff every time, HLA a huge part of that, to be able to take him out, they're going to put themselves in good position here in this match up against Ackerman. They need a few more times, but as you can see, LaimiTop's not rolling over. They were down 3-0, down a lot in the goal there at 2K. They're still down 2K, but they have answered back in the team fights as far as kills. They're not just letting Ackerman take kills and just have their way and roll them over. If they overextend, overstay, they're looking to punish them each time.
I really like the way, too, that Golem is hanging out in this gold lane a bit more, protecting Mar a bit more. They're both working as a unit, and they're doing it very well. Golem dives in, hits the bouncing ball, and it gives Mar enough time to catch up, get a couple shots off, able to do some damage. And this is what we want to see from LaimiTop, because in the past week and a half, you know, they've had a lot of trouble working as a team, and this time they're working as a unit. Down on the boss side, a little bit of action, I think. Looks like someone's going to go down. Golem taking a bit of damage. Zia able to find the kill. Mar missing those snipe shots. That is, we're having a little issues with that one.
No issue with finding the kill, as Kush is going to find the kill as well on the opposite side of the map with that turtle spawning in. That could spell a good opening for them. The roam is off the board, and so is the XP, so not a lot to deal with them. This One Punch is being handled as well. But no, actually, they're not going to make the call for this. A little strange for me. I would think, you know, after you get the XP, find the opening. Mar was forced out low down in the bot side. They found the tower. So that's what their play was going. They did open up that side of the map. Towers over the turtle for the side of Ackerman there, and now they're going to go for the 2-for-1 Trex.
I mean, with Zia at 2-0-2 right now, and Mar's going to have 1-1. Mar hasn't really been able to farm. It's going to start to be a problem. 1-1. That was an amazing play by Galaxy right there. Able to stop the Daytona's welcome with the grab. Down in the purple buff. Toinks does go down, though. Hui able to pick up the kill. Kush dives into the fray, ready to play. Looking for one of his own. Able to bounce back. Galaxy picks up the tower while all of this is happening. Kush, fast fingers with the Tempest of Blades, able to escape from Flea there. But overall, Ackerman comes out on top again.
I mean, we've seen the Ling right with that Tempest of Blade. While he's slippery assassin, that mobility that you pointed out earlier, able to take all that damage and still so elusive to get out and not hand over until the side of LaimiTop. But like you said, a good kudos over to the Galaxy. They have been putting so much pressure on this Barats, which is so unusual. Usually that tank matchup is going to have a much better time up against the Assassin, but he's been on the receiving end of these invades. As you can see, he's down 3 levels right now on the Barats. That is a huge deficit this early on in the game. That means pretty much any neutral is almost uncontestable for the side of LaimiTop.
Well, I feel like Ackerman, every time they want to make a play, it's almost always 3 of them, right? And this has been the same problem with LaimiTop a lot. It's a lot of time it's 2, 1 person somewhere else, 2 people somewhere else. They never really, I'm not seeing them group up enough. Even up in the top side right now, you can kind of see Golem like fighting, like, do I want to stay with my team? Do I want to move down to the bot? Do I want to move down to the mid? But Ackerman has a plan. Every time they make an aggressive attack, it is as a unit. So LaimiTop needs to find some answers to this. Luckily, they're getting pushed back to their base, so it'll be a bit easier to stay together. But they got to fight back soon.
Absolutely, because I mean, right now, Ackerman on some high-octane gameplay. They've been full throttle since we loaded into this match, and it feels like LaimiTop is kind of the turtle right now in this race with the hair. I mean, it's been completely slow-mo, but speaking of slow-mo, the combos a little faster down on the bot side as a kill gets picked up by Nicolette right now. They're having their way with the side of LaimiTop.
Yeah, two people on top side will go down. One Punch all alone with Galaxy and Push. Now two more members coming in. One Punch goes down. Assault using the world manipulation just to keep them away from the tower at this point. I don't think it's supposed to be used that way. I think they should be using it aggressively. But now, next Lord or First Lord going to most likely go to the side of Ackerman.
The First Lord and a lot more getting compacted into that, because not only were those kills being taken, so were those objectives. They have completely cracked open the map on the side of LaimiTop's. Only a tier 2 left standing in the mid lane, and Trex, we're only crossing over into the 10-minute mark. We're already almost to a complete inhibitor defense here from the side of LaimiTop. This is not a great position to be in, like we were talking about. They always get stuck in this play from behind situation, and that's just where you can't afford to be up against a team like Ackerman. The mistakes that they're going to be looking and hoping for are not going to come too often in these top 8 teams. They're going to have to find a way to try to staunch the bleeding when they're starting to fall behind and find answers back to Ackerman and anyone else that they find themselves facing.
Nice pick on to Kush there, but once again, he's going to be able to get the Tempest Blades away. Now, normally, I would try to be the devil's advocate. I try to stand up for LaimiTop here, be like, oh, what's a way out of this? But honestly, with the Wan, with Kush, with Galaxy, with some of the picks that Ackermans have, I just don't think there's much of an answer. Ackerman gonna try to come in, get a nice suppression and a pick onto Golem. One Punch and Assault, Flea and Mar just trying to defend, but the Lord is marching down. Gonna connect onto this inhibitor in just a few seconds. Look at Zia playing the backside. Nicolette gonna use her Meal World manipulation herself. One Punch taking a bit of chip damage. Crossbow Tang goes off. It's a double. Will we make it a triple? Possibly a quad. Looking for the Maniac. He finds it. Zia gonna shut him down, and Ackerman take game 1 in this series. GG. Well played.
Well played, and you can't play it any more well than that. The side of Ackerman, Trex, I mean, straight from the rip, so dominant. So much pressure coming from them in all lanes. I mean, from the top to the mid to the bottom, even in the jungle, they were having their way. It seemed like LaimiTop had no answers at any point. Ackerman steamrolling that match.
I mean, there were some possibilities, right? I think they tried to be aggressive. We saw it in the very first minute and a half. They wanted to try and invade on the blue, but it just wasn't executed properly, and they take a death on Barats immediately. Kush smells the blood in the water. He's like, all right, you're down now. Normally you would bully me in the first 2 minutes. Now I bully you, and we can see him stealing orange buffs, and from there, it was just a downhill slope.
You know, we definitely wanted them to maybe try to find some answers in the early, but maybe they tried to look for a little too much, bit off more than they could chew, because it seemed right after Barats fell, like you said, Kush activated online with the Sixth Sense, knew he can now have his way with the enemy jungler, and they never let off LaimiTop's necks there in this match. I mean, an 11-minute game to open up. That is an incredibly fast match for the side of Ackerman, 15-4 on the scoreboard. Obviously, having all the answers in their book, we've seen it even from the bans that they had. They really knew what they needed to do up against LaimiTop here to answer up to him. And LaimiTop is going to have to find a way to bounce back for game 2, because this match has quickly been answered to. If you're looking over here, an impressive game, we have to give a great shout out to Kush, like you said. He would have to be the MVP in my eyes, not to be able to handle only the invade pressure, but then to give it right back over to One Punch of the Barats, but tenfold, showing him that anything you try to do, I can do better.
Yeah, most definitely. Another big thing to point out, I think, is Mar picking up this Blade of Despair so early on. I mean, it ends up being a weakness at that point because you're already behind. But in the final moments, Zia, yes, Kush, I think, did deserve the MVP for the way they controlled the game. But Zia just did such a wonderful job putting on such a great show at the very end there.
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of talked about that. One of the comforts for this gold laner for the side of Ackerman, and there was never anything to slow him or Kush down. So they both just profited. Kush in the jungle having his way, Zia having his way in the team fights. Clearly, as we saw in that end game, a maniac. What a beautiful way to finish off a well-executed game from the side of Ackerman.
I think one of the most satisfying things to see is watching a crossbow of Tang take someone out while they're getting their health back from the base. That is peak right there. That is the moment we all wait to see, and I love it every time it happens. Zia was just so farmed ahead, and Golem tried to do it, right? He tries to help out Mar. He tries to give his gold lane the advantage, but in the end, Ackerman answers back by sending down 2 more members, getting the gank onto Mar early on, putting pressure onto Golem. So, LaimiTop needs to find an answer to that. Can they do it in the second draft? Because this could be match point. This could be GG's for Ackerman. Will LaimiTop put a win on the board?
I mean, if you're asking me humbly, like we said, as most of us said, we're looking to see this kind of close out at a sweep here. But this is LaimiTop to try to answer back, like you said, to get a game off. Maybe come back with some proper responses. We've seen that they knew they had to take the fight to Ackerman. They tried to make the plays early on. Obviously didn't work out. I think they need to have the same mentality, but a little better execution. Maybe some different picks to go for that. The Barat's going on an invade there with an even your mid lane. It's not really the greatest option, especially with a Cooper. You don't have too many pieces for that early game aggression. Great idea, just the wrong pieces to really execute on that.
Yeah, I feel like they gave up a lot of material for, in a lot of people's opinions, you know, A-tier heroes. They didn't like Kaja is a valuable pick. Wanwan is a valuable pick. And they had the options for all of those in second pick. They had, you know, they went for Valentina. Ackerman was like, fine, we'll take the Valentina. You can get the Kaja and the Wanwan. And then LaimiTop picks up the Barats and the Yve, which I'm not saying are bad picks, but not always up front. LaimiTop tried something. This time it seems like they're keeping it a little bit more simple, taking out the Wanwan, taking out the Valentina, getting back to their roots. So I like the start of this. I do like the fact that LaimiTop experiments here and there, try some different things, but with so much on the line with the position that they're in the leaderboard, they need to start stepping it up now, or else it's going to be too late to even try to get a number 4 spot.
Absolutely, and like you said, experimenting and letting things go. I feel like that kind of ended a while ago. The moment you got into the top 8, it was time to bunker down, especially as one of the newer teams. You can't afford to experiment with some of these vetted teams. They're not going to give you the opportunity to. You're going to have to fight tooth and nail whether you get the picks that Ackerman had or not. You know what I mean? So you can't really play around in that draft phase. Take what's available as long as it fits your composition, fits your play style. If it's strong for a reason. Lock it in. Don't hand it over to a team like Ackerman. You can't give them Kaja, Valentina, Wanwan, all these picks to really just come alive and glue. Yeah, it looks like now we're not going to play around. I think they, you know, shout out Coach Wade. Great idea now. You had your fun in the first match. You let them see it. Maybe we can answer to it. No, you can't. That's the answer there. So let's go ahead and get it off the board. Let's be smart about it. Let's get rid of these traditional picks because they're banned for a reason. They're high priority, and maybe try to lock in something for them on themselves to have something that's really strong standing in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'm excited for is we're going to definitely see a completely different game and draft than last time, because half of the heroes that were picked last time are banned this time. Now, LaimiTop are going to pick up the Faramis, and fun fact about Faramis, he's sitting at 100% win rate so far this season. Out of the past 3 days, the past 3 rounds that we watched, every time he's been picked, he has won the game. Now, will LaimiTop sully that win streak, or will this hero take them to victory?
I mean, if you're looking at the odds, they're in a really great position opening up there. But speaking of opening up, crazy right here, Trex. We got to take a moment to acknowledge it. Fanny on the response there from the side of Ackerman. And Kush is a monster Fanny player. I'm not sure how many people are really familiar with his pull, but that Fanny is almost a signature for him. He hasn't had always the opportunity to showcase it, since this is one of his first times starting in an official event for a team. But now that he's locked and loaded, the secret weapon has been unleashed. I don't know if Coach Wade really knew about this, the Fanny pick, because that's something you kind of see on the ban list when you know there's a Fanny player at this high level of gameplay.
I mean, it is picked pretty early though, so like LaimiTop isn't. It's not GG's for them. Sometimes you see the Fanny, it comes in at a certain point, and you're just like, oh man, we're done for. But there are some answers. They do have some sustainability with the Faramis. Still though, once that Cult Alta runs out, they're all kind of sitting ducks for what, like 0.8 seconds for a second, and Fanny can just really wreck through. I think it's really going to come down to the Roam, which there's a solid pick right there, the Franco. And then I think the Brody might be an answer, but I think they might need a little bit something else to still deal with this. Whatever they put in the XP lane maybe needs to be a possible answer for the Fanny as well.
And I'm very excited about that Franco pick, because Ackerman actually put them in an uncomfortable position. They took the other suppression of the game with the Kaja, banned out the Franco. They definitely had a good read on the pulls coming out from LaimiTop. I was really hoping that they might lock that in, especially since Kaja was already banned. It's only one more like true reliable pick that I think is in the pool for LaimiTop, which is that Franco. Gollum, a great Franco player. It's definitely like kind of in his pocket thing. Typically goes for that Grok and Lolita, but this is a great thing that he's able to pull up at a moment's notice. Like you said, it's going to be great. Maybe if they can pair it up with something that XP to kind of pair up and deal with that Fanny, if they have some lockdown to stack on top of that to make sure you can hold Kush down and keep those steel cables from flying around, they're going to be in good shape, especially with the Faramis. They can be able to sustain the burst, let Kush kind of just fly around if you're not able to find the CC, because that's all you can really do against a Fanny. You just have to hope and pray they're not finding the marks and get you with the cutthroat. But like I said, with the picks right now, they're definitely in a great spot to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the possibilities that could happen that could be a problem for LaimiTop here is Mar, right? We've already seen he's been pretty vulnerable to ganks, to picks. I'm not saying it's his fault. LaimiTop is the team, and I'm saying that's something that they have issues with, and it's something they have had issues with. So with a Fanny on the field, they really need to watch out for Mar here, because Fanny's that's gonna be target number 1. That is the man on the top of Kush's list right now. And anytime Fanny has enough energy, anytime the opening is there, he's gonna be down in that gold lane trying to get the cutthroat onto Mar. So they're gonna have to watch out for that. Golem, I think, really gonna need to hug, but also that's that question, right? Do you hug your gold lane, or do you pick a bulky jungle and try to steal purple buff? So, you know, try to slow down Kush. Do they want to go for the same way that they messed up last game, or do they devise a different strategy here?
What we saw in that last game, they definitely have to make a choice. And if I'm them, I'm going to hover over onto the gold lane there. Obviously, Kush might opt to go for the gold lane just because it's a Fanny, probably going to see the high and dry. The ideal and logical choice would to go to the gold lane. But with that being said, they did lose the turtles in the last match and the gold lane pretty much at the same time. By the second turtle, gold lane was gone. So they lost a lot as far as objectives. So at this point, now that you see there's a Farce, a Lolita, a Fanny, kind of got a key in that the gold lane might be off to visit it from the side of Ackerman, and you got to make that choice and make that call. Are you going to help Mar? Are you going to sit in that lane knowing the game's coming and go for potentially that 3v3 skirmish, maybe the 4v4? Or will you tell Mar to kind of back off, get tower, maybe shoot out to mid lane, and then have your jungler go ahead and take that blue buff, maybe find a trade, or maybe have to just sit in that gold? They're going to make that call, like you said. I would look to help the gold lane. I'm looking to get Mar online because the side of Ackerman right now, it's a lot of early pressure with their jungle. If you can let Mar transition to the late game, let him sit comfortably in the backside, you can give yourself a good shot.
Not only that, but now with LaimiTop, you know, picking up a lot of dashes, right? A lot of possibilities to kind of dance away from the Fanny. It favors even more in just having to protect Mar. I don't think Arlot's a super easy target for the Fanny. I don't think the Lancelot is a super easy target for the Fanny. A lot of ways to escape, dance around walls, things like that. So I like that, right? I like now we can really put a lot of focus onto Mar. I'm just now, secondly, possible areas, Mar seems to be possible only damage, especially if this Lancelot goes the most popular right now, the tanks a lot, right? The opportunities there to where it's now looking at Ackerman. There's a lot of damage there, especially with Zia now picking up the Harith. You got Farza, who's going to hit a beautiful power spike in the mid game, and then you just have the danger of Fanny always looming over you. I mean, it's definitely going to be an interesting game. Some possibilities are there for LaimiTop, but if they falter, I think they have a lot more to lose through any kinds of mistakes.
Absolutely. I mean, that Zia Harith pick is huge. Pretty much wins out against any marksman. And that's the great thing about having Zia on your team in the gold lane. A lot of people try to knock him as a marksman player, as a gold laner, but you have to respect he has experience in the mid lane, not just, you know, a little here and there, but world-class level mid laner. So with that being said, you have options like that Harith, like that Lennox to be able to pull out by Zia. He can go for the mages in the gold lane. He's comfortable. But Trex, game 2. With that being said, we're heading over into what could potentially be the end of LaimiTop or the resurgence of LaimiTop up against Ackerman.
Yeah, this is going to be match point for Ackerman. LaimiTop looking for something here, trying to take a game here. They've been at such a back foot. They've had so many problems since the season started. They've only been able to take 1 game out of 3 series. Do we still have faith in them? I would love to see them take a game here. I do think they have that pressure with Golem on this Franco. There are a lot of possibilities. They have the sustainability. There are options, right? Can they take the win against Ackerman, though, Deku?
Absolutely. That is going to be the question that LaimiTop is going to have to answer. And you talked about, a nice cook there, burning out that Purify from Golem. That's huge. But like you pointed out, before these matches were underway, Ackerman has dropped a game in every series. So LaimiTop, you're going to have to hope and bank on the fact that Ackerman has been that team to kind of let teams get a chance to kind of even it back up and go for that full game 3 series. Will LaimiTop be able to capitalize, make that the case? We're going to have to see with action at the top.
Oh, Galaxy trying to play around. Flea looking for it. Gets petrified, but now Kush is here. Does pop the cutthroat, going to be able to get the final hit onto Flea there and cable away safely. First blood once again going to the side of Ackerman.
And that's just what we don't want to see from the side of LaimiTop, given that early control over to Ackerman, and especially the Kush on this Fanny. That's exactly what they want. Get this Fanny online, get that snowball activated. They're going to be able to look to get Kush ahead in those kills, get him comfortable to where he's a threat to the side of LaimiTop no matter what. Every time they leave town, lane, every time they leave tower, just a threat. The kill pressure alone from Fanny that is ahead is just enormous if Kush can be able to keep this up.
Yeah, another thing that I worry about is assault on this Ferromes, right? Normally you pick the Ferromes, at least it goes well with slightly more immobile heroes, people that are going to group up, right? But with, hold on, Zia taking a lot of damage. Can Mar find the, no torn apart memories just yet. Hits level 4 right after that. And those are those small moments that, you almost drop a tear for, right? You're like, yeah. But I think Ferromes, I'm worried that the dashes are going to pull everyone away from the Cult Altar, and it's going to be hard for Assault to use that correctly.
That's right, and I feel like we've seen another issue, but hang on here, a little bit of Invade, not able to find the blue buff from the side of Ackerman, but an issue there, right? They didn't find the kill, but they did force the back from Zia and Trex. We were talking about it, them putting a little more pressure on the gold lane, helping out Mar down here. You force the back, Turtle's getting worked on the side of Kush. Why not stay there and go for a little bit more gold shield to, equal out that trade there? But speaking of trade, top side and XP battle go off as Galaxy falls.
Yeah, but here comes a big Numenon blast. No flicker, actually don't even need it. A nice pick onto Mar there. Zamon's Force able to make sure Zia finds, or no, Zia doesn't find it. Twinks takes that kill. Still works out either way. But luckily, LaimiTop does trade something out there on the top side.
Did trade out for a kill there, but we didn't see Zia finds. Oh! Gets taken out by Assault there. That's a huge pick off from the side of LaimiTop.
Lee, though, might be next. There are trades all over the place. Now, I would say that LaimiTop, though, with them taking these losses, at least they're finding some kills. The gold is literally at a standstill right now, Deku.
That's right, even on the boards, and pretty even on kills as well, just one advantage over to the side of Ackerman. So, again, LaimiTop a little quicker than last game, able to find some responses, find some answers, but they have to keep it up. It can't be one good play coupled up with about another 5 bad plays, especially against a team like Ackerman. They have to minimize their mistakes while forcing errors.
Definitely Kush, though, being very aggressive. Gonna get caught off here. Lee able to get that knock up. Lee now gonna try to work on a Galaxy. So Ackerman being very aggressive, but Kush finally going down. This could possibly be a turning point for LaimiPoint getting that kill on the Kush.
Absolutely. Gollum heads down. Not able to find the hook, but that was one of those things, right? We saw the flicker get burnt down from Assault. Kush made him go ahead and flee from the mid lane, but Kush went for a little bit more. He had already won that trade, in my opinion, finding the flicker, but hang on in the mid side.
Nicolette trying to get the stun, gets the kill onto Assault there, but here comes the bloody hunt. Golem, though, is alone. Forces the flicker, get out of that one. Kush still finding the turtle. One punch, try to contest it. Not able to get it, though. It's going to be the second turtle going to the side of Ackerman.
Absolutely, and right now Ackerman showing the veteran skills here, finding the trades, but in the top.
Flea has been playing a good game, but he's still been very vulnerable to pickoffs. Once again, LaimiTop over the map, very vulnerable to these pickoffs.
Absolutely, and you have to know, and I feel like that's just where the experience comes from. When you're in that 1v1 lane where it can kind of go either way, especially if you're having the advantage and finding some ground up against someone like Galaxy, they're going to send that help. And there goes Kush, right? Able to find a kill to go ahead and not only even out the lane, but actually win it for Galaxies. They did find the tower on top of that kill. So a little bit of +1 there, which Ackerman's been doing a lot of. They've been finding a trade, but then been able to package it in with just one more, right? They don't just find one trade, but hang on.
Ooh, they do find Zia there, which is very solid, especially from Mar. Golem also going to be able to escape that stun and that feathered airstrike. But while this is happening, Kush finding the kill for himself, setting them at 3-1-1. 4-6 on the map. Ackerman leading with about 1,000 gold.
Absolutely, setting that up and setting the tempo as well. It's still to Ackerman's favor. They're kind of playing to the speed that they want to. LaimiTop find a way to kind of slow them down right now, be able to keep Kush under control as long as with the rest of the team. You don't want to let them get out of hand. But speaking of things out of hand, oh man,
Kush getting a little out of hand.
Another kill for him. He's 4-1-1 right now on the Fanny. Over half of the kills for Ackerman. And like you said, this is exactly what they wanted, to be able to have this lead put on by their Fanny, but hang on to engage potentially.
Yeah, I think Golem is just just spread a little too thin, right? Like, he's the only real answer to Kush right now, and he can't protect everybody at once. He's got to hang out down here with Mar, and if that's happening, then there's no answer on the top side. Galaxy, though, may go down. Black Dragon form does come out. Mar trying to get it. Flickers in. Gonna be able to find the kill. A good one for Mar. He's trying to keep up right now with Zia.
Here they are right now. They're trying to find the trade. They know Ackerman's going for the turtle, but they're having to wait on that minion wave. And I feel like maybe after that kill, everyone top side, why not just go for the cut? I mean, I feel like they're still going to be able to get the tower here, but it's time wasted, right? Every second counts. You have to be able to move fast enough to make these trades happen immediately, and that was cut off a few seconds of time there. This Franco with a good iron hook to stop off that blue buff.
They tried to take it. They tried. They slow down Kush a little bit, I guess, but they spend their own time trying to do that. It was, I mean, I like the plays that LaimiTop tries to make, but Kush always makes them a little bit better. That's a lot of damage. Wand Punch not able to pack the same punch.
I think he shadow stampede his own self to death there. I mean, he pulled his executioner right to his doorstep there. And if you invite Kush to your door, I mean, he's going to answer and walk right in and claim the home that you have as his own.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, though, the fanny sometimes falls off, right? Is there a breaking point? My worry is it's only 8 minutes, right? It feels like we're already creeping towards the end of this game, but, I mean, we're still early on. Mar will find a pick onto Zia, but then Toinks finds Mar. I will say one thing. Mar's sitting at 3-2-0. Zia hasn't gotten a single kill yet.
And, you know, I'm glad you mentioned that because that was going to be exactly what I was going to slide into next. He's actually winning out as far as the gold lane matchup goes. As kills are happening there on this bot side. Hang on.
I had to activate my shotgun there for a second. I was watching two screens at once. I didn't know whether to start shot calling or not. I will say, though, Kush once again making a big play on the bot side. Ackerman, 11-6, 2,000 gold lead. I still feel like there's a way out possibly for LaimiTop, though.
Absolutely, but hang on here. Kush on the way with the fanny.
Yeah, the Cold Ultra does come out, though. Kush will go down to the tower shot. Not able to find a kill. A little too aggressive there.
Absolutely, and they're punishing him now on these engages. I think that's about the second time, maybe third, that we've seen Kush go for a wild dive and then be held down to be able to take it out. So I don't know if it's going to be the fall of Fanny or if it's just the fall of Kush's decision-making here that's going to lead to the slowdown from their early lead.
Ooh, Zia does finally find his first kill in this game, though. Drops him on Force, finds Slee. Galaxy going to try to keep them away from this Lord. They know they can't take it just yet until Kush gets back, which he is back, but they at least claim the position.
Absolutely right. And is this going to be maybe a potential siege we're going to see? You know, so they're going to go ahead and back off here from the side of Ackerman. But like you said, they have done a good job as far as the gold lane matchup. Actually surprised that Mars having the game that he's having. If they can keep riding with that and backing on that, they might, like you said, have a good chance up against Ackerman if they can keep him safe. Golem's doing an extraordinary job with Franco, having some good bloody hunts to set up kills for Mar. If he can stay in that position, I think they're going to have a good shot. Lord's going to fall to the side of Ackerman, but it's just the first Lord of the match here. Nothing that they can't handle or deal with. You just want to try to help defend, maybe not lose the tier 2 in the mid and bot, because that's kind of what you want to go for with the first Lord. You get the first Lord of the match, you want to try to get all the tier 2s, and then just leave the inhibitors alone for that in hand. So if they can at least defend one or both of them, they're going to be in good position here from the side of LaimiTop to still be able to be in the match with Ackerman.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they at least made some plays there, taking that top tower, does speak to the fact that there's, even though they lost out on something, they're looking to trade a little bit here. Nicolette, though, dropping the feathered airstrike, almost getting pulled in, uses the Purify to get away. Assault will be the first to drop. Galaxy with the Black Dragon will move on to the tower, pushing LaimiTop back. So it's a 1-for-0 trade. Lord still coming.
But you know, that really makes me happy to see Golem able to use that insight to know that, okay, the feather airstrike's happening. This is my opportunity now to go ahead and get Nicolette out of position. Burns the Purify. That's just one down. That hook obviously on a shorter cooldown. If that can happen one more time, we're talking about Nicolette being taken out early on in the match, and then they lose that mage from the side of Ackerman. And we talked about Nicolette being a cornerstone for this team and actually being a huge part of this late game scaling. So if they're able to punish with those iron hooks, with those feather airstrikes, they're going to have a good shot. Speaking of positioning.
Oh, and another feathered airstrike. Golem will fall. There goes the pick artist. Now, Toinks coming in with the conceal play. Decides not to make a play. They've taken a lot of towers here. Don't think they're going to be able to take this mid one just yet, though.
Absolutely. And you know, we're just talking about the insight there, right? To know to wait for the airstrike to go for the hook. I feel like the same has to be said about the clearing. Has to use the hook to go through the bushes, but a siege happening.
Yeah, they're trying to siege. Toinks jumps under the tower. They find the tower. Ackerman able to take a lot there, and every time Nicolette finds Assault, or finds one of them with that feathered airstrike, times it so well. Doesn't use it in the beginning, but waits for the fight to happen a little bit. One Punch can try to possibly re-engage here. Moving on to Zia, look for the kill. Gonna dash through, trying to find it, but Zia drops him on Force. No kill yet. Now Juan Punch forced to back off. Ackerman does a great job, and ends up finding Mar in the midst of it, but he doesn't go out without taking Kush with him.
Absolutely. Didn't go out there empty-handed, able to find the 1-for-1, which is going to be okay for the side of LaimiTop, but they need to be a little more careful. Seems like they're making more mistakes than they should be, right? We saw it with Franco opening up vision in the bush, walking into it instead of opening up with that iron hook. If he would have just used that from a distance, he would have been able to pull at least one of the 3 members sitting in that bush, and then be able to not go ahead and hand that kill over. Plays like that, they can't afford to make. Even Mar there, he was able to find the 1-for-1, but seeing how far he was in that team fight, isolated alone, Golem nowhere near him, right, to be able to answer up against Kush with that bloody hunt. We have to be able to see the team fight positioning from the side of LaimiTop kind of tighten up there. The bush clearing has to be better. The team fight positioning has to be better. If they can go ahead and sharpen up both of those right now, they still have a good shot to remain in this game. I mean, the gold lead isn't too far. It's only 3K. This is a playable match for LaimiTop and one of their hardest matches so far.
Yeah, I think they do need to, like, I think the first hurdle, they probably should have tried contesting it. It was only a 2K gold deficit, and honestly, a lot of teams would take those odds. Toinks gonna use the Bulwark Shield. Nicolette using the Feathered Airstrike, maybe a little bit too early, but it is creating space. Galaxy once again with the Black Dragon, and they do it all so well. They push the team away. Lord getting very low. One Punch trying to work his way in, able to dash through the tower. Galaxy on the back line. Kush will be the first to fall. Mar, Golem up against Galaxy and Toinks. Looking for the Shadow Stampede. Galaxy gonna fall as well. Mar finding that kill. This may go to the side of LaimiTop. One Punch picking it up. Toinks will fall. Immortality possible. Mar's not gonna let him get away. Woo! That is a 4-for-0 trade. LaimiTop taking the advantage.
LaimiTop on top. They find the objective, find the kills, and now Trex making the push down the mid lane. This was a huge turnaround for them. Like we said, if they could clean up the team fight positioning and be doing a great job on that bush clearing, great setup. But here, looking for the final push.
Yeah, Zia able to outplay, take down Assault though. Zamon's Force does drop. Mar might be the next to go. Kush coming back just when LaimiTop has the advantage. 2 of them getting marked down. Zia though gonna get hooked in. Nice bloody hunt. Zia goes down. Flea finds the kill. Flea does fall to Kush though. Galaxy now on the chase. This is back and forth. LaimiTop does answer back, but they lose a lot for that final push.
You know what? They did lose some, but I'm so glad LaimiTop, even after finding some members falling, able to trade right back with Ackerman. Like I said, they're not going down easily. They're not rolling over, and they're looking to make Ackerman force another game to be dropped, as they have been doing recently in the NACT since we've kicked off. And right now, yeah, they could have pulled back, but again, they are one of the newer teams. Mistakes like this are bound to happen, but they were able to clean it up just a little bit with the follow-up fight there. So I'm still liking what LaimiTop is doing here. The contest was great. The re-engage on the fight was amazing. And you know what? Something they really did amazing at? They forced so many ultimates that made that second fight that kicked off a lot easier. We saw the Feather Airstrike from Nicolette. You called it out coming out too early. Absolutely. Did not have any of that damage later on for the fight. The ultimate coming out from Lolita, missing the mark. Galaxy with the Black Dragon form. LaimiTop did a great job of dancing around all the ultimates, all the utilities. So when they went back in, Ackerman really didn't have much to utilize for that second push. And if they can keep doing plays like that, making that happen, burn the ultimates, and keep that team fight positioning A1, they're going to be in great condition to maybe take the first match of theirs to maybe even up this 1-1 and actually end up taking down Ackerman.
Yeah, I think Ackerman have underestimated Juan Punch a little bit. Wait a second, Toinks gonna get Bloody Hunt hooked in. Kush though, getting stopped up by Mar's second skill. A lot of damage coming out. Toinks finds Assault though. Galaxy moving on to Mar, will get the Petrify and take him out. Toinks very low, using the Conceal. Lee looking for something along with One Punch, but Zia's here, ready to find his next target. Took some Destiny early game, but now he's popping off. Toinks gonna get the stun. Zia, Galaxy following up, looking for One Punch, but he's a bulky boy. Zamon's Pulse does drop, uses the 4 Rosa to phase out. Zia gonna get pulled in with the flicker, but will escape freely. That's a 2-for-1 trade. Kush will fall. We're starting to see the Fanny fall off a little bit, but we're seeing the Aerith come in clutch.
You know, man, I don't care what anyone says. We know LaimiTop was on the back end of this match, but they are showing incredible fortitude up against Ackerman. They can still play though, Trex.
Ooh, nice conceal play at that with the Bloody Hunt. Gonna be able to take out Toinks. There goes the roam for Ackerman. LaimiTop trying to reclaim the ground. The map is starting to look blue. Kush forced away, but he does still find his purple buff. Lord up. Watch Nicolette here under the tower. Kush also looking for a nice angle. We're looking at a Lord dance here. Galaxy trying to play as well. Flee and Assault trying to keep him at bay. Who will fall first? Nicolette with the feathered airstrike. Cold Altar does come out, giving everybody some full health bars. Mar uses the torn apart memories. Another material down. Kush trying to come in, will get stunned, but the Lord is still in the favor of LaimiTop. Oh, nice hit. Kush falls. No retribution to the side of Ackerman. Zia, though, in the mid side. Mar has been sent back to defend. One Punch finds the Lord. Galaxy may go down next, but not without finding Assault. Now a nice lock. Zia falls to Mar. 1v1 under the tower. Galaxy very low. This could be the answer back for LaimiTop.
One Punch still on the chase there. They're going to force the conceal coming out from Ackerman, but Trex, here it is. The Lord pushing down the mid lane. Enhanced number advantage right now to the side of LaimiTop. They got a 4v3 here, and the conceal has been called in with that final Lord.
Points, though, using the Numenon Blast so well to keep them away. One Punch can try to move in, focus in onto the base. Couple shots onto the Lord. It's down to about 20%. Galaxy uses that Black Dragon. Lee will fall, but the base goes down, and LaimiTop takes game 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to a rubber match, game 3. Who will take it all?
Talk about a bounce back, Trex. Who would have thought LaimiTop was going to make it this far? Not too many people. I think we only had 2 votes for a 2-1 potentially here. But after seeing the match that was going on with the side of Ackerman, with the side of LaimiTop, talk about some tenacity, right? Some fight back. A lot of teams would have rolled over there and Ackerman would have had their way, but not LaimiTop. They're going to keep the narrative going with Ackerman dropping these matches to their opponents, but will dispel disaster. They've been able to drop the matches, been able to still find the wins, but LaimiTop right now, we can see can hang with Ackerman, even playing from behind. So will they have opened up an opportunity for one of these newer teams, arguably the one bottom of the pile, surpass Ackerman for game 3?
Yeah, I mean, when LaimiTop got into the season, a lot of us, I think, put him at the lowest on the mark out of the 8. But one thing I did say when this whole thing started is you throw someone in with some Lions, they're going to get a lot stronger. You throw someone to the Wolves, and they're going to learn quick. And LaimiTop is definitely learning fast. Honestly, tonight, I know I voted for Ackerman, but I'm kind of hoping that LaimiTop takes game 3 here just to show how much stronger they've gotten.
Absolutely. I mean, again, we all voted for Ackerman, but you can't hate a great series, right? I mean, I love to see teams fight back, and this couldn't have been a better team to fight back. Like we said, the team most of us had at the bottom of the totem pole, to be able to play up against Ackerman, one of the most highly regarded teams in North America, and not only fight back, but actually come out on top in that game 2 while they were facing the brink of elimination here. And now Ackerman is facing the brink of elimination right along with them. Now you got to see who's got more willpower in them to close out this series.
I mean, it's definitely not going to be easy. Ackerman has definitely brought in a lot of aggression in both games. Now, taking a look at this, it did end at 18 minutes, 13 seconds. LaimiTop was behind in kills the whole game. Towards the end there, I would say the way they won those Lord fights was just outmaneuvering Ackerman.
Definitely. I mean, at some point, it just seems like they flipped a switch. Right? Not only were they beating Kush out onto the aggression, but they were also finding ways to bait out a lot of utility and then going for the re-engages. I mean, right here, you could see Numian Blast being used from the leader, not connecting to anyone, and now the green light, right, for LaimiTop, knowing that they can go in for this fight. They lose one, but the Nexus was being slowly chipped away, and Ackerman could do nothing but watch it fall on piece.
I mean, repeatedly throughout that whole game, Galaxy, Nicolette, and the same with Toinks, they were using those ultimates as more of zoning. You know, Galaxy would pop the Black Dragon very early. That would be the start of the fight, and it was to keep people away so that Kush could have the Lord freely, so Kush could have the Turtle freely, so that they could create space to take objectives. And it's a good strategy, but eventually, LaimiTop was able to dash through, get past those, and now you're left with no skills to fight with, right? You're left with no ultimates to fight. You've used them all as zoning materials. So once LaimiTop was able to get past all that, they then had the advantage in those fights, and it seemed like Ackerman was never really able to flip the switch to change the way they were taking those fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we saw Ackerman start out the game playing away, and that's how they played the entire match. LaimiTop made adjustments. It seemed like they evolved right in front of our eyes, going scared little opponent here to like, you know what? No, we can really match up with these guys. After the first turnaround of the fights down on that Lord, it seemed like they came alive. They knew, hey, we can hang with them. Right, we have a real shot at this. I mean, and I feel like for Ackerman, when you had been hitting the punching bag so long with no responses, when it decides to swing back and it connects, you don't know what to say. It's a shell shock. And I feel like that's what happened to Ackerman. LaimiTop said enough's enough and stood back up. The Trex were heading into the draft for the final game of the series. Match on the line. Both of these teams, it all starts with the draft. Who's going to set the table to be able to eat up here on game 3?
I got a question. Did you just refer to LaimiTop as a punching bag, Deku?
I mean, hey,
but hey, punching bags weigh a lot, and if they hit you in the face, it's gonna hurt, and that's what just happened to Ackerman. Right now, the team that's been taking the hits throughout the first 3 days is fighting back. And if I was gonna say they were gonna take a game, I would never feel more confident than right now. Ackerman, though, like we said, they're trying to hold that number 4 spot. They beat BTK last night, and and it was some great games. So right now, this is not a loss they can take, right? They need to hold on to this because right now it's looking really close for that number 4 and number 3 spot. And this is not the team you want to lose to. So can they pull it off?
I mean, like you said, this is more impact on Ackerman than it is on LaimiTop, right? Of course, a win from any new team is huge, but if you're Ackerman, like you said, you just beat BTK last night, who's arguably still in people's eyes the number 2 team right behind OhioBrothers. You beat them in a full 3-game series, and then the next night you go up against LaimiTop, who's everyone has pinned down pretty much as the number 8 team as far as the standings go, and you lose to them in a series of game 3. Doesn't make any sense to anyone. Now, it seems like the answers we had from last night still showcase that we still have questions to ask if Ackerman deserves it to be in that top 4 conversation.
Yeah, I think just NACT in general so far, we've seen so many full best-of-3 games, right? It hasn't all been sweeps. Even teams that we all think are going to get swept end up taking one, so it's been very interesting. But here is a problem, right? The Kaja gets locked in, and that was a huge answer for Ackerman in game 1. Toinks just did an amazing job with it. If I want to see something from LaimiTop, I want to see Golem on that Franco again. Both roamers have been so important for both teams.
It feels like they both had their best games, like you said, with the pickoffs. We saw Golem come alive, having great hooks, burning the Pier Fry from Nicolette, with the concealed plays, leading the pickoffs with the Bloody Hunt, doing a great job babysitting Mara in the gold lane. Again, Bloody Hunt's picking up some early kills to find the lead in that gold lane matchup that he should be losing on paper. And now you got Kaja locked in, Franco still on the board. Could we see the battle of suppressions, the bird versus the Viking here, the dodo bird versus the Irishman? I mean, anything can happen right here, and I'm definitely looking forward to see if they're going to look to match him up. Or actually, could we end up seeing a ban on Franco from Ackerman if they don't lock him in nice and early?
Yeah, well, they banned it out in the first game when it went to second phase. I think that Franco could be really important, depending on what Ackerman picks here. Now, with Nicolette locking up the Lunox, there's some iffiness. Now the Lapu. Honestly, I still like the Franco here. Golem just does so well with it, and if they can, and it kind of, we talked about them having weakness in the late game, right? That is kind of one of their answers, because the thing about a Franco is you get down towards that 20-minute mark and catching one hook can change everything. So it's a great answer to kind of put a Band-Aid over their end game weakness, right?
I mean, let's be real clear here. If you have the image in your head, right, what could potentially be scarier than that 20-minute game? You think you got a great bush for setup. Maybe you're Nicolette there, you're on that far sun, you're just chilling out waiting for the feather airstrike, and then all of a sudden, all you hear is a conceal out of nowhere, and then a Franco appears, and now you're being bloody hunted. You couldn't react fast enough, and you've been taken off the map. I mean, that's what Franco can do for you. It's one conceal, it's one ultimate, and you're pretty much put to rest at that point. So that's really, like, you kind of that cover the boo-boo method for the side of LaimiTop here, locking in the Franco. But we actually went for the Atlas here. Trex, were we ready for this?
So I don't know. I mean, he had an Atlas game. I can't remember who it was against. It was against F4LLOUT, and he actually did pretty well with the Atlas up front. The problem was Anna was playing Fanny in that game from F4LLOUT, and they never got any kills on the jungle. And anyways, we've seen him do okay on the Atlas, right? We've seen him do okay on it. The problem right now is Nicolette's not going to be an easy target. I don't think Galaxy is going to be an easy target. Atlas, I really feel like it's not something you want to bring out in the first phase. But again, Golem does get picks off even in the early phase. Once he hits level 4, he will be a threat.
And I mean, that's the thing, right, about the Atlas. It's, yeah, I mean, you have great set potential, but that's only if the people you're going against are easily settable. And like you said, it's just no easy pick off here. You got Lapu, great fighter stance, but the Raging Slash gets going, immune to the CC, Lunox, the Light ult, Tricky. And if she immunes the CC and then decides to turn back on you with the Chaos ult there, now you're getting bursted out from the dark side. So you've been immune and bursted down all in one go from the same pick. And we can't forget the Kaja, right? One suppression, and there goes the attempt for a set from the side of LaimiTop. And I really, really wanted to see that Franco and see that suppression battle. But hey, they did right in the last game, and I feel like they're confident right now, whatever they're going for, to be able to maybe take this game away from Ackerman here with the Atlas pick. So all we can do now is just rock and roll with it the same way they are.
All right, just to let you know, Deku, that band that's blacked out is going to be an R-Lot, and to let any of the viewers know, slight mishap there in the background. But seeing this, I think we've seen the tanks a lot, like one other time other than tonight, I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure One Punch is the only one that's really gotten a win with it, right? And he did well with it. Like he went deathless. And honestly, he didn't get any kills early on in the game, but towards the end, he was able to get into that Lord Pit. And normally I would say that a carry is a really strong pick, but looking at LaimiTop's draft, the only big bulky person to shred down is this Atlas, right? Other than that, there's now offlane Grok. Offlane Grok from Flea. I kind of like it, honestly. We haven't seen it a lot in NA, but it's a pick that I personally think can do very well. Big damage, big possibilities, but still, as I was saying, I feel like the carry could get outplayed here. Not a lot of range. You got this. You got a Claude who can dance around. You have One Punch on this Lancelot who's going to dash in and out, try to put pressure on you. So it's going to be a tough game possibly for Zia here.
Absolutely. I feel like that Grok is just one more threat to the carry here. I feel like you kind of turn the tide around. Late game, you got Claude with the Blazing Duet. Not really worried about any front line, if there really was any, but it's only a Varats and a Kaja really there to kind of deal with them. So you got the BMI to get to the backside. You have Atlas always looking for the Fatal Links. Obviously, Carry's going to be #1 target. Really the only pick there that doesn't have any CC immunity capability. So definitely going to be the main target for Golem here on the Atlas. But we're heading into game 3 here. Kind of got some of the things out of the way we were looking and expecting to see. This is the elimination match, Trex. That cannot be stated enough. One of these two teams are going to take the loss here. Who are you kind of feeling that's going to be right now?
I mean, for anyone just coming in, it's match point Ackerman up against LaimiTop. I honestly kind of like LaimiTop's draft here, Deku. I think, like I said earlier, if there's a chance for them to take a win, it could be this one. Ackerman, though, does have a lot of pressure. Nicolette loves to be on this Lunox. She plays very aggressive with it, able to really just dance in and out and do a lot of damage, even in the early mid phases. I don't know how she does it. Now, LaimiTop has a lot of wombo combo material as well. Like you said, you got the Fatal Links, you got the Wild Charge, then you have the Blazing Duet. So if LaimiTop can time some things right, it could be a lot of trouble for Ackerman.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we're going to have to use. They're going to have to capitalize on that, put a lot of pressure on Zia there. I mean, that's the only backline from the side of Ackerman. Everything else is kind of in your face. Kind of go for the sins. You got Kaja, right, looking for the Divine Judgment. Lunox looking potentially for the Ruby DDs. What we normally see, one way or the other, is going to be looking to find their way to the backside. Lapu as well, Galaxy, maybe looking to get to the backside. All they really have to do is find that carry. And I feel like you said, right, packing onto the stable is that they have a lot of ways to make it happen. With Grok, with Atlas, with Lance, with Claude. I mean, the possibilities are endless. I mean, even Valentina, right? If they can pick up that Divine Judgment, that's another threat. But speaking of threats here, forcing the flicker out there to the Riverside, to the side of Ackerman there, LaimiTop is putting out a lot of aggression right now.
Yeah, I think the major person, like one of the major things for Ackerman is going to be Toinks if he can make these picks happen, right? But wait a second, Bravest Spider does come in.
Right.
Please going to be forced to use the wild charge just to get away. Kush has showed up at the turtle pit now. Golem going to come in, doesn't have level 4 just yet, so no big play from him. Getting very close. Kush walks up, clicks the retry and takes it. Followed up with Assault getting pulled in from that Divine Judgment. Looking a little problems for LaimiTop, and that's exactly what I was about to say. If Toinks can find the picks, that is going to be the major problem for LaimiTop here.
And, you know, I really would have liked to see LaimiTop kind of go for the same playstyle they went for last game and just help out the gold lane. Just let Mar get a line in the late game. Don't really need to go for the contest and the turtle. I didn't even really like it, right? You pointed out Golem didn't have level 4 yet. What can Atlas really do without the Fatal Link? There's not much pressure there as a kill gets taken up in the top side of the Galaxy there. But, I mean, you could say the same, right? Maybe for Kaja, but he still has the weakness to hang on.
Golem, now he does have the Fatal Links. Toink's gonna go down. Nikolai coming in though with the darkness, able to pick off Golem. Overall on the map, Galaxy takes one up top. They also find Golem in the mid side, all for one pick onto Toinks. I don't think it's a good trade for LaimiTop.
Not a good trade at all. They are falling behind, but we can't count them out just because of the early game. They fell behind a little bit last game, and we've seen what happened there when they were able to turn it around. So as long as they can keep the game competitive, keep it close just like they did, keep it in that 2, maybe 3K gold range as far as the deficit, they're still in prime condition to be able to win out against them. And hang on play being made.
Oh, another pick onto Assault there. Looking a little rough. One Punch going to dash in, able to escape Pat Daytona's welcome, but not the team. Uses the 4 raises, tries to phase out, but he's in a bad spot, will go down. Kush finding that pick. Golem not really able to make much of an impact right here.
And, you know, that really made me question the thought process of One Punch there. I mean, Assault made it out, had to burn the flicker, of course, but was safe. I'm not really sure what One Punch was looking for. They're just diving into the 3. Baited out the Daytona's welcome, but then, you know, no mobility left and able to gets taken out there. But there was no reason, right, for that in-game to even happen. Kind of throwing bodies to the wind there, and you can't afford to do that, especially on the jungle pick. You don't want to fall so far behind Kush to where those 50-50s become extremely hard to take.
Nicolette is being so aggressive right now, and this is why I love to see her on the Lunox. She's 2-0-2, and we mentioned it since game 1. She can be such a backbone for her team, and right now, once again, she is just making the plays happen. Mara also getting bullied on the bot side. Zia having complete control, just taking a bunch of that gold plating, and this is what's going to give him a huge advantage as we creep into the mid game.
I mean, that's just, I mean, just look at the numbers, right, that Ackerman has. They had the 3 there, up against the 2 from LaimiTop. I feel like that should have been what LaimiTop was going for again. Just like last game, it's just babysit the gold. You have a Claude on your team, right? You have the late game capabilities here and so much setup for him that all you have to do is get your damage online. The CC and the team fight entries and openings are going to be there for the team. You have Grok, Atlas to open up your fights for Claude, but you have to get them online first.
Yeah, they're trying to make the pick onto Mar here. Toinks taking a lot of damage. No one able to find Mar. Toinks ends up dropping for that one. Ackerman been doing a good job at making these plays happen, but there, luckily LaimiTop smells what's going on, and they send some people down to help out.
That's right, and now trying to help clear up and defend on this mid, but it looks like we're going to see a tower be pressured from the side of Galaxy. He is going to find the first tower in this game, and it's going to maybe make it 2 to the side of Ackerman. So again, starting out the match, opening up the map quite a bit, and choking out LaimiTop's farming areas and capabilities here. They're looking to shrink in the area that they have to play with.
I mean, luckily Mar's gone deathless, right? So there's still some endgame possibilities, still some mid-game possibilities. LaimiTop, definitely more of a power spike team here, right? We need to see Assault use that Divine Judgment. Push, though, does hit, does lock onto Golem there. Golem fires back with the Fatal Links, but Golem still goes down. They're not able to find anything for return. Toinks taking a lot of damage, though, from Flea. Flea finally starting to pack a punch. Pretty sure he's locked in the Blade of Despair. He's had a bit of a rough game here, going 0-2-0. But once again, LaimiTop hasn't really hit that power spike yet.
Not at all, and I mean, at least to their credit, like you said, Mar hasn't suffered a loss, but Hangul concealed down here in the bot side.
Lee tries to use the wild charge, stuns up Zia, but they're still going to lose this tower. He drops the wall, and it looks like Assault comes a little bit too late. That's another tower down for LaimiTop.
Been quite a bit used there. I mean, you get the flicker out from Lei, right, on the Grok, you get the wild charge, and you get the tower as well. I mean, that's a great pickup there for the side of Ackerman, and does open them up for maybe some potential for a team fight, knowing they've taken away the engage and the extra mobility from this Grok.
Most definitely. Now, LaimiTop's starting to group up here a little bit, right? At least try to protect your mid tower. Don't open the map too much. But Ackerman is not letting up at all. They keep on pushing in. They haven't even gone to their own side of the jungle in the past, like, 2 minutes. They always have at least 3 members just waiting to make a play happen. Minions are going to start closing in on the mid side. Nice fatal links from Golem. Kush able to get away from it. Blaze Duet does come in, trying to get some damage onto Galaxy, but it's just not there. Tonks will find that one. Assault, Golem, and Lee all go down. One punch in the midst of them all. Tries to use the 4 rows to phase out, but not able to do it. It's a 4 for 1 trade. Ackerman coming out on top.
And I mean, that was just, it was just really sloppy. I mean, it looked good for the moment. A nice wild charge, not wild charge, but fatal links over the wall into the tower. They picked up the roam. You got Kaja, but you lost everything else outside of Mar there just to get that 1 kill. And now you lose the tower. You're losing ground on the map, losing creeps. I mean, everything right now from the side of LaimiTop is going to the hands of Ackerman off of that one decision that they made there.
Yeah, I mean, the damage from Mar just isn't there, right? He does nothing to Galaxy right now. He was never able to get any gold plating. He got bullied in his lane by Zia and the rest of Ackerman, and we're starting to see that matter now, because even when he just gets his golden staff in, like literally just a second. So maybe that'll help a bit, but it's definitely looking like trouble.
It is looking like trouble, and make it double right now, as Ackerman is up 10,000 as far as gold. And that's right, we saw that wild charge getting used there. We're not going to connect from the XP coming out from the side of LaimiTop. But right now, Ackerman, they can work in that Lord. They're going to go ahead and pick that up. That's a huge pickup for them. Again, it's kind of like that game we saw them in the first match, where they kind of had a lot of the pressure on the lanes, kind of closing onto those inhibitors, and that's only with the first Lord just being picked up. So a great position for them. The concealed play has been made, though.
Yeah, I mean, they feel like a different way. A second, Lee will go down. Ackerman finding that one. He's just been by himself, out of position several times this game. It's starting to become, and it feels like it's just getting worse and worse as the game goes on. LaimiTop needs to get it together here if they want to try to come back here, but with a 10,000 gold deficit, I don't know if it's going to be able to happen. They need a big play. Golem trying to come in and maybe make that one punch. Wants to come in, not able to hit him with the 1 punch.
Nice.
Zia will go down. Nice plays to Duet, Kush, and Toinks. The rest of the crew looking very low, but in comes Galaxy with the bravest fighter to push LaimiTop back. Just when it looks like LaimiTop able to do something, Ackerman answers back. Lord still coming.
And I mean, for Golem, I mean, that was probably the cleanest set we've seen from him all a match. But again, Mar just not at a point yet where he can burst down those targets. The Blazing Duet was on time. The Fatal Links was on time. It looked properly synced there. But again, not having enough to complete on that great set from Golem. Not able to turn the tide just yet up against Ackerman. But I will say, if they can maybe stall this out just a little longer, we have only crossed the 10-minute mark. This is a fairly early game so far right now. They can maybe get Claude a little deeper into those items, get him a little more comfortable, keep finding those sets with Golem. It's going to be hard to replicate, but if you can find one more of those after a bit of the spike has been unlocked, maybe Assault and some better positioning to burst out targets in the Valentina, they have a really good shot here up against Ackerman.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we saw One Punch last game, able to kind of bob and weave in that Lord Pit and help secure things, kind of split Ackerman up a little bit. Like you said, if they can replicate that, right? If they can do the same thing, maybe there's some possibilities there. Push, though, just hanging out. Toinks with the conceal play, looking for a pick to happen. Zia gonna work onto these minions. Ackerman just waiting for the moment to strike. Toinks doesn't want to make the play, though. Nicolette and Galaxy also holding the side lane. LaimiTop gonna just kind of hang out on tower. Wait, a nice pick onto Kush here. A lot of damage, pulled all the way into the back line. That is a big pick for LaimiTop.
Absolutely huge, and that's exactly what they need to go for. We know they have the Fatal Links. You normally want to get as many people as you can grouped up in it, but when you're at this point in the game, when you're still down 8k, you don't have a lot to work with. Anything you can get, you have to take it, and that's a great pick, able to take out Kush there, and it looks like they're going to go for another pick here, Trex.
Ooh, Assault goes down in the mid side, though. Ackerman finds a pick of their own this time. Golem forced to back off, and this time LaimiTop going to be on the run. Galaxy and Points holding the front side. Shield play comes out, but it's more of an escape mechanism. One Punch finally entering here. Lord will be coming up now.
Lord's coming up, and I would expect maybe LaimiTop is going to want to contest, but they're going to have to get these lanes in store. But hang on.
One Punch
Huge.
coming in, looking for the hit. Nice Fatal Links from Golem. Zia goes down first. Lee able to find that kill. Lee very low though. Nicolette picking up that one, putting her at 6-0 in 5. Definitely one of the best mages in the season right now. One Punch on the run as well. Lord still on the map.
You know, that's not a bad trade. They lost the Grok, but they were able to take out Zia. They overwhelmed him. Fatal Links, popping the Wind of Nature with One Punch dropping on top of him. And then a Wild Charge to follow it up. He didn't have anything to be able to escape there. That's a great opportunity for them. And it looks like they are maybe going to try to come contest this. I'm not sure if they will. Atlas did have the back, but it's like Ackerman with the Lunix is just too fast. Not going to give any chance for LaimiTop to be able to come contest that. But LaimiTop does still have a great opportunity to be able to like we said, not much range from the side of Ackerman. You don't have to deal with any heavy artillery. You just kind of have to be careful of something like the Flicker Divine Judgment or a well-placed Ruby DD. If they can avoid both of those two instances, they don't have too much to worry about, and they can definitely look to have a great defense. You have a Grok with the barrier, can maybe delay the Lord, throw off the Sink of the Waves, maybe box in an opponent there, maybe moving in with the Lord and kind of go for that isolated pick again, or just to be able to split the fight just a little bit and maybe get a great set going into the hands of Golem here.
Yeah, you know, I feel like it's all on Mar and Golem right now. Golem needs to make a pick happen. Mar just needs to keep going deathless, get another item in. Now, he should be able to melt down the Lord. All he's got to watch out for is Toinks here. If he gets picked off, I think it's GG's for LaimiTop. One Punch, gonna get a little bit of chip damage. Toinks finds a pick onto Golem. Toinks pulled back in. First of all, will be Golem though. Galaxy takes the tower in the mid side. They are crashing in.
Oh, no.
Mar finally goes down, and they've broken through. Base going low. This could be it. Ackerman trying to fight in, trying to find the win. LaimiTop is crumbling, and that'll be it. GG's, well played. Ackerman takes game 3.
And a convincing win for them there. They definitely left no doubt, right, that they were the team to beat there. They stumbled in game 2, came back for game 3 to let LaimiTop know you still got a long way to go, young buck. This is the old man's league here. Ackerman, one of those long-standing teams so far in the North American community, able to pull out there and edge out in that 3-game series up against LaimiTop.
Yeah, definitely well played. Ackerman had a shaky second game, but even in the second game, they played so well in the beginning, and they just bring this aggressive force with them into every single game. And today, LaimiTop just wasn't able to defend against that. They weren't able to answer back when it came down to it.
Absolutely, but they did have some answers here and there. That's how they were able to get that game 2. I have to say, we didn't think they were going to end up winning this match, but a lot of us didn't think they were going to get a game either. So obviously they were able to step up, be able to take a game off Ackerman. I think that's a great, solid way to end off your week if you're LaimiTop, coming in as that 8th team to most people in the NACT for the top 8, able to take a game off Ackerman, one of the top teams, arguably looking to push for that top 4. I mean, you have to give them kudos to that. A great round of applause for them to be able to even sniff a match off of these boys here. So that's a great confidence boost if you're LaimiTop.
Now, looking at this final game, Nicolette 7-0-9, definitely an MVP in my eyes. Played that Lunox so well, and honestly nothing too crazy with the item build. Zia as well down there, picking up the Corrosion Scythe, getting some nice defense with the Immortality, and just to give yourself even more sustainability in these fights, you got the Wind of Nature. Everyone just building to exactly what they need to help seal the deal. LaimiTop, on the other hand, I think the major downfall was probably Lee on that Grok.
Definitely. I definitely get reason to that. And maybe even straying away from that pickoff that they kind of had slotted in for the roam. I feel like that would have been a great bigger threat. When you had the Atlas, there was no pressure to Nicolette playing on this Lunix. I think Franco would have been a great option from them. I mean, you can see it here with the Atlas. This is not much. You're going to go for one pick. I definitely had to be someone like the mage, someone like the carry. And I feel like Franco would have been a great option. I look for those flickers, those bloody hunts again, but they strayed away from that, went more for the team fight thing, and that's just not something that they really measure up that great up against Ackerman. And I mean, trying to force anything onto Nicolette without anything kind of single target is extremely tough. I mean, she's not number 2 in the KDA for mages for no reason. Obviously knows how to stay alive, knows how to position, played a flawless game here up against LaimiTop to go ahead and get the job done.
Most definitely. Now, I think in that last moment with LaimiTop, like from the replay we just saw, I felt like they kept trying to take fights, right? They kept wanting to do something huge, but honestly, they had a nice late game composition. They should have just played more defensively, but we're looking at the first replay. We're going to see the next one. Take us through the final breakdown, Deku.
I mean, here, just a lot to take away from that. I mean, this was kind of what we were kind of seeing from Ackerman, right? They were able to overwhelm them when they were able to hit the marks, when they were able to show that they are that top team in North America, when they had those full-on 5v5 fights up against LaimiTop, when they can't find a pick-off, when they can't swing the numbers into like that 5v4 state, they really didn't have a chance up against Ackerman. Once you went on head-on with strict 5v5, it was extremely tough for LaimiTop. Weren't able to really maneuver through those fights to be able to do what they needed to find the win condition. They were kind of just responding right to what Ackerman wanted to do. We're just leaving so many openings here. I mean, look at that. They went for the sets there in the tower, and then you see Nicolette, Merciless coming in from the backside with the Lapu, with the Lennox, able to clean up on the backside, and those are the type of plays that happen in those 5v5s. LaimiTop just not really used to those kind of plays yet. They have to be able to bunker down and expect these kind of flanks in those situations.
Most definitely. It was definitely an amazing series all around, but we got some big ones coming in, and before we get to those, we're going to throw it back to our host, Liz.
That was some incredible gameplay. I mean, you guys came pretty close to your predictions. It was pretty accurate, especially for Deku. And we've seen all the players really showing their skills and showing that they're really trying to improve. But the MVP of this match does go to Nicolette with that Lunox, especially where Team LaimiTop just couldn't find a cure towards late game. It was 1v5 almost.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Nicolette is she's got a great hero pool. She knows how to be very aggressive, like we saw her with the Lunox. She also knows how to be very positional, like we saw her with the Farza. So she just brings a different strategy in every game. We don't always see her play one-sided, and I think just her overall game IQ is up there with all of the rest.
Absolutely, it definitely is. That versatility definitely led to the bettering odds for the side of Ackerman there. Didn't have enough to match up just to handle the single player, the single role that is Nicolette from the side of Ackerman.
And that really shows the true difference between top teams and lower teams, where macro is really at the core. Now, before we go into the next matchup between FalloutLOUT, the team literally falling out of Gosu, as well as Empire, the Empire who's been trying to climb up to the top. Now, stop with the cringing puns as we will move into breaks and see you guys in 5.
Oss! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Welcome back, guys, to the 2023 NACT Spring Week 2 Day 2. I am your host, Liz, and with me are our amazing casters. Guys, I hope you had a stretch because the chat is just to get more heated. What do you think about the last match first?
Well, I think the last matches were great, and I think we got some great ones coming ahead of us. Fallout versus Empire. I mean, this is an important game tonight because one of these teams is going to stay in the top 4, and another one's going down to try to fight for a spot in the playoffs.
And I mean, this match for me, right, when you're talking about Fallout and Empire, it's kind of like when you have the opening acts, right, for the big marquee matchup. You know, you got BTK 877 in the background, but right here, to go ahead and set the stage for these exciting matches right after that first series, right here, Fallout and Empire, man. This is that undercard that I've been waiting to see.
And you know what I'm excited about? I'm excited to see how our casters are going to do in this round of predictions with this critical match between Empire and Fallout. Boys, what are your predictions?
Looks like a whole lot of Fallout fans here, even though Liz said they were going to fall out. Cough, cough. No, but I think, honestly, this was a hard one to take, I think, for everybody. Empire kind of on the rise right now. Fallout having some rough games, but overall, it looks like everyone except for Eunice is giving it at least 2-1.
And you know, it's a very hard position to be in now, right? Because we have to get these out, get these in. You don't really get to see the action, right, first to unfold. And I feel like now with all this new information, I feel like a lot of us are kind of looking at our prediction like, oh no, what have I done? Empire could potentially upset this because we saw a really strong showcase from Empire last night, took down Wasians, and now they're looking to keep Fallout on this little bit of a cycle they're on as far as losses and add one more to that box.
And Empire actually has one more point against Fallout, making this a critical point of their matchups because this will be the game that determines who will have a little bit more advantage as they approach the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they're both neck and neck right now, right? And tonight as well, they're also neck and neck with BTK. So depending on how everyone does today, that's what we meant in the very beginning of the day, is today's kind of the day where we really see the leaderboard shape up. Because right now there's a lot of draws between about 4 teams, I think. So it's definitely going to be interesting how this breaks down. And I love Deku. Deku's like, I got to defend my pick here because right now I think he's voting for Empire. He had to put his submission in before we saw yesterday's game. But I'm gonna be real. I still think Fallout can take this, even though they had a rough night last night.
And now we will find out if Deku is right as we proceed to the first match between Fallout and the Empire.
Here we go, Deku. First draft of the game. Fallout up against Empire. Now, definitely some history, right? Definitely some stories to lay down. Empire was debated as possibly, a lower tier team when this event started. Fallout, formerly known as Gosu, was looked at as one of the top 4. And right now, there's a possibility of switching positions here.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're looking at it, Empire, right, on that uptick right now, had a strong showcase last night. Like we said, took down Wasians. Fallout coming up short, coming off a loss. Amid a lot of controversy with this roster, with this team. Now they're going to have to look to kind of save face here, if you will. This is kind of that game to maybe redeem themselves in the eyes of many. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, but it's a great step in the right direction if they can pick up a win. But that's all up if Empire's going to let it happen.
Now, something I think want to see from Fallout here, Anna, right? Last night, he played the Martis twice last night. Lost both games. What we saw from Fallout when they were doing well was when Anna picked up the Hayabusa, picked up the Ling, played those assassin heroes. It's something that Anna really thrives on, and it's something I hope we see them get back to those roots because honestly, they've had a lot of issues when they kind of stick to that tanky jungle meta.
Absolutely, and I'm not going to lie, right off the rip, you're seeing from the side of Empire here, great play. They're banning out that Fanny. They know they have that assassin player, and I think they have about the same read as you. If they've been paying attention to the matches, they know that's kind of what they need if they want to go ahead and put their jungler in a great position. They're not really going to look to entertain those jungle picks that are kind of in the utility, that tank department, because like you said, it hasn't found them much success. Where they did succeed is when they had those assassins. They had things like the Fanny on the board, the Hayabusa, those high mobility, snowballing, get that lead early, in and out type of picks. that's what they're going to look for. And you're already seeing from the side of Empire, they're going to go ahead and look to key in on that, get those off the board.
Most definitely. I think another matchup we have to look at, right? How is Midnight going to do this game, right? Like, Midnight, aka Fleur, has been known as a really good mage, but another one who has just been kind of, hate to overuse it, but falling out a little bit, right? Having some issues, not able to rep that high KDA that we've known Midnight for in past tense tournaments. So I think there's just seems to be a lot of cracks in the armor, and what Empire has been doing over the past few nights is breaking down teams that have cracks in their armor. They've been able to keep it solid. Alex is, I mean, even though they lost, getting the Maniac on BTK the other night, just showing that they have potential to pop off at any moment, and they also are willing to take chances on the drafts. Even in that game, drafting a full 5-man fighter comp. Yes, it ended up losing, but it was not an easy loss. It was not an easy win for BTK, so Empire never scared to shake things up.
Definitely looking to step outside the box, and we could see that again as they're going up against Fallout. Like I said, that 5-fighter draft that they pulled out against BTK ultimately didn't get the win, but it did show that they have the ability to kind of go off the path of what's traditional, and not only that, but actually find a little bit of success. It worked for first half of that match. It did have BTK on the back half. Obviously, as you transition later on, it kind of fell off a bit. But if they can narrow in on the execution, right, if you're able to execute, close those games out faster, with that type of lineup, you can maybe find a little bit more opportunity to keep flexing out off the unusual. And that's a big shout out, right? Because what we didn't know previously is that this Empire team actually has some assistants, right? They have Coach Wei over there out from Singapore that's been kind of on that backside helping them out with these drafts and kind of leading the way to be a premier team is what they're kind of looking to be, climbing up in that top 4. This is one of the teams that we've been talking about that could shake things up here tonight up against Fallout. They can find a win.
Most definitely, and not too many surprises here. Valentina is going to be first picked. Probably holds the slot right now for like most first picked hero out of everything, but Empire firing back with the Lapu and the Faramis. Once again, Faramis, even after last game, still holding a, I think 100% win rate currently. It's been a very solid pick, even though it doesn't get picked all the time. It does feel, I kind of doubted it for a while. It was very strong, then it kind of fell off, and now it's coming back. And right now, the numbers don't lie. Faramis has done well, and I think if Demon decides to rock this, he's going to do well with it as well.
And I really like that combination that they did, pairing it up with the Lapu Lapu, because now, even if Valentina does take the Faramis, you have an XP on your side that has the capabilities to burst out that Cult Altar from your lineup, right? With that Raging Slash, he does so much damage, and it's all AoE. He's quickly able to burst out the Cult Altar. But speaking of responses to the Cult Altar here, looks like both teams are going to dig in deep. You got Claude Lolita coming out, and that's a great answer to the Faramis from Empire. Yeah. So both of these teams are looking to deny the validity of this pick here, and that's going to be a great stepping stone for both of them, shutting down the Faramis, or at least the attempt. Now it'll come down to the execution.
I mean, they did it quick. They were fast for that answer. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. All right, fine, you're going to get the Faramis. We got the Lolita, we got the Claude. Two great opportunists for that. Two great answers. On the side of Empire, though, Alex is going to lock in this Karina, and now Empire going to focus more in on to Anna. The Fanny's gone. Now the Ling. I wouldn't be surprised if they took out the Hayabusa possibly here, just to force Anna into something strange like a Barat, something that Anna probably won't do great on, because the Fredrin and the Marches is already gone. Now the Ling, the Fanny, there's not a whole lot of options out there if Empire want to take something else off the jungle list.
And, you know, I think this is a great read, especially since coming down from the mouth of the horse himself, Coach Wei there. You take out Fanny, right, during that first half. You see that they've had a couple picks locked in. They're now done with their first half on the blue side. They don't get to finish up that and go to the bans. Wei got to go ahead and slot in that Karina, another assassin that also bolts to the utility, get that off the board, put it in their hands, does well, right, up against the Claude, able to immune against that that blazing duet there, and then able to go right back into the bans because you're on the red side and take away the Ling. That's a great read from me and a great setup here to make Anna uncomfortable. Like you said, they want the assassins. That's been their bread and butter and kind of the winning recipe for them. When they don't have it, it doesn't go well. And choking that out, putting them in a really tough spot here to battle up against Empire.
Yeah, I feel like honestly, a good draft from both teams, right? Both teams answering back to each other. Fallout now banning out this Diggy, just in case that's something Empire want to pick up to deal with the Lolita. Now, instead of focusing in on Ana, they do take out the Yuzong here. So if Ana wants to go an assassin, the Hayabusa is still open, right? And Ana did an amazing job on day one with the Hayabusa. Was able to, even had a trouble in the early game, but then popped off towards the late game. I think coming close to getting a Maniac. So definitely some possibilities there. Waiting for the last ban from Fallout here, Deku.
You know, something I was thinking about, right? The Hayabusa not being banned out. Like you said, it was a little strange that maybe they didn't key on it. But we do know when the Lapu Lapu gets picked up, 9 times out of 10, that Yuzong does get matched up in the XP. And with the composition Fallout has, it would be a nice extra engage tool they have. Numian Blast, Black Dragon, BMI to the Blazing Duet. It's a great corner piece in the XP for them to open up with. But I feel like maybe the reason they go for the Hayabusa is because you have the Faramis, which means they're going to be grouping up a lot, right? To use that Cold Altar. And we all know Hayabusa with that Ouija Shadow kill doesn't do too much when the teams are grouped up. That ultimate doesn't find too much, right? Even with the passive, the more stacks you have on them, you know, it starts to target them a little bit more for extra damage, but we all know it doesn't really do too much if they're all grouped up. So I feel like maybe he's comfortable in the thought that since we're going to be spending a lot of time grouped up, it's not going to be a lot of opportunity for Hayabusa to execute those kills. And if there's no kill pressure, he's nothing more than split push, and that's going to come from anyone. So I think you're comfortable to let it go. And right there's a Kufra pick right on the roam. So even if they do go for the Hayabusa now, or anything with a little bit of mobility as far as the assassin pick in the jungle, there's a Kufra right there to get on top of him.
Yeah, so maybe just fall back into something like the Akai here, something that can help. They do already have some nice damage output with Guapsi and Midnights on this Claude and this Valentina. Just go for something more utility-based. I like the Akai against the Karine as well, being able to push it back, possibly get pins if Alex gets a little too aggressive. Now, they already have their roam. They still need a solid EXP laner. They're going to pick up the glue, but Ana keeping it classy. This is going to be our second time seeing this now tonight. The good old tanks a lot.
And you know what? I feel like they're confident and happy with the Lance pick coming out. Like we said, they have the Kufra there, so they still have something to lock down this Lance when he's looking to get through with that puncture, trying to find some targets onto the backside. It's not going to be as easy with the Kufra there, and I feel like they still thought they would go for an assassin, which they did. So I feel like it plays well into that roam pick that they have. But something else to note, that glue pick, like you said, a strong EXP left on the board. They were able to lock it in, but there's a Faramis, right? A natural counter to him. Doesn't do too well into the Lapu Lapu matchup. Also can get out rotated by Lapu Lapu, and we know Glue's not that quick on clearing those lanes. So I feel like they have a great setup over here up against Fallout. Even when the team fights break out, you got that Melissa there. You don't have to worry too much about the dives coming in with that go away. I think they have a really nice, well thought out draft. It's pretty cohesive. There's a lot of clear green lights on why this is picked, why that's picked. I really like it. The win condition is clear, and they have great answer to the side of Fallout.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have a lot of mobility. Both teams have some early game pressure to late game pressure, but only time will tell because, ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into game 1 in a best of 3 of Fallout up against the Empire tonight. One of them will drop out of the lower 4, and one of them will stay in it. What do we think it's going to be? Game 1, Deku. As I said, I feel like, honestly, both drafts are pretty even. Is there anyone you favor?
I mean, like I said, I feel like Empire is going to take it for me. I just feel like it's very well thought out. It's very well put together, if I have to say. It's Picasso, right? It's a masterpiece in my eyes. Now, like we said, as with most of these games, or most of these drafts, it comes down to execution. Because it's not like Fallout doesn't have a nice one themselves. I just feel like a little more answers were made from the side of Empire just based off the picks. But now they're going to have to find a way to make it translate into the game. Because that's the name of the game, right? You got to be able to make it happen in the Land of Dawn. Forget the draft. Now we're out here on the battlefield. Who is going to find a way to make the reality come true for their side?
Looks like Alex are going to take... No, doesn't actually get that Litho Wander, so Fallout taking the first small neutral objective there. Both teams not being too aggressive, though. No kills on the map just yet. I like the way that Fallout is getting vision, though. The way that Mello's kind of hanging out in these bushes, in the enemy side's bushes, and making sure that Ana knows where they're at.
Absolutely, and right now, right, coming out from the side of Fallout, they're going to have to find a way to kind of maybe split up the pieces of Empire, because I feel like they work better together as long as they're able to gel, able to stay cohesive. I think from the side of Fallout, you have the ability to go for some of those pickoffs, right, even from the early all the way through the late, but hang on. almost finding a kill there on Reckless.
So close, and this is where I kind of like the tank Lance a lot, because early game, you still have some nice damage, right? But wait a second, First Blood will go to the side of Empire, finding Guapsi, and it looks like Anna's not going to be able to find Demon. In return, the Flicker does get burned. Looking good for the Empire. Turtle now, possibly in the favor of Fallout.
And that's a huge pick off from them. They're getting the kill on the Guapisi, the gold later, but hang on, Trex.
Oh, Big Newman on blast. This is it. Alex goes down. Reckless decides to stop himself from engaging. A nice response from Fallout there with no Retry on the field. This should go to Fallout.
Absolutely. You take down the jungler, all that's left is the turtle and a retribution and a date with a secure neutral objective if you're on the side of Fallout here. But now, the side of Empire is going to have to maybe find a way to kind of answer back, maybe find a response. But it was like they were banking on that turtle, so there was really no action going on up there in the top side for the gold lane. Maybe opt in for that a little bit more now that you've fallen behind a little bit. Opt for the contested second turtle. You do have a lot of teamfight presence, especially with that Paramus, but that's going to come down to if they can avoid that Numium blast. That's going to be a huge piece for the side of Fallout. If they can catch Alex on this Karina, slow him down, it's not like there's a lot of mobility, a little bit of speed up, but gets slowed down from the charge up animation from Numium blast. They can set him, if they can catch him and make them forced to use that cold bolter to save their jungler, who you have to keep alive, right, when you're contesting those neutrals. If they can get that forced out nice and early, it's going to be a huge swing for the side of Fallout.
Ooh, Reckless with a good dodge from that Newman on blast. And I gotta tell you, Deku, I'm feeling antsy right now. I'm feeling kind of pumped. I feel like this is gonna be a really good game. The way both teams are playing, neither of them getting too crazy. It doesn't feel one-sided at all, even though it's only 3.5 minutes. Because the reality is we've seen some one-sided games over the past 3 days of the NACT. And right now, I feel like these teams are really at a similar level. I'm liking the way this is going.
Absolutely. And I mean, if we're taking what's happening right now for Melo on this Lolita nice and early, nice setup for the kill on Alex, over here forcing Reckless into some uncomfortable positions with the Numium blast, that's going to translate to forced spells, forced errors, kickoffs before the neutrals. All types of things can come from these well-timed Numium blasts, and I feel like Melo, more than anybody right now, has a lot riding on this game. He's been having his name cried out from the viewers, and not in the greatest way. He's definitely looking to shake that off and reclaim himself as a top roamer out here in NACT, and looking to overcome the noise to show that the gameplay is going to speak for itself.
Yeah, a lot of us were wondering last night, right? Is Fallout going to kind of show the naysayers? Because they definitely had some talk about them overall. There's still a lot of fans. There's some people who aren't fans anymore. But, you know, I think in the end, they're going to tell for themselves if they can get wins on the board, because eventually you're going to win people over with the games you play. So Fallout needing to take a win this weekend, not only for themselves, but for the brand, for the name. Fallout trying to prove something.
Absolutely. But, you know, every story needs a good villain here, Trex, and I feel like Fallout is going to look to fill in that void here. They're going to ignore everything being said. They're going to play their game. And right now, it's doing decent. Like you said, though, both teams having a very nice early game. It's 1-1. The gold lead sitting at almost about 2K for the side of Fallout, but hang on.
Melo in a bad spot, keeps getting pulled in. Reckless able to get the Tyrant's Rage, a lot of damage. Melo uses the flicker, responds back with him on blast. Guapsi able to lock on to Alex. Alex brought down to about 70%, but no death on the board. Both teams doing wonderful with the disengages.
Absolutely. With so much action going on and only 2 kills split a piece in between these two teams, I mean, that just shows that they know exactly how to bob and weave their way in and out of these team fights. They know how to engage and then quickly assess the situation and realize, okay, it's time to disengage, it's time to go before we end up on the losing side of this. And with both of these teams being aware of that, that's kind of how we're starting out with this low kill game. But hang on!
Okami goes down, a nice pick off of Fallout. Next, they're going to try to move in. Colt Alter does come out. Anna going to get pulled in as well. Mikasa holding on to that Bravest Spider, maybe waiting for a play to happen. Yuzi holding down the front side, getting those stuns on. Now it's going to look like Melo trying to lock on to Mikasa. Anna right behind, following him down. Mikasa able to hit that Cyclone away, but while this is all happening, Guapsi shredding down that top tower. It's going to be the first tower to fall into the hands of Fallout.
And that's going to be huge, right? Now you've reduced a little bit of map space from the side of Empire. You're choking down the lane just a little bit there. With the first tower gone, you now have the ultimately the most pressure in the game right now. And that's going to be huge for the side of Fallout. Now they can look to rotate a little bit more as a team. As you can see right now, they're all grouped up in the bot side.
I gotta see Anna's build right now because it kind of feels like Anna's packing a punch. I'm wondering if, because wait, does Anna have the the molten core on right now?
They do have the molten essence. You see the
All
orange
right,
ore.
Alright, so Anna does have the molten essence, so we know we're at least, hold on a second, Demon taking the damage. They're going to take another tower down. Fallout just really playing it aggressive right now.
Definitely the map pressure right now. You open up the top, you open up the bottom. Now you're picking up a neutral ejector as well. I mean, that's almost a domino effect. Just 1, 2, 3 laps there. They're walking away with a lot of trades. Now they're pressuring up in the mid lane. Are they going to look to be able to pick up this tower here, Trex?
Ooh, Newman on Blast is going to come down as well. Nice stun. Reckless falls. Another tower falls next. Yuzi able to escape. Almost got ganked in the top, but right now Glue's deathless. He's bulky, and there's just not enough damage from the Empire.
There's definitely not right now, and not just not enough damage, but not enough responses as well. They're losing a lot, but they haven't gained much. You're down 2 towers right now. You're down a bit in the gold. It's starting to stretch out a bit. 4K deficit already as we're crossing to that 8-minute mark, but hang on.
Ooh, Anna gonna dash through. Able to just get away from that. Mikasa, though, comes in with the flicker, the stun. Anna will fall. Midnight's now getting chased down by Alex, and Mikasa getting stunned up. Newman on Blast comes down. Mikasa falls out. Reckless now going to try to get the knockup onto Milo and Yuzi, but maybe a little bit too deep. Forced to use a flicker. Shots being fired from Kokomi from the backside. Going to get stunned up. Melo gets pulled in, but Kokomi goes down as well. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Fallout still staying on top.
That's right, and they're turning these fights around right there. For a moment, right, it looked like Empire might have found their way into that team fight. We know felt like Mikasa opened up a great opportunity for it, but Fallout able to respond and use that lead that they have and keep them down, saying, no, not so fast. You're still in a deficit, and watch this. We're going to increase that gap just a little bit further in this team fight. And right now, I feel like Empire's got to slow it down and think a little bit more. Think maybe more for the long term. You still have a Faramis. You still have a Melissa on your team here. No reason to get too crazy. Play it a little later. Play for the scaling. I know it's going to be a little uncomfortable. Both teams have a nice team fight composition, but you both have a team fight composition. Like you said, you got to go for that 5v5, but hang on here.
Yeah, Reckless trying to hit him with the Cyclone Drift. Not able to lock on to anyone, though. 2 Cold Altars come out. Nice lock on to Alex. Anna looking for something, diving under the tower, moving on to Reckless. Now, able to hit that Roses, find the kill. Yuzi gonna pull Alex back in. It's a 2-for-0 trade. Fallout demolishing the Empire right now with a 4K gold lead.
Hang on, Anna looking for the escape.
Kokomi finds Anna, so at least there's an answer there, but still, the Lord is probably gonna go to Fallout here.
Absolutely, and right now they're making the Empire fall down. They're knocking down the infrastructure of them. Rome wasn't built overnight, and neither was a new team in this NACT. Not going to be able to just come out here and play silly willy up against the team. This was, like we said, still Gosu previously, so that is still a veteran team that you're facing up against. Got to be a little sharper in this match. Got to play a little more methodical, a little slow. You got to be able to keep up your own pace and not really fall behind and play to the setting that Fallout wants, and I feel like that's what's happening to Empire. Like we said, they haven't found too many answers. I feel like Fallout has all the answers, and Empire's kind of just struggling along. Then the kid that's like kind of trying to cheat on the test. We know a lot about them. We're going to ban out what they like, but we get hit by a curveball, an open-ended question, and they haven't been able to come up with a concise answer so far to deal with them in this match.
Mikasa made a nice play there, though, a minute ago, right? Able to split push there. Yes, Fallout's probably going to get some more towers here, but at least Empire, I feel like they're still keeping their heads in a decent space, right? Mikasa chipping down on the Lord. Is he going to be able to get away from this? Bob's going to move on using the Bravest Fighter, but it's way too much damage. I like the split push idea, but don't get too far away from the team, Mikasa. You're a prime target for Fallout right now. Lord going to come in. Alex and Demon trying to defend. Milo able to get rid of that Shadow Stampede. Watch Reckless looking for the strike. Decides not to pop though. Swap's gonna lock on the tower. Alex trying to find a bit of big movement on Blast. In comes Mello, finds Demon. The rest of the team following up. Colt Altar from the side of Fallout, trying to make Empire fall out. This could be bad for Kokomo. Demon pops his own Colt Altar himself. Kokomi though, not able to flicker away. Finally does go down. Yuzi finds it with a grab. In comes Mikasa though, almost getting the kill onto Mello. Will find one on to Midnights though. The 2-for-2 trade. Yuzi still in the midst of it all with the grab. Now he's in the midst of all 3 members, though. Reckless gonna get the knockout. Mikasa chasing him down. Yuzi doesn't have an ultimate. Not really gonna be easy to escape this one. Bouncing ball to slow him down. Able to get the stun. Mikasa's gonna chase him down. Yuzi just want to get away, but he's gonna keep going. This is the 1v1 fight we all wanted to see. They're gonna keep on chasing him down. Yuzi finally falls, but not before buying a lot of time for his teammates to get back on the board.
I mean, right there, he was kind of playing around on his last life there and just keeping Mikasa on the hunt there. He really wanted to get him gone. He wasn't trying to let him go, but like you said, wasted a lot of time there for the side of Fallout to kind of recover and reset there on the board and get some more positioning back on the map. We got a Lord coming up in less than 20 seconds here, Trex. You can see both teams starting to head over to this river. Looks like Fallout is going to take that early positioning to Mikasa, looking to put in some lane pressure on that opposite side of the map, give Empire a good chance to make maybe someone from the side of Fallout response. And it's like that's what's happening. You can see Blue made his way back down to the lane, and now Mikasa for the rotation, but the engage.
Reckless used that a little bit too early, I think. Wapsi comes in with the Blazing Duet. Cult Altars from both sides. I love when I see that one. Here comes the Newman on Blast. Does not land. Demon able to get out of range. Alex, though, in the midst of it all. Mikasa comes in with the Bravest Fighter, trying to get the stun, but finds not one. Next will be Alex. He does go down first. 1 for 0 currently, but Fallout keeps up the pressure. Anna in a bad spot. Very low on health. Able to escape. Kokomi now popping off. Finding Yuzi. Looking for the next target. Midnights wants to re-engage. Nice terrifying of Mikasa. Guapsi flickers in with the BMI and picks up a kill. 2-for-1 trade on the map.
And that's huge from the side of Fallout there. For a moment, it looked a little shaky there, right? Anna was in trouble, able to narrowly escape. And that's what you get right from a pick like Lancelot. So slippery, so hard to really finalize the kill on. Kokomi was that close from taking out the jungle from Fallout. But since he was left on the board and Alex went down, an easy secure for the side of Fallout. They're going to pick up that second Lord, an enhanced Lord. And right now, up against Empire, who has lost one inhibitor down to the bot side and only have 2 left, with that Lord marching down, it's going to be a very uncomfortable spot for them. So they have no tier 2s to kind of work with and kind of stall around. It's going to be straight to the crystal there for the side of Fallout.
One thing I gotta say, though, for Empire here is they've been playing at a decent gold deficit this whole time and still taking even trades a lot. Yes, they've been losing an extra death here and there, but they've been holding out in these big team fights. If Empire can survive this Lord push, maybe push this game a little bit longer, closer to 60k gold mark, I could see them taking this game back into their hands. But Fallout, not going to want to let that happen.
Absolutely not. Lord taking his time down the bot side. You can see Fallout is starting to gear up. They got the waves pushing in. Empire's going to be a little distracted with that enhanced Lord. Going to open up that mid inhibitor for Fallout to collapse on. There you go, creating the zoning.
On Blast, maybe a little too early. Cult Altars come out. Mikasa will be the first to fall. Fallout trying to find another target. They do still have a Cult Altar all of their own from Midnight. Should give them just enough sustainability. But Demon and Mikasa go down. Base gonna get locked in on.
Oh, man.
Kokomi tries to do something to defend, but it's just not enough. Wapsi gonna find a triple. Looking for the base now. This is it. Fallout takes game 1.
And a statement has been made from the side of Fallout here. Let the talks, all the shouts, lower down to a whisper here as they came out swinging, right? Like we said, they're going to overcome that noise right now, opening up that match. That's right, straight with a left, with a right, an uppercut to the jaw of Empire there. And now they're in a little bit of a trance, a little bit of a daze. They're going to have to bounce back, try to even up the series 1-1. But one thing's for certain, Fallout came out here to make their statement be heard loud and clear. The second PSA, if you will. If you didn't catch the first one, the second one here is no apologies and no confusions. They came to play, they came to win, and they're not looking to go out losing both series.
Yeah, I mean, and they played a solid game, right? We wanted Anna to pick up something a bit more mechanical, picks up the Lancelot or the Tankslot, and does a wonderful job at that. Not only that, but Guapsi's had kind of some rough times in the gold lane. Not the star gold laner. In the past, Guapsi was always a jungler, and now he's kind of shifted over to this role in the gold lane, and we can tell he's had some issues catching up in it compared to some of the other gold laners in the season. But tonight, I really feel like he's been showing off on that Claude, and I'm hoping to see more out of him. Now, Empire, being at the deficit they had, they still put up a great game.
Absolutely right. And like you said, maybe some issues from Guap Easy, but in that match there, he really came alive for the Claude, even there at the end, right? Closing out that fight with a triple kill, locking on to that crystal base to go ahead and secure that first win for Fallout. I mean, that's huge for the team as a whole, not just from Guap, them as a full roster, to be able to shake off kind of the doubts that's been casted on them since last night's matches. Lost a very tough series amid a lot of the controversy, but today is a new day, and they're coming out to try to finish out and redeem themselves just a little bit here in this series for day 2, week 2 of NACT.
Yeah, now taking a look at some of these items, right? Anna picks up the Thunder Belt as well. That probably adds to get a little bit of extra damage, right? A little bit of something when you pop that skill in, come in, get a nice basic attack. It helps even out this Lancelot just a little bit. Not only that, but taking a look at Yuzi and Mello, both with the blade armor to help deal with Kokomi, who wants to just unleash that speed, but that kind of helps you melt down Kokomi just enough so that Guapsi, Midnights, and the rest of the team can clean things up.
Absolutely there. And I feel like that's a great itemization, like you said, right? To be able to throw a little bit of what Melissa's trying to dish out right back to him. And right here, right, we can see on some of these pushes here as they were looking for the siege, looking for the end, able to lock in on those targets. I mean, Trex, this is so much action going on. I don't even know how you did it. How you were able to find your way through casting over that. But like we said, Guap Easy picking up that double, then look for the triple kill, and then ultimately targeting in for the crystal, ignoring everything else, and then Fallout, just doing a great job. They played the macro so well with the first Lord, with the second Lord. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Find the towers, find the win, clean, smooth, and effective to be able to close out game 1.
All right, so coming into game 2, what can the Empire do to take it, right? Was it a draft issue? Was it a game issue? What are the answers for them as we move into the second draft and overall second game?
Well, I feel like maybe the problem might have been, maybe they didn't have too much of a reader. Maybe didn't precisely ban out exactly what they needed to. We were thinking maybe Hayabusa would have been that next pick for Anna to be able to lock in, but went for the tanks a lot. Right, and while it still is the assassin, still had that utility and tank ability, like we said, kind of like how they had with the Karina. Lancelot's been stepping up, filling up that same role. So even having things to lock down that Lance, potentially some of those engages, still a little hard to deal with. But moving into that final or the second game of the draft for this series here, and like I said, we're talking about the answers a little bit. It looks like Empire's still going to start out with those assassin bands for the Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty regular, right? I think something Fallout did really good in the last game was in the laning phase in the first like 4 or 5 minutes or so. They had good map control. They really were able to have Mello on the roam, right? Able to kind of, like I said in the very beginning, hang out in those bushes. Kind of stuck with Anna a lot in the way they rotated through. They were always looking for ganks in those off lanes, and those were the towers that crumbled first. Then they all came together in the mid lane, took that tower, and it just felt like they knew that what they were doing from start to finish, towards Empire didn't really seem to be coming in with a plan, or maybe it just got interrupted, and they didn't know how to switch gears.
You know, speaking of Mello, I feel like he did a great job on the Lolita there. Found a lot of good sets, but not just for those big shebangs on that Numian Blast, but even going for the single pickoffs. He was not afraid, definitely not shy to let that hammer drop onto the members of Empire there. I mean, we saw from the get-go, right on the start, dropping a lone set onto Alex there. And it was enough to get the kill and then be able to open up that turtle for the team to be able to pick up that first move to objective. So I feel like they have to do, maybe not only worry about Anna, but you have to worry about Mello and pay a little respect to his playmaking capabilities and what he can bring to the team as far as sets. Because he did a great job, not only, even if it wasn't a set, but zoning. We saw it on that mid inhibitor near the end there. Didn't connect with too much. I think he found one, were able to find the kill, but it was enough to open up that inhibitor, which ultimately led to them pushing in, sieging to end on that crystal base.
Most definitely. Now, overall, bans looking pretty similar to last game. Bans haven't really gotten too crazy recently. Not a whole lot of targeting. And, you know, you mentioned Mello, and I think sometimes in a game 2 like this, it's a good time to maybe try something different, right? Focus into someone on the bans, maybe leave it a bit more open. Try to find that one player who makes the big plays happen. I think last time they tried to do it to Anna, wasn't really able to succeed. So either focus even harder into Anna here, or focus hard into someone else. A lot of possibilities. Do they want to take that risk, though, of wasting bans on just one person?
I mean, that's always a thing, right? I don't feel like it was a bad call to try it, because we even talked about it as well. clearly when they didn't have the assassin on the side of Fallout, they struggled. They weren't finding wins when they got put onto those utility jungles. But it seems like now they made an adjustment where they were like, hey, well, we can still put an assassin into the hands of Ana, and it'll have that sustainability to be able to last these fights if we run with the tanks a lot. So I feel like they found their answer now. So even if the teams try to key in on those assassin bans, there's still something left to pick up. So I do think they might have to adjust, maybe go for some different roles like that roam. Maybe that's where you have to go for, and that's kind of what it is. That's the great thing about a series. You have time to adjust and adapt. But speaking of adjusting and adapting, they got rid of that parameters for their own side, and now they're going to go ahead and opt in for that glue, which they had to deal with last match.
Yeah, Kaja is still open though for Fallout. They're going to pick that up immediately along with the Fredorin. So I mean, it's a good trade for Fallout, I feel like. Now yes, Yuzi had a Yuzi had a wonderful game with the glue last time, and I like the fact of taking that away. Now you get this Farza as well, so both things looking good. But if Melo plays as good as a game as he did last time with this Kaja, there's a lot of threats. If he can lock down this, if he can lock down Demon on this Farza, get some nice picks, it could be a nice win for Fallout.
And, you know, it's really interesting to note here. It's been a lot of talk, maybe not over here in North America, but I have been paying attention to overseas. It feels like Glue, a lot of teams have really been liking him to deal with a Fredrin, right? If you can get on top of him, move him away from the team, don't let him close the gap to use that overwhelming amount of CC he has. I love to call him the walking petrify, because that's really what it feels like once he gets on top of you. There's really not much movement coming from there. And then they even added on top with the Lolita here. So you got the Numian Blast, you got Glue looking to CC him. I feel like that's also a response to the Kaja as well. Kaja needs that close range, looking for the Divine Judgment. But what's there to stop him? A Numian Blast. Glue stunning him over and over again with the Slam. It's a lot to deal with if you're trying to make those type of plays. So I feel like it's a good give and take there. Kaja, Fredrin, extremely strong, but I feel like what Empire has right now, they have a little bit of response to it. So at least maybe try to slow down what they're looking for. And you put that in front of a Farsa as well, that's a pretty nice lineup in my books.
Yeah, so it's going to be really important for the way Melo approaches these fights, right? Can't just come straight in. Has to find some nice angles, work his way around Glue. Maybe not exactly be the first engager, you know, maybe come in a little bit after the team fight to pull someone back. Let Fredorin be that front line. But either way, whoever goes in first, there's definitely a lot of risk with the Lolita now, plus the Glue, a lot of CC, a lot of play potential. I think possibly with last game being so slow, this game could be pretty slow in the beginning as well. Both teams kind of waiting for the other team to waste some skills and then strike back.
Absolutely. And I mean, right now we're looking at the first half being completed. Like you said, there's a Glue over there in the XP, and they look to respond to things. I feel like maybe a Lapu Lapu wouldn't be bad for the side of Fallout to put in that XP to go up against him. I believe Arlot's still on the board to also be locked in, slotted up for their side if they choose to go. So they do get the first pick out of this, since they are on that red side of the draft. So they're going to be able to complete the bans and then get the first pick out of it. So they can leave something open for themselves to be able to respond with. So I feel like there's some good possibilities. Even a Benedetta would be very nice, right? Benedetta plays extremely well on Glue. Yeah. Able to just avoid the fight, cut the lane, get out, get going, and then you're able to deal with the Farsa as well. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 if you're able to pick that up in that XP. So I feel like there's some good answers for them to also respond back.
That's one of the things I think I love about EXP lane right now, is it feels like there's always a lot of answers. Like a good EXP laner, there's just no way you're really banning it out completely. Yes, there are some certain EXP laners that do really well in certain heroes, but it just feels like it's such a wide pool right now. Hot take real quick, Fallout banning out a Hanzo down there. I'm pretty sure that's a Hanzo picture. I was looking, I was like, who is that? Because I can only see part of the face, right? Almost positive that's a Hanzo ban, right?
Right.
Hot take, Alex has been known to actually pick up the Hanzo jungle, and it has been something that has like kind of crept into the meta here and there, and ultimately it could do okay against the Fredorin because you're never actually having to get face to face with him. But just an interesting fact. I don't want to go too deep into it, but yeah, I think that's one of our first Hanzo bans so far in the NACT.
Well, I mean, you might shy away from it, but I think that is an interesting point that you made. That's a great read, though, because it actually has been rising up a little bit in popularity. I know you actually seen it overseas a few times, but it's been locked in a couple times onto the Fredrin match specifically. And like you said, since Alex is kind of used to that pick, it's actually really nice. Oh, I see the
I've
Lilia.
been waiting for that.
We talked about this earlier, right? It hasn't. We were
Where's she
looking at the
been?
statistics, right? We're like, where's Lilia been at? She's been so good or used to be utilized, but now we're gonna get to see it. But before we hop in on that, before we stack on top of that Lilia pick, I also wanted to be noted. It was actually super interesting. They actually banned out the Kadita, right? Aiming out at floor there on the mid lane, but with that response to the Lilia now, Trex take it away. What are your thoughts on that? How are you feeling?
I've been waiting to see it. For those that don't know, first pick Lilia in the NACT so far. Haven't seen it in the regular season at all. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of other good mages. Big siege mages are super important right now, but I still think it's a solid pick. A little worried how it's going to pair up with the Kaja. Normally it goes great with Lolita, maybe with a Raft, something that can slow down, but Empire also getting crazy. This is what I'm so glad we're getting these games tonight, Deku. We're getting some spice. Yesterday we had some spice. Tonight we get some. That is an Alice Gold Lane? Alice Gold Lane or Jungle and Granger Jungle or Gold Lane? Any guesses?
I don't know. There is a lot going on here, Trex. That's what I'm saying. We got a Hayabusa, Lilia, Granger, Alice. That's a quadruple scoop of delight and joy in my books here. That's what. And we definitely got to hit the pose there, Trex. What is going on here? What in tarnation are these teams doing? This is getting ridiculous, but this is NACT. This is what I love to see, man. These wild cards, unorthodox compositions from both of these teams. They're just throwing it out, right? This is a bunch of haymakers.
Okay, so Jungle Hayabusa.
That's right.
Uzi EXP lane Fredrin. That's all
right.
figured out. Empire, either Alice Gold Lane or Alice Jungle. Either one of them could take the gold, right? Like either one's possible. I don't think you want to put Granger in the gold. I would rather see Granger Jungle, Alice EXP, I think. Which one would you rather have?
Hey, honestly, it's a really weird situation to think about. I mean, I don't know. But it's like we're not gonna get to there just yet. We're starting up game 2, Trex. We're gonna load up. It's gonna be an important match for the side of Empire. They are facing elimination up against Fallout. And right now, they're looking to prove themselves into the second match.
I mean, it's match point on the line. Fallout trying to get this sweep on. Does look like Alex is going to be in the jungle, and that will be a gold lane Alice. What are your thoughts, Deku?
Insane in the membrane. I think some legendary philosopher said back in the day, but insane in the brain. And that's exactly how we're feeling right now, right? Alice in the gold lane is absolutely it's new, right? It's fresh over here in North America right now. Might even be fresh to the other regions. I haven't caught Alice in the gold lane in quite some time, but this is what it's all about, right? Stepping out of the box, stepping out of the usual. I mean, even Fredra not being in the jungle counts as unusual for me in my books. He's been so stuck in that jungle role. It's great to see him moved out to the EXP right now. So we have a lot of interesting matchups. Alice up against the Claude there. Granger up against Hayabusa. Fredra up against the Glue, but hang on, a showdown in the Litho.
Yeah, I mean, Reckless, that was actually really clean. I know it's something very minuscule, but I love those minuscule things. Reckless gets the stun onto Anna just in the nick of time so that Alex can secure the Litho. And it's those small, tiny things in a game like this, which is a game of seconds, you know, those small things do add up and make a difference.
So right, it's the attention to detail, and every little thing, like you said, kind of stacks up to an overall result in the match. You know, a couple good things here, a couple good things there, and now you're in a good position to go ahead and win a match. So maybe looking to see them stack upon that and make a couple more good calls. But speaking of good calls, right, we got a Hayabusa up against the Granger. I'm interested to see how they're going to look to approach this first neutral objective. I feel like both of these might be better off going for a side lane gank just because that early burst they have. Looks like Empire is actually setting up with the Granger. It was reset though, but they do have the numbers, have a lot of control in the river. Now we're going to have to see if Fallout's going to go ahead and make the response. They are starting to group up here, Trex.
Yeah, you know, one of the only problems I feel like with this Granger jungle is there's not really a lot of targets, right? You try to get down Midnights, he pops the black shoes. Everyone else is bulky. You're a burst damage dealer. It's not going to be easy for Alex here. Usually going to come in, try to space Alex away, get the taunt. Turtle gonna get reset here. Still waiting for jungler Anna to get into the fray, but he's been stealing that orange buff while the rest of his team keeps them busy. Anna now gonna engage, trying to get onto Mikasa. Both flickering to the same spot there. Overall, still a standstill. Once again, 3 minutes, no kills on the board.
No kills on the board, but some plays being made out of Fallout. Like you said, a long, stalled out turtle dance going on. But Anna not wasting any time. Cross river, picking up that red buff. That's a good trade in my opinion. Now Granger's not going to be able to pick it up. Alex is going to be left without one. But hang on, looking for the clash in the jungle.
Yeah, Alex in a bad spot. Numina Blast does come down. Almost gets a stun onto several members. While this is happening, Demon going to pop the Feathered Airstrike. Yuzi gets grab, but Jordan Empire not able to get the stun onto him just yet. Mello going to fend them away as well. Turtle still on the map, 3.5 minutes in.
That's right, Trex. Turtle's still on the map, and that's what a lot of this hustle and bustle is going on in the top side of the river. Both these teams are trying to secure it, trying to find a way to get this neutral. And right now, it's just not going in either side's favor. Both teams doing a good job on the disengage. It looked like for a moment Alex might have been in trouble, but that Numian Blast coming out from Reckless, able to help him distance himself. Feather Airstrike coming right on top of that to add in with some damage as they were trying to force Uzi back on that Fredrin. So both of these teams know exactly their limits, if you will, as far as the give and take in trades and positioning. Neither one really making any mistakes. We're still 0-0 as we crossed over to the 4-minute mark. Still have the first turtle, and it's actually starting to get a little stale, but there it goes, Trex. The first blood.
Wapsi gonna get picked off. The Alice gold lane starting to look okay. Anna, though, does find the turtle for that trade, and this keeps the gold at a standstill. The only downfall is Wapsi, one of their mage damage healers, is that first blood.
Absolutely. And you find a kill, and then you find a turtle from one of these two teams. Like you said, still even on the board there, but now a little bit of aggression.
Mello looking for Alex. Numina Blast comes in, though, but no damage to help out. Demon with Feathered Airstrike. Not enough to take out Yuzi. Appraisal's Wrath comes down. Not able to find Reckless, though. Purple still up. Will go down, but Alex falls. Nice Uzi shadow kill. Anna able to find that one. Jordan's Empire, though, showing up a little bit late to the party. Will find Midnights, though. Now we're getting some kills on the board. It's 2-1, 5 minutes in. Anna going to be able to take that creep and get away.
That's right, Trex. Now we're getting somewhere. Things are starting to happen. That turtle took so long, and all that action, that Clock of Destiny has been picked up now by Demon on this Farsa. We're already locking in some core first items in between these two teams. And I have to say, it's still a great match. Only down 400 gold from Fallout, which is pretty much negligible if you're talking about a competitive match. 2-1 on the board, kills going to the side of Empire. This can still go to either side. 100 Strike being locked in from Alex. Now got that early pin. Gonna look to find some damage. But like you said, it's gonna be a little tough. He is facing some tanky opponents. Burst damage, but he's gonna have to find a way to break through the defense that they're gonna have online for them. But a little rotation down to the gold side.
Yeah, Demon, Alex, and Mikasa looking for something. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Big Desinata. Mello will be the first to fall in that skirmish. Mikasa looking for Midnights next, bringing the health low, and Reckless picks up the kill. Next, Anna gonna try to come in. Does have the ultimate, decides not to use it, knowing that is a death sentence against those 4 members down there. Alex gonna take that tower. Mikasa gonna bully away, try to find this purple buff. Anna is able to pick it up, though. But this is starting to become a problem. I think throughout this game, we got to keep our eyes on Mikasa. Reckless doesn't go down. Almost a nice kill from Anna, but still, Empire starting to find the advantage here.
And you know, I'm starting to think maybe that ban they had on that Kadita was a good read, because Midnight's right now is falling behind, but the turtle gets picked up by Alex here.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Empire's found their groove, right? Even though Alex is a death, he's doing okay, but I think the real problem right now, Mikasa. We were iffy about the gold lane Alice, but now that it's gone deathless, she's just gonna get stronger and stronger and just become this walking DPS machine, shredding down everyone, possibly getting stuns into the back line. It could become a major problem.
And you know, it's really interesting to note, right? Granger in the matchup against Hayabusa, obviously we kind of have an idea which way that should swing, but it takes so much resources to deal with Mikasa on this Alice, and this is just the early part of the game. We're not even talking about as we cross over, you know, past that 12, 13-minute mark when a couple more items are unlocked. A little more annoyance has been stacked up by the side of Mikasa here. They're not going to have enough time to go deal with Alice, right? You got to deal with this Alice first, or your whole team's going to fall apart. But a flicker play.
Big flicker play on to Demon, and they take the tower. This is what Fallout needs to do, find those picks. While that's happening up in the top side, Guapsi takes another death.
Takes another death, but they also pick up a tower to add on top of that, so another +1 if you will. And that's the great thing about these teams sometimes. When they find a trade, a lot of teams like to walk away, right? When there's more on the board for them to be able to take. The Empire is not letting anything slide for free. They find the kill. Okay, now we can get the tower. That's a quick two-piece combination. So now they're making their way up to the mid tower, maybe looking for a little bit more here.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way Empire is starting to roam around the map. I think they've gotten, you know, they're really kind of grouping into this death pall and just rolling around. One member splits off here and there, whether it be Mikasa, whether it be Jordan's Empire. One of them kind of macros the off lane, while the rest look for picks. Now, Alex is going to kind of go back to the jungle, but still, they're playing a slightly different game than what we saw last time.
And that's the great thing about them. But hang on here, Hayabusa.
Ooh, with the shadow kill, we'll move on to Reckless, not able to get the kill onto Demon there. Lord now up. Map looking pretty dead even, though it is a little more in the blue side.
That's right, 2-1 advantage right now if you're looking for the side of Empire. Lilia, Midnight's just picking up the Ice Queen one, but is that going to be enough to slow down the force of Empire? Funnily enough, Midnight's, with the only pick able to have a second chance at lives, has one of the highest deaths on the team, but it's like they're going to add some more deaths to the board, potentially. Empire, jockeying for position right now, right? They're going to look to try to zone off the members of Fallout. They want to keep this Lord in their position. Losing that topside tower, they have to find the trade and pick up this Lord here, Trex.
Yeah, Anna's going to come in. Anna finds the Lord. Anna does go down for that one, but now Yuzi gonna lock on to Alex here. Destinata comes out, big Newman on blast. Alex wants to lock on to Yuzi, but Yuzi doesn't want to give it up. Praises Wrath, just misses Alex with the weave. Gonna try to escape from here now, but overall, still a beautiful trade. Yuzi still fighting against Demon, gets a taunt, but eventually goes down. Reckless picking up the kill. Guapsi with the Blazing Duet, gonna be able to find Alex. Fallout with some answers in their pocket right now. Taking the Lord, taking 2 top lane towers, but the battle still continues. Mello gonna get immobilized, gonna get stunned, trying to dash away from Mikasa, doesn't want to let it happen. Under the tower, finds a kill. Midnight's now moving on to Mikasa, but health brought way too low. This is a game, Deku.
This is definitely a game, and this is what we like and what we want to see, man. These top 8 teams battling it out. Nothing's going for free. Absolutely nothing. There's going to be a response. There's going to be a punishment. There's going to be some thought processes here. And there's going to be some eliminations on the board when mistakes are made. And that's what we're seeing between Fallout and Empire. And it seems, again, like you said, Empire playing completely different this match. That's the strong part about this team, man. It's like they're always evolving. Last night, able to pick up their first win in NACT up against Wasians, getting that first series. And I know that victory couldn't have tasted any sweeter. And now looking to take out another strong team as they are looking to try to even this up. Like you said, they are facing elimination. This is match point for Fallout here. If they can get it done, Empire will get none as far as victory and spoils and joy. That's exactly what Fallout's trying to do, but engage in the mid lane, Trex.
Oh, they're looking for Guapsi. Does use the Blazing Duet. Reckless able to get the Newman on blast. Guapsi does go down. Demon will fall next. Anna picking up that kill. Reckless now on the run. Mikasa sits in the midst of them all. It doesn't matter how bulky you are because you still might fall, but there's just no damage from the side of Fallout right now. Anna goes to the backside, looking for Reckless. A beautiful flank. Can't quite get the finish though. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Empire giving a fight, still holding the gold lead.
Both of these teams having a dance with death here, tried to find the upper hand, but like I said, it's going to end at a 1-1. Neither side getting a clear advantage here, but I do have to say, this is starting to build up to be a very impressive match. And like I said, this is one of the matches we were looking at, kind of on that undercard, to be one of those smaller noise around the match, but definitely something living up to the hype. Both these teams feel like they're so even right now. For Empire, that is a huge compliment to be able to deal with this team formerly known as Gosu, to be able to come into NACT first time competing, only having 2 players in the team that have competed formerly, that being Alex, Reckless, everyone else very new and fresh to the professional scene. But you couldn't tell that if you're looking at this game right now, as they're currently leading in kills and gold, and even almost keeping it even on the map. They are down 2 towers here, but outside of that, in great position.
So, another fun fact, while we have some time, I'm pretty sure Mikasa was a pickup before season started. Everyone got to do, I think, like 1 or 2 slight changes, and Mikasa was a pickup. For those that don't know, Mikasa, I'm pretty sure was Gosu Mikasa back in the day. Mikasa, I mean, and as we can tell, Mikasa's probably, I mean, in my eyes, one of the really a star on the team right now. Even when the rest of the team is behind, Mikasa just does a great job. And now even playing something unorthodox like this Alex, he's really just carrying the Empire on the back right now, I feel like. Now, possible engage here. Reckless looking for a play from the side.
And look at Ana here with this awkward positioning. We're going to get spotted out, though.
Yeah, a lot of damage on Ana, forced to use a shadow kill. Gonna go on to the Lord, not gonna be able to get away from this one. Mikasa finds a kill. Newman on blast to crash down, but really it just keeps Fallout away. Lord down to about 20%. Fallout, no way to answer.
Absolutely not, and that's just a bad play from Ana. If you were anybody else in the team, that's not a questionable positioning, but you are the man with the retribution, and you are a squishy assassin hero. You can't take those kind of risks with Trex.
Mello gets a nice pull on Mikasa. The Winter Truncheon comes out. Midnight trying to get away, doesn't have the black shoes, gonna be able to escape.
Mikasa.
No! Mikasa flickers in to find that kill. Mello now in a little bit of trouble as well. Uzi goes down next. Empire taking the game into their hands.
Right now, they got a nice advantage on the board here. Trex mini wave pushing it on the mid side. They can pick up a tier 2 here. They still have that enhanced lord going down on the bot side. They're gonna look to pick up down the bot tier 2. They have the number advantage still. Uzi, Midnight's down for the next 10 seconds or so. And with that being said, you have all 5 members up from the side of Empire, plus the Lord. So no matter how you slice it, they got the number advantage. You got an eye on Mikasa up there, doing a good job clearing up that top lane. Gonna go ahead and get those waves synced. Empire right now might have flipped this game on its head. They stumbled just a bit, a couple mistakes, gave towers over to the side of Fallout, but now are responding and getting it right back. But look at Ana.
Ana being really aggressive, just needs to make sure there's an escape opportunity if Ana's going to dive in like that. Mikasa sitting at 4-0-5 right now. There is just no way to kill Mikasa, and a beautiful repositioning. Able to find Uzi there. Ana taking a lot of damage. That Sonata comes in. Mikasa flickering in under the towers. No fear at all. Moving on to the team, creating space to make sure the rest
Jordan.
take the inhibitor. Now, they've cracked the base. Guapsi in the backside, using the Blaze Duet. Tries to BMI out. Ana also trying to defend. Midnight's pops black shoes, but 3 members are gone. It's a 2v5, and the Empire doesn't want to let up. Waiting for the next wave of minions. Jordan and Reckless decide to finally back off.
Absolutely, and like you said, this Alice pick really doing a lot for the side of Empire. Got him in the backpack, 2 straps, Dora the Explorer. What's in the bag going on? But Ana looking for another engage, Trex.
Mikasa though, man, and now Demon with the feathered airstrike. You know, every time he comes in, they group up quickly. Wait, nice taunt. Demon does go down. Uzi gonna look for Reckless. Ana trying to make a move as well. Midnight's dropping the glooms, dropping the bombs, looking for someone. Backing him off. Empire now on the run. Mikasa does take the purple buff. Fallout trying to reclaim the map a little bit. Mikasa finally in a bad spot. Will this be the first kill? Winter Truncheon drops down. It's a 5v1. Mikasa, the unkillable, finally goes down.
And you know what? Even with all that happening, Jordan doing a great job with the macro, keeping that pressure on the top side, and that's ahead of the Lord coming in. Less than 20 seconds to go. They got the top side advantage, but Guapizi doing a great job on the bot side. Going to go ahead and respond to give them a little bit of an advantage. So both teams had to respond to those waves. That's a good top and bottom response in between these two teams. But Mikasa is down, like you said. He did get taken out. That is a number advantage to Fallout, and it looks like they're going to try to make the attempt to go for this enhanced Lord.
I mean, it could be a good opportunity for them. Jordan gonna try to come in there, shredding down the Lord quick. We gotta keep our eyes on Alex, though. This could be bad. He's gonna try to dash in and possibly steal this. Newman on Blast does come down from the backside. A lot of damage on the Lord. Watch for Ana. Ana able to take it. Guapsi comes in with the Blazing Duet. At this point, Fallout just needs to bail out. Reckless taking a bit of damage. Jordan's Empire forced to back off. They got what they came for. Ana on the run. Mikasa going to try to corner him off here. He's able to flicker back right in the midst of Alex with the shadow kill, doing a bit of damage, but there'll be no escape. Immortality pops, and Mikasa's not going to let him go.
Guapizi not going to let that trade go for free, though. Clearing out that minion wave. Looks like we're going to be able to find that tower. It's only one hit. If one minion can just get there and get it ready to take it down, and there it goes. They're going to find the tower, find a little bit of a trade there on the bot side. It's going to be nice for them. They got that Lord pushing up in the top side. A great pickup, a great ally to go ahead and replace Ana, who's off the board for another 20 seconds. But Mello, Uzi, Guapizi, and Midnights can look to group up around this enhanced Lord and replace him, make that the new 5-man Winter Truncheon picked up there from Midnight. Midnight's with the Winter Trunch, with the Black Boots, is looking to have 3 lives here up against the side of Empire and be extremely hard to deal with, extremely hard to kill. Speaking of extremely hard to deal with, Jordan's Empire.
Yeah, nice pull. They're going to get that pick off. No! Empire!
Whoa!
Jordan able to flicker away. That's a nice way. That's a nice way to waste some utilities if I ever saw one before. Melody and Yuzi both down ultimates. Lord is marching down. Keep our eyes on Demon here, though. Gonna go back to base instead of trying to make a play from the backside. Anna still at his own base, trying to defend their final inhibitors. They're gonna be able to defend this. They lose an inhibitor. We're going to another Lord.
And I just have to say, Jordan's Empire has to be the worst father of the year. Left all his kids behind, but made sure he got out of there. But now, with that being said, he's going to be still here. Still play's been called out here, though. Trex, we could see maybe a pickoff being called. Fallout doing a great job of responding there. Not going to get caught out now. A utility spell wasted from the side of Empire. Not going to have the element of surprise now for any kind of pickoffs, unless they get some good positioning in these bushes, some good vision denial. But right now, they haven't found anywhere to set up. They're having to respond to the waves. Fallout currently has the positioning with that Kaja, with that Hayabusa on Anna and Melo's hand. They're going to look to find one. They don't need to fight them all. Just to take one off the board is a great pick for them. A 5v4 is what they need.
And they just wasted that Death Sonata as well. It will be back on the map before this Lord comes up, but still, Fallout's just done a pretty good job at baiting out some of these ultimates here and there. I think the major thing for Empire is going to be Reckless and Mikasa, right? Trying to get some big plays, get to the backside. And speaking of the two, they're deadly. They come in, their comms are on point. They're trying to make plays happen, and they just opened up the Lord pit to themselves.
And, you know, Anna has to be extremely careful. I didn't even know Reckless had information that Anna was sitting in that bush there. Went straight for the flick. Like, he knew he was there. Was no doubt about it. Flicker looking for the stun. Had that connected and they had some damage ready to go, we might not have an Anna on the map right now. But speaking of people on the map, Guapeezy being ran off from that top lane. Going to have to go ahead and make his way over to the Lord. It's like both teams are going to go. No one's going to respond to that top wave with pressure in the favor of Fallout.
Nice concealed play. Reckless doesn't go down here. Newman on blast to respond. Finally, Melo does find it, but Anna goes down to Alex. Uzi and Midnight's on the run. Uzi will fall first. Midnight with the black shoes right in the midst of all of them. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Empire gonna be able to claim this Lord.
And that's huge for the side of the Empire. 3 members down. What more could you ask for? This is probably the best case scenario to be able to pick up a sword in 20 minutes with Guapezy Trex.
Flopsy goes down. A bad play from his side of things. Melo's just chilling. He's like, I'm going to wait. It's cool. I'm just going to wait right here. I'm not going to move a muscle. I know they're not going for the Lord. They're trying to end this here, and here they come. And with Melo all alone and 20-plus second death counters on, we might see a game 3 here. Death Sonata comes in. Big stun. Mikasa finds the kill. All they got is a tank and 1 minion, but they should be able to clean this up. Empire going to take game 2. We're going to another game 3.
Man, GG. Trex, I gotta tell you, these new teams that are out here in the NACT are living up to the hype, man. I know from the start, I was saying I was very excited to see a lot of these new teams, and they're doing more than just coming out here playing and losing. They're taking wins up against big names, right? Again, this was formerly Gosu. This isn't some ragtag team that's never been out here, never competed. They're doing what they got to get done to be able to solidify themselves as one of these top teams. Empire's not looking to just be here. They're aiming for a top 4 spot. And with a win like that, it's looking convincing. Now all they got to do is close out this series.
Yeah, and I mean, that was such a close game, right? Both teams kind of going back and forth. Yes, Empire had a lot of the advantage, but we know Anna can always come in clutch and possibly steal a Lord. Even with Guapsi behind, he knew his new assignment. He tried to get the split push, but in the end, Empire, Mikasa really helped seal the deal there. We were worried about that Alice Gold Lane pick, but boy, did it work out, and I'm so happy to see NA kind of switching up the meta here a little bit.
And while you're talking about, I mean, Mikasa having a monstrous game, 6-1-9, really leading the way for the team. Most farmed up out there as well, complete items, a very interesting choice as well. Really went for a lot of damage, only 1 defensive item. If you're looking, maybe the Winter Trunch as well, sure thing, but mostly a lot of damage. And you definitely could tell every time that he connected with the Blood Ode on top of someone. I feel like the HP bars were just dropping it right here. Seeing a little bit of action unfold. Look at that, a quick pick off. They tried to take out Reckless. He stayed alive pretty well with that Numian Blast, ultimately falling down to the shutdown. But if you're seeing the Death Sonata Feather Airstrike back there, like we said, they had to use so much resources for that front line. No one able to respond to the backside, and damage just falling down on top of him. And then it was just cleanup time for the rest of Empire with Jordan, with Farsa there, with Mikasa on that Alice. It was going and clean up everyone that was left remaining.
And I love the fact that we're not wasting any time here, Deku. We're jumping right into the third draft. Match point for both teams. And they're going to kind of take this one a little bit slow. No bans coming right up as we normally see. A lot on the line for each of these teams. We built up the hype from game one to now. One of these teams is going to stay in the top four. The other one's going down. Will Fallout fall out? Will the Empire rise, or will it crumble? Definitely a question in all of our minds. First ban going to be Martis and Fanny.
And you know what, Trex, while we're sitting here with the first bands rolling out, we got to talk about it, right? I got to give some kudos to that man, Coach Wei. That Alice pick not only threw us off, but I think threw Fall Off out as well. They never had an answer to deal with it. That was a great pick. I'm not sure if it was him. It might have been a little bit of argument, maybe from Mikasa, maybe opting in, or maybe one of that Alice. But I know one thing, it was the right choice. No matter what, no one can deny that. That was a great slot, and it performed so well, Trex.
I mean, it's such a great, honestly, when you think about it, it's not something you think about, but when you do, it answers so well against the Claude, right? Because essentially Claude, DPS, right? I want to hit that Blazing Duet and shred you down little bit by little bit, but against an Alice who is constantly getting little bit by little bit of life back, it essentially just nullifies everything that Guapsi does. So it was just such a great answer. It was someone that could really dive into the backside, still get life back, and not go down like normally other heroes would dealing with that. You know, anyone else dives back, they get hit by that Blazing Duet, they're going to get shredded, the rest of the team is going to eat them up. The Alice, on the other hand, because Mikasa had such a solid early game, it was just such a great answer.
I mean, you also got to think about it too, right? Getting some of that regen, but the Alice also had the Vengeance as well. So not only was he getting the lifesteal, but returning damage back to Claude. That is a huge L. And you know what? It's so funny to think about. Even with the Wind of Nature, the Vengeance returns back his magic damage on top of the magic damage that Blood Ode is doing. So he can't even defend himself, even with that defensive item. And also, just to add on to it, you put Alice in there with the Blood Ode, you got Glue on the other side of the map with Split. That's a lot to deal with if you're the side of Fallout, man. How do you handle that on top of the damage coming from Farsa, coming from Granger from afar, Feather Airstrike, Death Sonata? That's so much chaos going on. It just induces so much.
I mean, I feel like everyone in Empire just had a great game last time, right? Like we saw. Even Alex, we were worried about the Granger, and towards the end, he knew who he needed to target with that Death Sonata. He wasn't always going in on Uzi. He found Anna in that last big skirmish. He would find Guapsi here and there. Always kind of, he was sniping out with that Death Sonata, man. He was sniping out. He barely ever landed on one of the big boys on the side of Fallout. So, I mean, both teams showing a lot of competence on a couple different heroes. Now we're jumping into the third draft. The first bans are down. Kaja still open. Instead, Fallout decides to go for the Valentina.
Go for the Valentina. Keeping up with that theme, Valentina being one of the most picked slots out here in NACT. Number one right now, and even from the blue side, extremely strong. Empire opting in for that Glue again. I'm actually surprised that Fallout kind of let that through. They struggled with it, especially when it's paired up with that Alice. I'm not sure if they'll go for the Alice again, but we do know it's an option for them.
Yeah, I mean, if Guapsi wants to lock in the if he wants to lock in the Claude again, then we always know that is a possible answer for the Empire. So now we're kind of in the Fallout's head, right? We're kind of making them think like Guapsi does great on the Claude, but just know we're ready for it if you decide to pick it.
And they're locking in that Farsa again with that Glue, a great combination. If you can find someone with the split, hold them down, move them back with that slam as well, and position them in a way for Feather Airstrike to connect. It's a great 1-2 punch right there. Let Glue handle all the dirty work. And if you're playing Farsa, at that point, you can auto-aim. Wouldn't recommend it for most of you, but it is an option when you have something to hold down and pick. You just let those bombs fly away. So I feel like this is a great combination, and I'm glad they're going for it again. In that Farsa Valentina match, we've been seeing that duel all NACT. It seems like when you see a Valentina, you see a Farsa, you see a Farsa, you see a Valentina. It's just kind of the dance right now going on in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I feel like the thing with this Farsa and Demon is in Game 1, Empire had a little bit of trouble with map control. Game 2, having this Farsa in that early phase, you get a lot of mobility, you get a lot of possibilities to reposition, and it kind of tilts that map control over. But speaking of mobility, Uzi is going to pick up this Benedetta, not something we've seen tonight, but a pick we've kind of been waiting for. I personally am a big fan of the Benedetta. A lot of proactiveness comes from it, a lot of ability to be involved in those turtle fights early on in the game.
You know, we're really surprised about it because I actually think we talked about that last match as well. When the Farsa came out and the glue was in the XP, I feel like Benedetta would have been a really great answer. You can beat out glue shooting out from lane. You don't have to fight him. You just have to be able to rotate faster than him. And that's exactly what Benedetta would have done. Would have been a great answer to the Farsa. All you have to do is elect the blow, petrify, shut down the feather airstrike, and that's all you got to do to fulfill your job. As a Benedetta in that matchup, it's too easy. So I'm not really sure why they strayed away from it last match, but this time, Fallout going to go ahead and opt in for a great slot, in my opinion, to respond to those two picks from the side of Empire.
Most definitely. Now, into the second bans, right? Both sides got their roam, both sides got their mage, both sides have their EXP lane. So do we really just kind of punch ourselves in the head? Is one going to kind of go for jungle? Is one going to go for the other side? It does look like Empire's going to take out that Lancelot. I'm thinking we might just see the Hayabusa next. Fallout. They're like, we don't even care that you have your EXP lane. We know this is a threat because you can put it in the gold lane. They take out the Alice. This is what I like to see.
I mean, if you're looking at it, it would work and do well again so far. And maybe even deny out some of those marksman picks. You got to think, as a marksman, going up against an Alice is extremely rough because once she's on top of you, it's almost like it's just nothing you can do. And it actually matches up pretty well against Benedetta. Again, you both are avoiding the fight. You're just cutting ways and rotating. So it's not like you're able to just stop the Alice from doing what she wants to do. So I think that's a good ban from him again. The Phobius ban, I'm questioning a little bit. But you know what? Up against Empire in that 5-man fighter composition, they did throw the Phobius in. So that is something they could have flexed again right here instead of a marksman going for a Phobius. That actually might have been a great call from Fallout. We know Coach Wade is not scared to think outside the box. Obviously, with the 5-man fighter composition, the Alice gold lane, anything's possible right now from Empire.
Most definitely. Something else that's interesting is the moment the Alice gets banned, Empire's like, all right, we're banning the Claude then. like you want to ban our answer to Claude? We're gonna ban the Claude. But second time seeing in the NACT season, Roger Jungle. We're gonna get to growl this game, Deku. We're gonna get to growl.
Hey man, I'm all for it. And right there on the response right back as a carry, but we really got to get onto that Roger pick, man. That is huge, right? Like you said, second time getting to see it. First time it got locked in was an automatic win. I think Pogi, right? 877 had a match up against the Hayabusa.
It's the only time getting locked in.
That's actually... Do you think maybe they're trying to bait Fallout to go for the Hayabusa right here? Because that is still something Anna can go for. We saw the Roger and Hayabusa matchup. They have the Kufa as well. They might really be trying to make him fall for the trap.
I don't know. I don't know what honestly,
they got rid of the tanks a lot.
Do you play like you're trying to counter the Roger? They decide to go for the Akai, which I think that's solid. I think that's really solid, actually. Don't play with the mind games. Don't deal with it. When someone wants to pull something crazy like the Roger, just keep it simple, stupid. Go for the Akai. I definitely like it. It stops that dive possibility from the Roger immediately.
Drafting for Dummies 101, right? But we have to be noted. I feel like either way, it's a trap because, like you pointed out previously, they haven't found success with the tank jungler. So while it's a good response on paper, how's it going to translate for them in the game?
True.
They haven't been able to make the utilities work, and I think this was like either way was going to be good. Either they go for the Hayabusa, and we have the Roger to kind of deal with that same and have that same snowball aggression, if not more, as well as the Kufa right alongside him on the roam, or they go for the tank utility, which they have not found any success at all picking it up.
They're going to do it again. They're going to go for it again here. It's going to be, we're going back to 2021, ladies and gentlemen. We got 2 bulky offlaners. We got a Lapu, I'm guessing, in the EXP, Glue in the gold, maybe the other way around, doesn't really matter. And then a Roger in the jungle. I feel like I'm watching M3 or M2 right now. We're definitely taking it back.
And, you know, I really have to really give the praise and kudos to the side of Empire with what they're trying to make happen here. And having someone behind the team trying to help them kind of draft or whatever, because this is starting to rise up just a little bit. It hasn't made all its way to the professional scene, but over those other regions, they have tried to pull it back to the double fighter in the side lanes. And I feel like having someone like Coach Way behind him, he's not over here in North America, he's over here in Singapore. So I feel like a lot of these funky, fresh ideas we've been seeing, the Alice gold lane, the full 5-man fighter combination with the Phoebes over there in the gold lane, and now with a Lapu and Blue on your sides, Roger in the jungle, it's a lot happening. But Trex, speaking of things happening, we are heading into game 3. It's match point elimination on the heads of both of these teams, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, somebody is taking the loss tonight. We're watching Mikasa and Anna both helping out the rest of the team in their jungle pathing. Fallout versus Empire. Now, all right, we got a lot of possibilities here, right? We got this Valentina, gonna be able to possibly steal Demon's Farza ulti, take that feathered airstrike. Jordan Empire had a great game on the glue last time, but he wasn't up against a Benedetta. Any team you're favoring right now, Deku?
Oh man, I love a good off the meta, off the grid type of team, and Empire's really living up to that. I know I predicted for Fallout to win, but I just can't help myself, man. I love rooting for these type of compositions. It's completely different, it's completely new, and I love to see them find a win. So I'm gonna have to go with Empire. It's in me, Trex. It's just in me.
Honestly, I'm gonna go completely against what you're saying. I like Fallout here. Empire's just a little too groovy for me tonight, man. They're a little too crazy. The Roger, yes, Pokey did well with it, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it tonight. Demon though looking for Guapsi. Does get some nice damage. Gonna probably send Guapsi home here. If Empire can do that. Wait a second, watch her Anna. Big heavy spin, gonna get the pick onto Mikasa.
Nice.
Mikasa does use the flicker, able to get away. Back to a 0-0. And these 3 games always have no deaths early on in the first few minutes, and I've enjoyed it.
But you know what? We might see some early because a lot happened there. Originally, I felt like the trade went to the favor of Empire. They forced the Purify, forced carried it back. But here comes Anna with that Akai, with the heavy spin, able to go ahead and waste out not 1, but 2 flickers from the side of Empire from Mikasa and Demon here. And that's ahead of this turtle. That's going to be huge. The Purify doesn't really matter. Carries going to be on the other side of the map. But 2 players are not going to have any escape as far as spells from the side of Empire that are going to be present for this turtle take. So they can maybe look to punish and maybe force them into an error.
Yeah, looks like they might be trying to do a trade here. Maybe try to get a gank onto the gold lane. Well, Fallout goes for the turtle. But they're not going to be able to do it. Lane's a little out of sync there. So all in all, they just lose out in that.
They do lose out on that. Not losing out too much though on the gold. They're only down 100. Doesn't really matter at all. It wouldn't even count as a deficit. Pretty much just call it even right there. They do lose the first turtle, but that's not going to cost them the game, right? It's the first turtle. You can give that up away. We would have loved to see them at least maybe get some gold plating up there in that gold side. But like you said, waves weren't really synced properly. I don't think they really came into the match expecting to go to the gold lane maybe here at this early point in the game. But hang on, a little bit of charge up from Reckless.
Reckless does get a big hit on Midnight's and Mellow. Feathered Airstrike comes down to try to clean up. Not able to secure a kill though. Fallout able to get out of a death sentence there. Mikasa looking for the stun on Guapsi. Guapsi gonna chip away. Doing some nice damage on Mikasa. In comes Anna with the heavy spin, getting the stun. Mikasa gets some shield, but first blood does go to Anna. Human on blast about to fall down onto Alex. 2 members stunned up. Anna will fall though. Midnight's now in the midst of it all. Alex under the tower looking for the dive. Not able to find the kill though. It's a 1-for-1 jungler for Mikasa.
You know, it's so much going on here. You see so many ultimates break out, and it's still only 1-1, where you expect a couple more people to fall out here early on in the match. But again, this just speaks to both of these teams. They're really good at what they're doing here, trying to find those trades, trying to find those kills here, but not looking to give up more than they're comfortable with losing here. And I mean, it kind of just has to be stated, kind of has to be pointed out, that it seems like from the side of Empire here, they had the right idea, but hang on, Trex, a potential pickoff.
Mikasa trying to look for it, but I'm gonna end up getting picked here. Guapsi gonna chip away. Ooh, I was a little scared for Guapsi there for a second, but they do end up finding the kill. Anna now trying to dive in. I mean, Alex trying to dive in, but Anna knows he's there. Guapsi going to be able to survive another day.
That's right. Turtle spawning up too as well. Demons off the board. Mikasa just spawning back in. So it looks like Fallout could have some opportunity here. Jordan Empire's doing a good job, though, cutting that lane. He's going to force someone to respond. Midnight's going to go try to clear that up, and now he's working on the mid side. So they're going to have the pressure as far as waves goes. They can potentially look to contest and challenge this Turtle. They are still even in gold, so it's not like they're behind at all as far as the deficit goes. Fallout looking to respond. Trex, we're going to see a potential battle for this second neutral objective.
I mean, Anna doesn't have the heavy spin just yet. I think they want to try to prolong this a bit. Here comes the new blast from Mello. Gonna land down. Stun 3. Big hit. Jordan's Empire goes down. Alex trying to pick up some pieces, but Uzi's on to him. Alex gonna go into wolf form. Gonna transform, but not be able to find anything. Waiting out in this bush, looking for the steal. Anna still no heavy spin. Alex trying to make the play. Mello hits the stun, but it's onto the turtle. Alex finds the turtle. Mello will fall down next, so a nice response from Empire there. Taking a slight lead in the gold. Demon now looking for Uzi along with Alex. A nice kill. Reckless, cocked, ready to go. Locking on to Anna. In comes Alex. Double kill for Demon. A nice play from the side of Empire.
And it's not going to stop there. Trex find the turtle, find some kills, and now open to the opportunity to go ahead and take down that bot side tower. That's a sweet trade for the side of Empire right now up against Fallout.
I mean, the damage is there with Alex, right? And as long as the rest of his team can set him up like Reckless is doing, like Jordan's Empire is doing, Mikasa, it makes it work, right? He can't be the first one to go in, but as long as they get some stuns, he is shredding through. But Midnights finds Demon. Alex trying to lock on to Midnights there. Here comes Empire from the side. Watch Reckless. Looking for the dive under the tower. Mello drops the Numen on blast, but onto the wrong person. Empire's a little too bulky right now.
That's right, not able to find that kill, a decent Numian blast, if you will, but without having the follow-up, it's going to be all for naught. So, with that being said, Mikasa coming up with something for the side of Empire, finding that tower on the top side. They currently have the lead in towers. Fallout hasn't found a single one yet. They are leading in kills, but isn't translating too much objective-wise as far as towers. They got a turtle, maybe two, but actually, no, because they lost that second one over there, so they've only found a turtle so far, even with all these kills. Empire's running away as far as objectives go.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the two bolt... Hold on a second, Reckless. Alex locking on to Mello here, but Guapsi's here with Speedy Light Wheel. Mikasa not able to lock it down. Numen on blast, about to drop. Reckless gonna get stunned. Feathered Airstrike drops as well. Reckless will fall. Alex very low. Uzi finds the kill. This is where things could start to turn around. Mikasa and Demon on the run. And what I meant to say is, with two fighter off lanes, you're going to have a nice early game, right? But eventually, that will fall. Guapsi is still deathless, and with a marksman like Carry, as long as he can continue this, it's going to become a huge problem for the Empire.
Well, you know, I agree, but also disagree at the same time, right? Carry is really at the disadvantage. It's a lot to deal with. You have to worry about Jordan's Empire. You have to worry about Demon on this Farsa with that Feather Airstrike. You have to worry about Mikasa, right, with the Brave Fighter stands. Then you got Reckless as well. It's so much to help engage. But what I think the piece that's going to be to help them is that Benedetta. He's able to split that fight. Speaking of split the fights here.
A little split comes in. Jordan's Empire able to dodge that fight. So a nice play. Fallout, though, has reclaimed a little bit of this map. They haven't translated it to any towers yet, and Empire is still consistently looking for towers. Is going to get a nice stun with the Tyrant's Revenge on to Midnight. Mikasa dives into the backside. Alex unable to finish it off. A nice response. Anna going to try to defend this tower. Uzi moving in as well as Mikasa, Demon, and Reckless wait for another play to happen, but they decide to disengage. Conceal play coming, though. Empire stuns on to Guapsi. Guapsi is trying to escape with his life. Feather Airstrike comes down, gonna hit the Cyclone to get away. Mello might be the next to fall, but again, great disengage, and the re-engage comes in. Another Numen blast drops, but Anna doesn't find anyone. Midnights goes down. Alex gonna get stunned, take a shower shot.
Ooh.
Anna trying to find it. Can't find it, but finally does. Alex goes down, taking his second death in this game. They are back in fourth right now. No one's letting up.
And if you see Uzi there, if he kept the eye on him in that fight, look at Demon's HP bar. He's doing exactly what I was talking about. It's what's going to be needed from him if the side of Fallout is going to look to try to win this game. Empire has so much engage. right, coming in from the side, but the range is coming out from Demon. And if Uzi can keep that Farsa out of the fight as long as possible, doesn't even need to find the kill. You just have to keep that blind lady away from the action, and you got a great recipe for success if you're on the side of Fallout. And not only that, back to that Guapizi point that you were talking about for carry, I don't feel like carry alone is going to be enough. But if Demon's able to keep Farsa away, at that point, all Guapizi has to do is a couple cha-cha slides, a couple backflips with the carry to keep kiting back. That's right. And take it back now, y'all. And then you got the Numium Blast from Lolita, from Mello, who's been doing a good job with the disengage. And then even Ana, right, has been using that heavy spin a little defensively. We've seen him pin Lisa early up on that wall, giving a kill over to carry. So if you have the combination of that, Demon split the fight, the two front lines over there kind of help with the pill. Now Guapizi becomes a threat to match up against a non-Marksman Empire team aside from Roger.
Honestly, you know, you said it about Mello doing so great with the disengage, and then the re-engages, saves that Numen on Blast, flickers out of trouble, and then pops it to return right when Empire's in a bad spot, and always in good spots too, like in the jungle, in tight-knit areas where Empire has nowhere to run. It's been one of the saving graces. Finally, Fallout starting to also get some macro. We're seeing Uzi move up to this top lane, try to reclaim some towers, try to make this map a little bit more blue, right?
That's absolutely right. They're going to look to claim a little bit more, but it would be possible right now. You can see Empire with that trio rotation. Empire, Alex, even Demon here. They're looking to make some plays, but keep an eye on Uzi on this Benedetta. This is why I love the Benedetta pick, man. Able to outclass this Lapu as far as those cuts and getting right back over here to the fight. If you keep an eye on Uzi, he's debating, right? Keep an eye that he has vision on this Farsa. He's just waiting for the opportunity to join that fight and go ahead and be able to zone him out. Hang on.
A little bit of damage here. Feathered Airstrike comes down, does have the heavy spin, forced to use it as a disengage though. Keep our eyes on Guapzi. He has farmed up a little bit. Gonna maybe try to make a play. Pop speed White Wheel walks right into Reckless though. Gonna get knocked up. Able to use the Purify to get away though. Mello does miss the Numen on Blast. Lots of damage does come on to Jordan's Empire. He's the first to fall. Mikasa now in the midst of 4 members, taking a whole lot of damage. Guapzi goes down. Nice Terrify. Midnight finds Mikasa and the Lord is down to about 20%. Nice Feathered Airstrike coming in from Midnight. Reckless trying to zone them away. It's a Lord fight. Alex walking on to Mello, trying to find his way onto it, but Uzi takes the Lord. A nice double kill for Alex, though. At what cost? Making a triple. It's a Lord for Fallout, but they lose all their members, and Midnight is alone to defend.
And you know, it's just funny to see how it translated there. We saw, right, the engage coming from Empire. They were stacking on top of carry, but Guapizi was able to reposition at the last second to create distance, but who came and finished them off? Demon on the Farsa. And where was Uzi? Not in sight. He has to be there. If they want to keep Guapizi in these fights, to be able to overwhelm Empire, he has to keep Farsa back. It's non-negotiable. As long as you can keep the Farsa off, keep that damage to close in and take care of Guapizi when it matters most, they have a great shot. But if Uzi doesn't complete that task, if he doesn't do the one thing he's out there to do right now, which is keep Demon back, they're not going to be able to capitalize. They found that Lord, but they lost the overall team fight, which made it useless. You have to be able to win the fights if you want to win anything else on the map.
I don't know though, Deku. I still feel like the longer this game goes on, though, it creeps more and more into the advantage of Fallout. We got some items though, and we got some time to talk, so take us through it, Deku.
I mean, right now, and I feel like this is a misplay from the side of Guapizi here, he has no defense items. So that's even more reason why I feel like Demon has to be targeted out. There's not going to be any defense from him to be able to hold back. You got defense coming in from a couple of other members, but nothing really as far as magic damage. This is why I still feel like Demon's going to be able to outclass and outshine. There's no magic resistance. Look at the engage here, Trex.
Ooh, nice pin.
There it goes.
Uzi will get deleted, though. This is looking bad for the side of Fallout. Retri does come down to slow him down, but still, it goes into the advantage of Empire here. And they've done such a great job at just macroing this map as well. They're not really over-engaged exactly. They've been consistently controlling every lane. Fallout forced to move up, and with the double fighter off lane, Empire's able to kind of spread their team out a bit more.
That's right, and they've been doing a great job of playing around with that pawn that they do currently have. It's not a marksman, it's just a blind lady sending out some shots. I'm not even sure if she's seeing them connect, but getting the job done, sending that 4-2 and 5 demon is trying to lead the way. Since you're coming out from Fallout, though, they're going to go ahead and try to create some vision to kind of see where they can kind of rotate to. I feel like right now, the way the map is set up, they have to be extremely careful. They're working against the terrain right now. Empire has so much control. They can set up pretty much in any bush that they want to right now. Look at Fallout. They basically have to hold hands and sing Kumbaya just to move up and down across the board. And they're just on the bot side of the map. But can still come out here. Trex might see a pick off.
Yeah, they are going to get stunned. A lot of damage. Heavy spin comes in. Newman on blast drops. Towards Empire able to escape once again. Speedy life wheel. Going to unleash against that tower and melt it down. But watch for Reckless here. Hiding in the bush. Looking for the knockup. Big whiff. Going to move right past, right in the midst of Midnights. But all this time, Alex working away on the Lord. Not going to be able to do it himself, though. Now, tables have turned a little bit. Fallout feeling like they have a little bit of control, but Empire still ready to fight back. A lot of damage on him. Mikasa. Midnight packs a punch right now. Uzi trying to move in for the finish, not able to get it. Gets finished himself. Alex gonna find that mega kill. Reckless getting shredded down for the speedy light wheel. Anna into the midst of this feathered airstrike. Newman on blast does not connect onto anyone. Mello with the bulwark shield, able to keep Alex away. He wants to try to re-engage, but he just can't. Only death on the board is to Uzi, so Fallout losing out once again.
And they're losing out the disabler for this Farsa, but I have to say, they went for kind of a ballsy play there. It almost worked out for them, but Jordan's Empire with that glue, man, so slippery. You can't mess with the Play-Doh. It's not for kids anymore. Able to disengage and make them waste so much utility and waste so much time. And now Alex, he's going for this Lord right now. Half HP Trex fighting unfolded.
Mikasa taking a lot of damage. Midnight able to find the kill. Lord, he's getting lower. Anna just keeping a nice position.
Wap easy.
Got for Mello, very low. Alex finds a kill, reads it beautifully, dashes in the bush and finds that one. While this is happening though, Wapsie able to take another tower in the mid side. The macro, the micro, both teams are bringing it in. And we're back to 16.5 minutes, game 3. All of it's on the line.
And that's a great read from him. That's two really nice macro plays coming out from Fallout. Yes, the gank onto the XP on the side of Empire didn't work out. It wasn't successful, but that's a play that we see at the overseas. They like to go for that gank around that 50-second mark or 30-second before the Lord spawns in. If you can find that pick off, you don't have to worry about the pressure on the other side of the map. The same way you're seeing right now from Jordan's Empire, making them respawn. If you're able to find that pick off, now you can completely hone in and focus on the Lord. They weren't able to get it. But then, in this fight here, the Wap Easy here on carry said, okay, I can't fight, but I can split down this mid lane that we can break the neutral state on to find a tower. Plays like that are going to help Fallout be able to win this game here. It's just going to keep coming so they can stay consistent. Trex.
On big conceal with the heavy spin. Reckless will go down. Immortality pops. Mikasa trying to save the day. Another immortality pops from Mello. Very low. Empire into the backside. Guap's taking a lot of damage. Ooh. Might not be able to escape from this one. Finds him with the grab. Midnight does pack a punch though. Looking for Alex. Uzi also trying to fight into this, but two members are down for Fallout. One of them is the Retry. Empire should be able to take this Sword free of charge at this point.
They can definitely go for it right now. At this point, they're just keeping the members back for the airstrike coming out there for some good zoning. Now Alex again working on that Lord solo, a little bit of assistance now, and I have to say, man, Empire is playing this so well. They know exactly what they got to do with this composition. You saw Jordan's Empire drop on the Guapsi there with no response, no one able really to keep him back, and then here comes Mikasa. He's 1-4, and he's doing his job, doing just enough to force Guapsi out of that fight. The only other range, the only other real damage to the side of Fallout here. After that, there's no one left. You got Midnights on Valentino, but after one dash, after the second dash, there's nothing left to utilize here to be able to stack on some bursts. So with that being said, even though they're throwing bodies at it, even though they're falling, they're keeping out the damage dealer, and that's allowing them to win these fights in the long run, even without having a marksman of their own like Carry in their backline.
Hey man, all I got to say right now, if Roger wins this game, he's got 2 games played and it's 100% win rate. Empire trying to defy the odds here. Lord is going to crash into that inhibitor. Middle inhibitor falls. Uzi gets caught by them all. First to fall as well for the side of Fallout. Anna is trying to defend the top side. Lord has not touched the base just yet. Feather Airstrike does come down, able to get some nice damage on Anna there. Anna forced to go back to the base, get some health back. Minions still coming along with the Empire. They're gonna lock onto the base, down to 50, down to 30. Mikasa trying to finish it, and Fallout falls out. Empire takes game 3 in a best of 3. Well played.
Oh! Here comes the big bad wolf there, Trex, able to lead the way to be able to help the side of Empire take down their opponents here. Who would have guessed it? None of us had the caster this, man. We're all wrong tonight. Oh, no. I think Ben's the only one that went for Empire there.
There was one.
Oh, man. Ben,
well played.
He read it like a book.
Very well played by the Empire. One of the funnest series I think I've casted in a while. Definitely very enjoyable. Both teams did an amazing job. And honestly, I know we all voted for Fallout, but we all had a feeling they were going to take a bad loss. I thought, honestly, if they were going to lose, it was going to be a wash. But they gave a great fight to the Empire. But tonight, the Empire stands strong.
That's right, Trex. And I know when we were sitting up here, I kind of wanted to change my opinion a little bit, but it was too late for me. After seeing how they performed last night, I'm not really surprised they were able to come out tonight with a game plan. Shout out to the Empire. All the players were amazing. Coach Wade with incredible ideas of versatility as far as the draft, the bans, the picks, the setups, the rotations, everything about it was well executed from Empire. They're going to send Fallout to 0-2 for the weekend here. And if you're looking at these teams, man, looking at the items, it's just different. Right? It's different coming out from them. With Alex out here on the Roger, with the Hunter Strike coming out with the DHS. You don't normally see that kind of put on Roger here, but against the composition they were on, it paired up so nicely, leaving him having a pretty nice game, 8-2 and 6 strikes.
Most definitely, but I think the real star, even though this last game, I mean, even with the 4 deaths, Mikasa, and here, taking a look at this, I mean, even this game, right? Mikasa always came in clutch. There was a few times they would get the pick onto Jordan's Empire, and Mikasa would come in, get the stun, so that Jordan's Empire could get away after the immortality popped. And from game 2 to now, just completely helping out in so many positions, definitely doing a wonderful job for the team.
Absolutely, 100%. Couldn't agree with you anymore. And I know this is exciting for Empire here. They were looking for another win. They're fresh off the win last night. That was the first win out here, the first series to be able to catch an NACT. And now tonight to be able to recapture that sweet taste of victory. What could you ask for, man? 2 wins for the weekend, didn't take a loss. That's huge. Taking down Wasians here, and then being able to take out the second team as well. It's a great weekend if you're Empire.
Yeah, I mean, the Empire is definitely coming, holding strong, looking for their next target. Who will be on that checklist? Take us through some of these final replays, Deku.
I mean, right here, I mean, just looking at a clean pickup from the side of Empire here. But in this one, this is the only match I feel like Fallout really ever seemed like they had the opportunity. And that was just from first match. But after that, everything felt like it was Empire. There was never a point where it felt like they were a lower end team, right? Which is where we kind of had them placed number 7, just above LaimiTop. That's where they were at on the totem pole. But after that first match, man, they really came alive, and you really had to question, are they really at the bottom of the pool? And I mean, the answer is resounding no. If we're going off this, they take down Wasians, and now you take out Fallout, aka formerly known as Gosu, in the same weekend. That's a pretty nice resume building up from Empire.
Definitely an amazing resume. Empire strikes back like it's a Star Wars movie. Now, I'm excited about that one, excited for the next ones, but before we get any farther, we're going to throw it back to our beautiful host, Liz.
Now, guys, before we go on into analyzing that intense matchup of clashes of the 2 clans where Empire secured their victory, we have a special guest today, Desi, one of our top junglers in the NA community. How are you doing today, Desi?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing great, and as someone that we've actually played before together with Desi, you are a pro jungler and you've played Roger actually many times. What do you think about the previous matchup between the Empire and Team Fallout, and what are your favorite junglers for the current meta?
I honestly didn't expect them to like win because Roger, as we know, falls off late game, and I thought they needed like a goal in at least, but they went like Lapu goal in. I didn't expect that. With like having two fighters silenced and having a Roger, I thought their late game like they would struggle a lot. So it kind of caught me off guard. And in the current meta, I really like Lancelot Tank. I think it's really good.
Yeah, of course, and we saw that Lancelot tank on a lot of teams so far. And with the previous game, you've actually played with some of these these teammates from Team Empire, like Mikasa, and you know, like what do you think of Team Empire moving this forward in the tournament so far?
I think they definitely improve a lot, and they have a really good chance of like making it to top 4.
You think so?
Yeah, cause they changed their lineup a lot. Like they would put Mikasa on Golden, which I found weird, but it's kind of working with the comps they're doing. I don't know how, but it is.
For sure. For sure, and Mikasa with securing a lot of that early game gold, that really helps Mikasa dominate the games as we've seen in the previous 2 matchups. But going back to you, Desi, tell us a little bit about yourself, because you actually have your own YouTube channel, from what I know.
Yeah, I'm just like a small streamer. I play jungle and I stream like almost every day. I just want to like shout out to my community, my mods. And I want to shout out my girlfriend too, because she's the one that got me started on this. Like she supported me a lot. And I also want to shout out my little cat. Come here.
Your cat? What's the name of your cat?
Yuji.
Ooh.
He's so cute.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah.
That's absolutely adorable. Just like Coach Deku's cat that we won't be seeing on stream. But yeah, Desi, you've been doing great. Like we've actually played a lot of games together, me and Desi, and he has always been a pro jungler, and he's always been so dedicated and persistent in the game. So make sure everybody follow Desi on his YouTube, support the small streamers and the top players in the community, and help our community grow. So last but not least, Desi, is there anything you want to tell your fans and tell the NA community, or any final thoughts on the tournament so far?
To my fans, I just want to tell them, bulge, they'll get it. Bulge. If you're from my community, you know what I mean. But yeah, I just want to say thank you guys so much for having me here today. Like I appreciate it. Thank you for this opportunity.
And we appreciate all your support and all your continuous work in the NA community. Thank you, Desi, so much for joining us today, and we will go back to analyzing that previous matchup.
We're back, Liz.
We're back. Now that was some quite shocking gameplay according to our talent stats, because only one person really predicted that. And in my naive opinion, I think that the 2 junglers from both teams actually clashed super well, where Akai made a lot of great early game pins with the last, as well as Anna dodging that with the unconventional pick with Roger in his first kill. So let's see who the MVP goes to.
And Alex takes
And
the
it
MVP now.
is, yeah.
I think it was solid. I think Alex had some great games, and honestly, along with the Roger pick, 100% win rate right now. They're changing the meta over here. I mean, Alex played a great game. Alex definitely played a great series. Honestly, everyone on the team played a great game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be that guy. I'm not happy with this, Trex. I wanted to see Mikasa be the MVP. We got an Alice gold lane. Okay, that was huge. Came up big. But you know what? Like you said, they did all play well. Alex definitely played a part. Roger jungle, 2 for 2. He's adding to that 100% win rate. He's the only other person that can claim it besides Bogey.
For sure, the Empire really showed that with these unconventional picks and the restructuring of their team, they are really coming up on top and rebuilding that throne. And with the Fallout, it looks like they are looking at their Fallout today down into the lower bracket, the lower seam of the top 8 teams. But they have proved their worth to the community. They have proved that, like Korean dramas, with chaos and spices, there were always something worth your time. So as we move on to the second half of today's matches, we are looking at one of the most anticipated match of the night between the Ohio sisters, the godly Ohio sisters, as well as Team A77. Will Ohio Brothers secure their domination in the tournament, or will the once champion but forgotten A77 reclaim their stand? We will find out in a short break.
as the rest of the team from the Ohio Brothers is going to go ahead and get onto this Lord. Mobazane in a desperate attempt. Lord T into the backline, but here comes a co-ultra to keep the Ohio Brothers stacked up. Zane is in trouble, gets taken out as well. That is two people left for the side of BTK as this Lord gets taken up quite quickly by the Ohio Brothers. 4 members now pressing into the core. This might be it. Lord T desperately trying to come into the back line, does not find the damage. We are down to almost about a 10th down from this core, basically taking down Lord T. Theo alone in the front line trying to cover for Yato to get himself to safety. Couple of dashes there might be the end for Kush, who does get picked up by Anna. Meanwhile, Ruby here to kind of clean up the mess at the purple buff, but we don't have any protection for any of our damage dealers. Look at how deep that Ackerman is diving into this right now. Tonix comes in, beautiful, I'm offended, does catch on to Poppy, who gets taken out by Promise. Beautiful engagement there by Ackerman, but it's not done. Promise goes ahead to try to zone out Anna.
They're not even sticking to normal rules right now. They just want to get crazy, and crazy they get because the Tyrant's Rage comes in. Cade goes down. Ashley gonna get hit by that Way of the Dragon, and Ashley gets found. Hoagie under the tower. Shadow Kill comes on him. Chacho Nagri gets finished. Hoagie, one slip away. Cade with the triple. K-Cutie with the triple kill. Able to flicker in and find Chacho. Aries 77 taking this game by the reins.
they will be able to keep an eye on them and what they're kind of trying to do. Well, you can see a lot of them fighting off against Ana here on the Fanny down on the bot side, but now Ana making the way up to the Lord. Could spell disaster for him. Look for the pinch.
Oh, and there goes Assault. Nello comes in from the backside, able to get the Divine Judgment down. Mar will fall along with Assault and Golem. Lord gonna go into the hands of Gosu here as LaimiTop scatter to the winds. No way to fight for that one. Zane knows he can't do it. Nice Divine Judgment. Yato goes down. Another one falling in the pocket of Alex. It's a bloodbath. Double kill for Alex. Black Dragon comes out. Zane on the run, but the Demonic Force locks on. This is looking rough. A Maniac for Alex. Will we see the Savage? No cooking tonight, but just enough to keep Alex in the lead.
Welcome back, guys, to the halftime show. What we just saw here was some clips of all the games during the past days and some of the top plays that we've seen so far in the tournament. In this halftime show, we will talk about some videos, some clips, as well as some exciting events. But first, casters, what are your thoughts on those clips? Are these your choices for the top plays so far in the tournament?
Well, I think first of all, first statement is the fact that, I mean, we got a league right now, and some of these players have just gotten so much better from what we saw last year, and it's no way to showcase them better than giving us a top 5 plays of the week. And personally, the play that got me the most hype was definitely the one that was in the #1 spot, Alex with the Maniac against BTK. Then he gets the MVP tonight, so just a nice ribbon on the box, right? Definitely hype. The fact that BTK ends up winning that game is what makes it even hyper.
I mean, don't stop there, right? Because I'm right here with you. Definitely deserving the #1 spot. Ended up losing that one, but tonight, adding a win to his column and only being one of the other players besides Pogi to claim 100% win rate with that Roger, man. He's having a fun weekend.
Most definitely. Now, Deku, out of all of them, any big play from you other than the Alex play?
Man, the little Lita play, right? From Shark there. I think that was number 5. That's right. That Flicker Numium Blast. I feel like, and we talked about it, I feel like if you have a number 5 and there's not at least one Flicker Numium Blast, the players aren't doing something right, because that's an automatic highlight reel. And I feel like Shark does it better than no other out here in North America. And then it's even funnier because he's making such a play, right? With that Flicker set. And then you have Basic just behind him. Hasn't moved a muscle, just sending out auto attacks. A freaking mannequin out there causing chaos right behind him. So it was just a great play.
I think Hoon as well, like all 3 of them, that's the thing about the Ohio brothers, right? Is like those 3 already have experience together. The rest of the team, best player, all plays well with them. And anytime one of them is making a play, the rest of them are there as well, ready to capitalize on that play. Shark and Hoon are just the dynamic duo right now, shredding through the season.
Absolutely. And I mean, the Ohio brothers, the Ohio sisters, whatever you want to call them, man, I feel like they really embody North America. I feel like someone just woke up from the side of Ohio, put some red, white, and blue on their hand, smacked it on the back of them, and then scribbled on Made in USA, man. And that's how we came up with the Ohio brothers. It just doesn't get better than that, brother.
Not gonna lie, the first time I heard the name, I wasn't a believer in it, but at this point, let's go Ohio brothers. I can rock with it. It's whatever. Definitely showing their stuff. Overall, anytime I see plays like this, it's always so hard to pick a top 5, because last week we did have some insane plays. As you said with Roger, we got to see Pogi make some great plays with Roger as well. We've seen some very different picks. Anna as well, I think, up against Anna up against LaimiTop last week on the Fanny also did a great job. It's just we've come such a long way. We're finally seeing some of these assassin heroes come in. Overall, NACT has just evolved to such a point.
I mean, the stock has definitely went up. And I mean, that's just from last week. We've seen some plays today that I can't wait to see on week 3's highlight reel, man, because we've seen things like the Alice again with the Roger. I mean, even some plays from the XPs, you know, people like A77 with the Lapu Lapu, you know, with plays like that as well, with these backline dives that people are going. Nicolette on her mid lane picks, some of the plays she's gone for. I mean, there's just so much you can talk about and compile. A top 5 doesn't even feel like it's enough. We need at least a top 10, top 15, and maybe some honorable mentions to get everybody in there.
Well, thanks, Deku. Another great halftime show. Hopefully everybody enjoyed it. Until next time, we'll see you guys soon. Let's send it back to Liz.
I will have to agree with you guys on your picks, especially that Martis play. I will never forget that 5-minute Maniac against BTK, sweeping them off their feet. Now, as we move forward in today's lineup, we have some special announcements from the community. First things first, we are thrilled to announce that the NACT 2023 Spring Grand Final will be hosted at the spectacular HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. And that's not all. We've also invited a special guest caster to join us for the Grand Final. Can you guess who it might be? Stay tuned for more updates. Oh boy, I wish I could spill. Now, secondly, we are delighted to let you know that the NACT now has its very own page on the esports section in-game. So be sure to check it out on all the latest updates, standings, and match schedules. Now, finally, we want to hear from you, our amazing fans. Where are you watching the NACT matches? Snap a picture of your setup and send it over to our Discord server in the fan message channel. Share your special NACT moments with us. Let's celebrate this incredible event in the NA community together. Now, let's get back into the action and good luck on all the games as we will come back. Oh, are you sniping right now?
Hey, I want to get in on this too. I'm watching the NACT.
Yeah, make sure you type it into the hashtag fan message channel with your setup. Trex. All right, guys, let's go into the giveaways for today. We are giving away again 30 codes to the advanced tournament chest, where you will have 99.5% chance to tickets, magic dust, and premium skin fragments, as well as a 0.5% chance to one of the 10 amazing skins. I don't know which skin you guys are looking for, but make sure you type that code in to the link in the description and secure your wins. Now, as you guys type into that code, we are going to go back to our short little break as we come back for that intense matchup. Welcome back, guys, to the second half of Day 2, Week 2 of the NACT tournament. I am Liz, and I am here with our amazing casters, Trex and Deku. And I think, like you guys, I am just all round up for the next fight and a little bit nervous. So, without further ado, let's quickly go into our predictions for the upcoming grand match.
Sheesh. Sheesh. Whole lot of Ohio sister fans on that caster desk. Everybody's going for them, but honestly, a couple 2-1s there. And if I have to say, if any team's going to upset the Ohio brothers right now, I feel like it could be Area 77 Deku.
It definitely could be. They're definitely a strong team. I just feel like for right now, just like everyone else up here, I think it's still an overwhelming favoring right to the side of the Ohio brothers, sisters, and whatever you want to call them in between. But that's just how it is right now. They could take a game. They could take the whole series. I mean, we just saw that in the last one, a crazy takeaway from Empire, and that could happen in this. But we're going to have to rock with what we know best, and that's Ohio beats all.
And we never know because all these teams have so many practice opportunities, and between the top teams there's really little room for mistake and little room for any slackbacks. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw Ackerman. I mean, we saw the Ohio brothers last night kind of get a little funky. We saw Shark pull out the signature troll pick Fanny, and they just knew there was confidence in them. I don't think they're going to approach Area 77 like that. I think they're going to keep it pretty strict, play the game that they know. If they try to do anything crazy, it could be where Area 77 comes out on top.
And Deku just nods with all the approval as we move towards the first draft.
All right, Deku. All right, the game we've all been waiting for tonight. Now, as we go through these normal drafts, even though the Diggy's a little bit special, something we don't normally see up front, let's set the story once again. Now, if there was a reason why you think Ohio brothers got this, tell it to us now.
Why Ohio brothers got this? I mean, there's a couple reasons, right? Start with Hoon, okay? One of the premier mid laners, #1 out there on the mage category for the top 5, undeniable, undisputable. M3 or not M3, M4, right? One of the top mid laners as well out there. Went pretty far with that Valley team, came back dominating. Shark, come on, man. M3, M4, pretty much every NACT, NASL. He's at the top of the pack somewhere out there. He's on the top of the pack for the top 5 roamers. Undisputable. Can't argue with it. Then you got Basic out there. Basically, just to round out that trio, just to be there in the background to help him out. Just like in that top 5 clip right behind Shark and Hoon getting it done. These 3 right there is enough to put on a team and say, let loose, have fun, and wipe out everyone while you're doing it. I mean, last night we've seen Shark or Roam pull out a Fanny out there. You don't know too many roamers that have the mechanics to be able to pull out a Fanny as well. It's just overwhelming what those 3 stars can do.
You got to snap out of it, Deku. Your Ohio brothers accent is coming in. Talking about first, we got Hoon. Next, we got Basic. Shark, best player, the best player. Up next, Hoon. Once again, this man's a monster. Now, Area 77, on the other hand, I'm going to keep it East Coast over here because we got Pogi coming in with some crazy picks in the jungle. We got Mark Cutie, possibly one of the greatest gold laners from 2 years ago. Is making a return though and has been doing well, and Gals Cutie, a great roam. If there's any team I think that can answer something to the Ohio brothers, this is them. At least in the first half of the season. Do I think Ohio brothers are going to clean up the whole season undefeated? It's definitely possible, but I don't think it's going to happen. Now, here we go. This is a test. Ohio brothers finally, I think, have a real challenge, at least hopefully. Don't get me wrong, it could come down as to a complete sweep.
This definitely could be a showdown on the frontier. And we're seeing a Fanny Band being locked in for A77, but that's a little interesting to see. That is best player over there. They don't want to let him pick up those assassins. We know he's apt for it, but we have seen other teams try to do this. Actually, we saw it in the last series, I believe, up against Anna, trying to target out those assassins on these assassin players. But is that a wise decision?
I mean, I think taking out the Fanny is always a wide decision if the enemy has a Fanny player, right? Unless you really have an answer to it, and I don't think a lot of teams in NA can really pull off that full answer. What I like is that Fredrin pick up front, not because it's got to go to best player, but because it can be swapped over to Yureshi. I see you, Deku. I know. We got the Faramis and the answer normally to the Faramis, the Valentina, so they've got the double package right now.
That's right. And, I don't really know how I feel about it. I think we saw this last night. Can't recall exactly what team, but ended up putting him in that mid and roam position. And I'm not really a fan of it. I really like to see some front line and maybe a little more extra utility come out besides what Faramis can offer. But we also can't deny the fact they do have Pogi. And we've talked about him having one of the biggest bags, you could say, in the jungle. That Valentina could easily be shifted into jungle position for him, leave that Faramis mid, and still have room for a roam. So a little more to be determined. We're going to see a little bit more of the draft right now, but the first half already quickly being locked in for the side of Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Fredrin pick up front without Yureshi getting slotted in right away, mainly because we know it could be flexed. Now, though, with Yureshi locking in this R-lot, it's a little bit more plain as day, right? It's a little bit easier to read. We know almost indefinitely that Yureshi's going to be on this R-lot. Best player is going to be on the Fredrin. Basic is going to lock in the Melissa. So overall, pretty solid from the side of OhioBrothers. Wondering if they're going to pick up this jungle first or if maybe slot in the EXP lane.
That's right. And, I really like the Melissa pick. I know a lot of people tend to go for that Claude, right, to kind of deal with the Faramis. But Melissa, it gets the exact same job done, and I think a lot safer. Claude kind of has to dive in, right, with the BMI, plays duet, with the AoE. Melissa just got to throw the muddles out. As long as you connect to one, you connect to a few more right behind them to be able to burst that out with that AoE damage. And it's I think, a little bit safer in the sense, crazily enough, that you're not as mobile, but you have that go away with that with that bubble there to kind of knock back and keep anyone away. And the other great thing is Claude doesn't really have a great laning phase, but Melissa does, and still has just as equally, if not better, late game payout.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with the Brody for Area 77, right? You really need to try to bully on early on and try to make that Melissa endgame even later. But the thing about having the Fredrin in this R-lot, you have two heroes that, surprisingly, Fredrin, even though he's a tank jungle, he packs a big punch in the early phase and the mid phase with that Appraisal's Wrath. So you kind of make up for that loss of early game by picking up the Melissa, and it's just a very well-rounded. Area 77 is going to go into these next couple bans and start focusing down on Hoon, taking out the Farza, which I think is a great choice because Hoon's just been a monster with it. Plus, they've taken the Valentina from him, so now we have to see Hoon reach a little bit because he's had a pretty comfy ride the past 3 days on mage picks.
Absolutely, and I really like that Lapu ban that we're seeing because he's extremely good into Melissa, even with the go away, the Raging Slash, as we know, immune to the CC, so you're able to still die on top of Melissa and still do what you need to do as far as damage, either take her down or force her out of the fights. I think that's a good read. I think it pairs up pretty well onto the R-lot as well, as long as you can enter into the fight early on. I feel like that's kind of the only way Lapu players kind of mishap that is when they kind of starve their own ultimate in R-lot, but if you let it ring right out from the jump, he can't CC you to really unlock all those dashes, and you can chunk his HP bar right away. And even on the Fredrin immune as well, chunk down his HP bar on those neutrals. I feel like that Lapu definitely would have been a great answer. So getting that out the way, it's a great read from the side of Ohio. But can you really expect anything different from the #1 team in North America right now?
Most definitely. And, a fun fact real quick. Hoon has only played so far in the regular season Valentina like 3 times. He's played the Farza like 3 times, and he plays the Faramis once, right? So right now, none of those are open. We're forced to finally see him play something different in the season, which is something I'm very excited for, right? Is he going to pick something more mechanical, something like the Julian, maybe the Gushin, get real spicy with it? Or is he going to go for something a little bit simpler? The Xavier's still open. The Lilia's still open. We saw it show its face for the first time earlier tonight, but we're definitely going to have to see him stretch a little bit, and that could be part of Area 77's plan here as we now jump into the second phase of picks.
It's interesting to see Kufra just got banned out from the side of A77. Is Pogi looking for that assassin pick? I know you were talking about this earlier, him being quite the Lance player, maybe pulling out that tanks a lot. That could be an option. Maybe get the Kufra out of the way. I know when Kufra's getting taken out, I just have a feeling it has to be an assassin because he's one of those roams that really answer well to those junglers that
might be a Roger.
Side.
Who knows?
It could be a Roger.
You never know with Poggy.
It could be it could be X-Borg, you know? It could be a lot of things with Poggy, man. It could be the Alice. I think he ran the Alice as well.
It could be that. I mean, I think he's got the most unique picks right now, probably for a jungler. He's all over the place, and it just kind of keeps you guessing, right? But is he going to do something crazy like that against the Ohio brothers? I don't completely count it against him, but it's also game 1, so we will see. The Ohio brothers definitely taking their time, though, with their pick. Hoon is going to pick up the Eve here. We've seen him play it before. I think something that Shark's going to get the Franco, which is like always a threat. Doesn't matter who gets it. Franco can always be a problem. But with Hoon on this Eve, I've seen him play it before, and honestly, I think he can be a little immobile with it sometimes. I think Hoon really likes to be aggressive and likes to move around, and the Eve doesn't exactly give that to him. Sometimes we see him hover down in the mid lane for a little bit too long when he's on the Eve. Hopefully, though, with Shark, he's going to have a little bit of pressure and be able to make some plays happen.
You seeing what I'm seeing?
Martis?
I don't like it. I really don't.
You don't like it?
We were talking about this off the stream, man. He hasn't found much success into the Frederick matchup, but we also noted, funnily enough, actually out here for the NACT, Martis actually has a higher win rate than the Frederick, even though coming in a little less as far as picks. I believe Frederick's sitting on about a 37, 38. Actually, no, I think that's too high, around 35, 36% win rate, and Martis is over that 50% mark. Funnily enough, though, overseas, it's actually the opposite. Martis basically has almost no wins, and Frederick's kind of leading the pack. So it's a little different over here, which is interesting to see. So if we're going off those numbers, it seems like A77 has the upper hand, putting that Martis up against this Frederick right now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I mean, we'll see how it goes because we are now jumping in to game 1. This is the Ohio brothers facing up against Area 77, but we're already jumping into a quick pause. Sure, I'm sure there's some reasonable technical difficulties. So this gives us a little bit more time. If you had to pick a draft, Deku, who do you like? Don't just say the Ohio brothers because you think they're going to win.
No, I'm actually looking, and I do like the Ohio Brothers draft a little bit better, but it starts out because of the picks, right? You have the Fred. That's a great CC to kind of hold down anyone underneath that Cold Holder if he can get in range. You have Melissa to add in the damage to anyone inside the Cold Holder. And then Franco, if he can just land a hook on just one of those pieces with that Bloody Hunt, I mean, that's always a setup for a kill. Like you said, it's always pressure, no matter who it is. But it's not just anybody. It's Shark on the Franco. So it's an extra level of threat and kill pressure right there. If you can just find someone in the bush, you take apart anyone on that team from A77 in this composition, it's pretty detrimental, man.
Yeah, I mean, in Shark, normally you would pin him as like that aggressive tank, someone that wants to make big plays, dive in, catch people off guard. But even on a hero like Franco, which is a bit more of a wait and bait hero, you know, like sit in the bush, try to get hooks, his aim is on point. He's still able to make the plays happen. Do I think it's his best hero? No, but you put anything in the hands of Shark. We saw him last night on the Fanny. I mean, Petrify, Roam, Fanny with Shark was decimating another team, and we've seen him do that in the past way back in NASL. So we know his hero pool's deep. We know he has those possibilities, and that is definitely always a looming threat throughout this game 1, because as we said earlier tonight, a Franco one hook can change a game.
Absolutely, and I feel like he really has the upper hand. It does pretty much exactly what the Cho's gonna do in the hands of Gal's Cutie as far as displacement, extended CC to be able to hold down a single target, but it's easier, right? With Cho, you don't have, with Franco, you don't have to look for the G Kundu, maybe have a well-timed Shunku to immune the CC, a TikTok flicker, 3-man knockdown play just to find one kick that may or may not go in the right direction. But Franco, it's like, okay, I throw the hook, I might hit, I might not, but I can always just flicker in a Bloody Hunt, and that's a for sure kill. So I feel like they're getting the same thing, but it just comes a little bit smoother, and that's a lot easier when you're looking at drafts. Just go for, you know, just simpler. Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah, I think a big thing for Air 77 here is be a little bit careful with your mid and your roam in the early game, because they both are a little bit squishy. You know, you don't have a big bulky tank. You're using Gal's Cutie on this Sparamies as the roam instead, and then you pick up the Valentina. So you have to be, if either of them gets picked off by Shark too early on, it can spell big trouble for the side of Area 77. But I think as long as they can buy time, having these two picks gives them so much utility in the mid. I mean, in the early mid to late game, right? Because they have this Cult Altar, plus they get Hoon's World Manipulation. They just get so many things out of this that normally would end up being a trade, right? Normally one team gets the Ferromies, the other gets the Valentina. So it's a little bit of a risk, but a high reward if it works out.
You know, talking about risk, they completely slipped my mind that we had that Faramus out there. I was talking about Gal's Cutie going to be out there on the roam, but no, the Faramus there, I think that kicks the Franco threat to a whole nother level, because now who's going to face check safely? If you send the Faramus in, Shark's going to take that every time. You can bloody hunt that Faramus, burst Gal's Cutie out and get rid of that Cult Ultra. That's a huge W. So really, anyone outside of this EXP pick is going to be a great take for the side of Ohio Brothers. And like I said, if you got Faramus, you got Valentina side by side, that's a lot of trouble and a lot to work with up against the Franco.
Yeah, I like the way Area 77 doesn't try to take that turtle, though. I really feel like they're playing for that 7-minute spike, right? They're not trying to be too aggressive. They're keeping it real slow. They know that Ohio Brothers have a little bit of an advantage here in these first few minutes, and they just need to kind of buy a little time here and there. Clear lanes, make sure the goal doesn't get too far ahead of them, and just wait until about that 7-8 minute mark when a couple people get 2 items in and they can try to make a strike.
That's right. Definitely need some scaling going on. They have a decent team fight composition. It would have mixed in with a little bit of pick off, right? With any Cho's going to look for it, but hang on. We almost saw a hook there from Shark. Yeah, and that's the threat, right? That's exactly what the Franco offers. Like, even if it doesn't connect, it's the fact that it almost could have. That'll make the side of Area 77 be hesitant in every single movement on the map, and that alone is enough pressure. Oh my god!
And there it is. Cult Altar does come in, but a silence is still there. Mark Cutie will be the first to fall. Gal's Cutie on the run under the tower. First blood going to the side of the Ohio Brothers.
And I mean, there it is. Right now, you're seeing it again, Trex!
Oh, K-Cutie walks right into that one. Doesn't have the vision. The Appraisal's Wrath comes down. Best player under the tower. Doesn't want to go too deep. You got what you came for. You're leading 2-0 right now.
Shark's already showing us what this Franco roam is all about right now. So much pressure, and he's feeling it with the recall spams, man. And but right now, we're seeing with all the gold plans been taken out, Basics already picked up the corrosion slice from Melissa, and underneath that 4-minute mark, that's going to be a huge pickup for them, because they've already taken the tower as well.
They gotta be careful though. They do have the Cult Altar ready to go. Shark taking a lot of damage. Best player finds Gal's Cutie. Decimation comes in to lock in Shark, but he's gonna pay for his life with that one. And while that's happening, K-Cutie at least finds Hoon, so it's a 2-for-2 on the map.
2-for-2 on the map, but 5-2 on the scoreboard as far as kills, and we can't stop just there. A 2K gold lead has been put out there from the side of Ohio Brothers, and that's after we've just passed the 4-minute mark. So definitely not a good spot for the side of Area 77 right now. They've been putting the hole nice and early from Ohio, and if one thing about Ohio Brothers, once they start putting you away, man, you can kind of forget about it, because that's kind of where you're going to stay. You're going to have to hope for mistakes, and from a 3-man team that's been sent out to M4, the mistakes aren't going to come too long.
Yeah, they're definitely not in Shark, man. Landing those 2 hooks so early on. You know, I mentioned it. Area 77 wants to play for the mid game, and Ohio Brothers know that. They're reading that, and they're doing exactly what they need to go against that. They're finding early game picks. They're giving them the advantage in the early phase, so that when Area 77 does hit a power spike, it's really just going to be a dead even, if not the Ohio Brothers in the lead.
Absolutely. Right now, you're seeing the pressure come out from Ohio. Hoon with that E with the rural manipulation, even though it's not finding kills, it's dropping HP bars and forcing him back. So that's just early on. We haven't seen Hoon stack in the Ice Queen wand with the glowing wand, you know, with the brute force and the divine and all these extra items that make the E pick so annoying to face in the mid lane. And it's in the hand of Hoon, no less, a premier mid laner, whether he's here or overseas or even in another game. So it's a lot to deal with. And just, like you said, this is just early on right now that they're falling behind. We haven't even got to the juicy part for Ohio Brothers.
Most definitely. I'm waiting for Area 77 to maybe start grouping up. We need to see Jassy possibly a little more involved in this. The only way they're going to be able to deal with Shark and Hoon and Best Player right now as these groups is if they start working a bit more as a team. Even if that means sacrificing a few offlane towers, they have to try to defend the whole team against the Ohio Brothers. And there goes another member. Gal's Cutie will fall. Jassy now on the run. Mark Cutie goes down as well. Hoon able to get the pick off using the real manipulation. Yureshi will get caught off by Pogi. Pogi now on a roll, drops Decimation, not able to pick up the kill though. Looking for Hoon. It's It's 1 versus 2, but the hook is lethal, so Poggy gets out of the way.
Got to get out the way. That's what's going on with Ohio Brothers, making a move at their command right now. And I have to say, man, they're kind of just putting it away on Area 77. We were just talking about it with the gold lead that they had. It was sitting around that 2K earlier. It's been doubled. Now we're at 4K, and this is what you can expect from Ohio. Once they get that lead, it's extremely hard to fight back. And you talked about Josh Cutie. I definitely feel like that's a point or a problem point for him. You put the put the Cho out there on that side. I feel like that might have been a little better if he would have got the opportunity to go roam. I feel like you have to go for a playmaking roam when you're facing Shark, because right now with this passive playstyle that the Paramus has to go for, you give all day and a half for Shark to make a play.
Colt Alter does come out to save Poggy though. Gauss Cutie gonna get taunted, taking a lot of damage. There's the problem with that roam, like you just said, and that was what we were worried about, the squishy mid.
Ooh.
You know, Faramis, yes, he has the Colt Alter, but not being an actual tank roam, he just takes too much damage, and if he can't get any tank items in early on and he gets picked off, he's just a walking target that can't even output damage. And Poggy gonna find best player with the decimation. Jashi, though, in a very bad spot, trying to get the G Kondo, not able to find it. Hoon picking up the kill, giving him a nice spree at 4-1-4.
That's right. Like you said, running away with it. And like you said, the roam difference is just crazy, man. You have a Faramus that's just waiting to tap a button for a Colt Alter. And then you have Shark that has all day and a half, like I said, to just sit around fishing out for hooks with Franco. He can do whatever he wants realistically in this match with no punishment. He can face check all he wants. He can throw random hooks all he wants. He could flicker into multiple members and go for the bloody hunt if he wants. There's really no threat for him, and that's why I feel like if you're going to play against Shark and Roam, oh my god, Trex.
Another big hook. Shark finding it one after one after one, and now basically going to melt down this tower. Area 77 in a very bad position, but Poggy trying to pick up some pieces. Hit by the go away. Now you got to go away. Poggy just able to possibly escape. Almost finding something. Basic will go down. Shark looking for K Cutie here. Gauss Cutie here to help out, but the mega kill goes over to the side of Hoon. Hoon being very, very aggressive. Hook just misses Mark Cutie and Gals. Mark Cutie looking for the possible re-engage. Best player picking up the kill onto K Cutie. Jassy with the kick, looking for the knockover. Best player will get found. Mark Cutie trying to output some damage. Best player just a little bit too tanky. Poggy doesn't have the decimation, will fall first. A nice Appraisal's Wrath, and Shark continues with the aggression.
Call me a monkey's uncle, Trex. Ohio. Running away with it, man. You know, every time I say Shark's name, it feels like he lands another hook. How many hooks has this man landed in this game? He's got more hooks in the system. We got minutes so far. We just crossed over the 9-minute mark, and Ohio already looking poised to close us out against Area 77. And make no mistake, Trex, I know it looks like a landslide right now, which it is, but they're not facing just a random team. This is Area 77 that we're talking about. We were talking about earlier before the match started as another kill's taken by Shark, that they're supposed to be a top 2, maybe top 3 team, and Ohio's treating them like your average 5-man out there in rank.
I mean, was that K Cutie? Because he disappeared so fast, I couldn't even really tell what player it was, honestly. Basic on this Melissa right now. Normally it takes a little bit for Melissa to come online. Basic's already there. He's shredding. He's melting. And Shark is the one making the plays happen once again. Lord going to be marching down this mid lane. Ohio Brothers trying to end this quickly like they have done all of their games thus far. Gauss Cutie coming in as well. Does still have the Colt Alter. Not able to pop it. Will falter first and go down. Basic will be the next to fall, but it's already 2 members taken away from Area 77. Lord finally taken out of the picture as Poggy looks for something, but just not able to connect. K Cutie in the backside. Ureshi dives in and finds the kill. Mark Cutie trying to stun him up, looking for a pickoff, but he's all alone against 4. This is going to be it. 1 minion to rule them all. Gauss Cutie coming in as well. TOP not trying to go home just yet. They want to come in clutch. Jassy now the only one on the map as well. No minions. Finally some coming in from the bot side, and the Ohio Brothers will not let up. They're going to try to lock onto the tower. Best player trying to finish things. The rest just want to take out Jassy. Now it's 4 members here. K Cutie here as well. Looking for a possible pick, but there's nothing to pick off because the Ohio Brothers take game 1.
Ohio. These guys are
That's the war cry right there, Trex. I mean, what can we say? Area 77, we were talking about if any team could do it, it'd be them to be able to take a game. But after game 1, I couldn't see if that's just any further from the truth. If that's the first runner-up to get it done, well, we got a long rest of the regular season for anyone facing Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, Ohio Brothers giving them the treatment like they've done everyone else. You know, I think even the Ohio Brother fans are saying someone needs to take them down, and no one is able to do it right now. I'm getting messages. You're getting messages wondering who's going to be able to take them down. Honestly, it just feels like they are top of the food chain right now. Taking a look at these items, anything special you see?
Yeah, I see some special. All right, 5 all-stars over there on the side of Ohio Brothers. But if we're really going to look at it, something I do find interesting is Yureshi, right? On this R-Lot here is pretty much all tank. He has a Fury Hammer, but outside of that, it's an Athena, a Thunderbelt as well. Not the usual build we see, but also not the usual R-Lot performance we see either, as it's kind of been on the receiving end of losses. But in this match, coming up big to find a win for them, as you can see right there next to Shark as well. Those hooks came a dime a dozen all over the place. He wasn't missing the mark at all. And you know what? I feel like Shark, he must be a really good fisherman in real life, because it felt like he just couldn't miss. The accuracy was on point from this guy.
Yeah, he was definitely like 8 or 9 for 10, landing every single one. I mean, that could, the way he played on that, he could pick that anytime he wants, and I'd have faith in it. He could pick it anytime. It's not like it's like a fallback pick. It's like yeah, let's lock in the Franco. Let's mess him up real fast, and it works out. Now this time, Area 77 will be on the blue side, and it's not like they got horrible picks. I think this time, maybe put Gal's Cutie on something a little bit more aggressive. I think that's where he shines, right? Maybe give him the Cho, give him something that can make plays happen, because Ohio Brothers, they want to go up against a squishy mid lane. They did the same thing to Toinks and Nicolette the other night when they tried to lock in the Valir roam and they had the Farza. They're just going to shred through that. They know how to capitalize and find the kinks in those weaknesses. So Area 77 needs to try to not have any early game weaknesses.
You know, it's really funny that you mentioned it, right? Gal's Cutie, you put him on that Faramis roam, and you know him just as well as much as I know him, that he's a playmaker in all regards, and I feel like you got to let him loose. You got to let him match up with Shark on even playing boards. You can't put him on a pick like Roam Faramis, something so passive. When you got someone looking for blood over there in the hands of Shark, he's going to take that matchup all day. There's no repercussion. There's no punishment. He can just go what he wants to do. Anything's a play for him. And I feel like if you put Gal's Cutie on that passive type of support roam, he doesn't get to embody what he really is as that menace on roam that a lot of people know him for. There's no playmaking you can really do with a Faramis roam. You're just looking to save lives, and he couldn't even save his own. So we gotta get that out the way, man, and let him really unleash.
I mean, Shark, like any other good roam, will always try to be in the enemy bushes, on the enemy side of the river. And if you let Shark do that freely, you build a composition where he can just hang out on your side of the map. He's going to give vision, he's going to make plays, he's going to get pickoffs, and the rest of the team, the Ohio Brothers, are going to be able to roam freely any way they want. And the way that I've seen teams deal with that is you have to pick something aggressive as well and keep Shark away, or you need to be getting vision yourself. Your roam needs to be on their side of the map, or at least be at that standstill. But number one, you got to keep Shark away from your side of the jungle, right? From your side of the river, because if you let that done, you're already on a downward spiral.
That's absolutely correct, Trex. And you know what? Funnily enough, and I kind of go back and forth with that about a couple people, you know, on ways to kind of handle contain Shark. You might know exactly the match I'm talking about. I could never remember the series, but it was a game in NASL, right, that you guys were having. Shark was out there on the roam, and I believe the team they faced, he was sitting somewhere with like 7 deaths. Right, and it came because they were picking him off. Every time he went over across that river into the jungle, every time he hit a bush, it seemed like they were just waiting for him, and they spent all game taking him out, and they ultimately ended up winning. And just to go along with what you were saying, you have to be able to punish him. You can't let him roam freely, because if you do, he's almost gonna be like a squatter. He's gonna live in your jungle rent free. He's not gonna pay attention to the eviction notice.
Pitch
he's
a
not
10,
gonna move out
build
to
a fire.
city ordinances. Yeah, he's not going nowhere, man. He'll go back to caveman days in your residency if you let him. You have to force him out, or you gotta make him stay there the hard way.
Most definitely. Now, Area 77 is going to get the Arlott this time, but they are going to trade off another great pick artist, the Kaja, for the hands of Shark. And best player going to get that Fredder once again. Now, like I said last time, could be flexed. They're going to pick up the Yve here. Farza is still open. How do you feel about that?
I don't really vibe with that E pick. You know, taking it up so early. Like I don't exactly know what they're going for. I mean, there's a Kaja already on the board, so there's suppression. So it's not like the ultimate is safe from being stopped, especially when you're up against Shark. You're gonna have a hard time trying to keep him away from his goal. I mean, he's a world-class roam for a reason. It's not too much that's gonna stop him from, you know, completing his task. And obviously, right now, Kaja is gonna be looking to target out that Eve. I feel like they should have went for something else. I don't know, maybe take out a marksman. Maybe get a marksman and then kind of maybe ban that out if Ohio doesn't look to close that in, because we do know Basic, I think out of everyone on that roster, if you're looking at pools, I believe he has the smallest one. If you're just putting them up against each other, everyone next in the line, I think Basic has the smallest one. I don't think you lock in the mage so far. You're going up against Hoon, man. It's not like you taking the pick is like going to close any options for him. He can get it done on anything. And picks that he still wants are up. Like you said, the farce is up. Okay, well, there we go. Kadita.
There's something new. There's something new. Hoon's going to lock in the Kadita. First time we see him play this in the NACT so far.
That's right.
And another answer to, I mean, now you have two great answers going into this Eve. You have possible suppression, and if Kaja, if Shark decides to, I want to save my ult for someone else, you still have Hoon who can come in and boom, make you disappear, right? Kadita's probably got some of the biggest burst damage for any mage in the game, the most, just like, at least in the meta right now, that can just like wipe someone off the map. And not just anyone, I'm talking like anyone, like not just weak squishies. She could target a lot of people and take them out with those rough waves.
Take out that Lolita, can cancel that Lolita. It's a lot that Kadita can do. And paired up with a Kaja, it's easy pick. It's any suppression, right? With that Divine Judgment, it's going to be a free pick off for Hoon on the Kadita. He doesn't have to work hard. He doesn't have to use the Petrify or anything. Just let Shark go out there and find something like you did with that Franco, and you got a nice little GG on a free pickoff, and that's going to be huge for them. That's what it's like, looking like they're going to gear up for, is for those pickoffs. They denied a lot of team fight presence. Akai's been taken off the board. Diggy's been taken off the board for Ramus as well. So it's like while they're transitioning for that pickoff, they're going to try and deny a lot of the team fight capabilities as well.
Most definitely. Also a lot of gold laners taken off the board, right? Wan, Melissa, Claude. Carry is still up. I think that's what Area 77's debating right now. It's like, yo, if we don't ban the carry, they get first pick. Basic can lock it in. We know Basic can play it decently. And then Area 77 is left with nothing at all. The Beatrix, I guess, is still open as well. But into the draft so far, like, with the Yve, with the Lolita, I get the idea, right? You even have some of the knock-up from this Arlott. Trap everyone in the box. When they try to escape, you drop the Numenon Blast. But the Ohio Brothers have found some answers to that already. It's going to be very important about how KQT and how Gals QT use these two heroes, how they set up their ultimates, and how they time them. Because if they misplay at all, they're going to lose all team fight possibilities in each skirmish.
You know, I feel like it's still strong. Well, there you go. There's your gold lane answer. Looks like they're going to go ahead and put that Lunux over there into the hands of Basic. I don't think I've personally seen him play it. I don't know if you've got to see him play a Lunux before, but I'm surprised in his back. He is, you know, a world-class talent. He's been out in MPL. He's been out there for M4. So he's probably not too uncomfortable when you're talking about stretching out the bag maybe a little bit. I know I did kind of harp on it. I don't think he has the greatest bag, but maybe he'll be able to pull it out up against Area 77 the way they beat them convincingly last game. It feels like at this point they might be able to do what they want with them.
I think it's a solid pick, right? Yes, they do have a lot of magic damage, so that is something that they have to be careful for here. Now with Bogey picking up the Barats, he is kind of a okay answer to it if he really wants to heavy into the magic damage. The problem is Lunox is literally just like a walking DHS towards the end of the game, shredding down any bulky hero you have. Now, I think this is, I mean, if Basic can play it well or not, it's a great game to run it, right? It's still early season. I think Basic needs to kind of expand the hero pool, get a bit more comfy picking up some of these mage gold lanes. So I'm all for it. I think it's a solid pick.
Yeah, I definitely do think it's a great pick. It's just a little strange, and I'm also really wondering who they're going to hold in for this XP pick is what's been on my mind as I'm looking at it. got Kaja, you got Fredrin. Are they looking maybe for some more dive potentially for that Beatrix? We know Beatrix is very mobile. Maybe something else to get on top of Eve because we know Kaja.
It's a swap.
Oh,
it's a
Here we
swap.
go. There it goes. They use the flex. They use the flex card. Fredrin headed to the XP, Ling into the jungle, and there goes the dive that they needed. Didn't come into the XP and went into the jungle now.
I was honestly I swear, I was just thinking that. I was like, you know what? They could still pick up like an assassin or something. I will say this. They're a little bit squishy, right? Similar to what Area 77 was last time. I think if Area 77 tries to maybe bully a little bit here, doesn't get cut off, they do have the Barats. You go in when you're fully stacked up. You have this Lolita behind you, maybe even Jashi rotate up, and you steal a buff or two and slow best player down. They do have the possibilities to do that. They just have to be able to execute it against the talent that is the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see that. Definitely can. And with the execution and maybe the difference in skill level that we kind of see, it makes it a lot easier as well for them to come off on top with that idea and strategy that you're getting on about. And yeah, I'm definitely feeling it. But you know what else I'm feeling, Trex? I feel like we're heading into game 2. Match point for Ohio Brothers here. They can look to put away Area 77 in any doubt that anyone comes close to the Ohio Brothers right now.
Yeah, this is what we've all been waiting for, right? So far, the Ohio Brothers have been sweeping through team after team after team. They haven't taken a single loss, and I'm not talking about matches. I'm talking about games here, guys. They've 2-0'd 3 opponents so far, and this is their 4th. Will Area 77 try to give them a run for their money here?
I mean, that's the game plan, right? That's all we're really expecting to maybe give them a run. Not really expecting to win. Everyone's pretty convinced Ohio Brothers takes this win. But like you said, if anyone could do it, we are kind of going to bank on the A77. But I can't lie to you, Trex. After that first match, it seems like nothing can be done to slow down Ohio Brothers so far. Because that wasn't your regular loss. I mean, that was a beating from extra dimension on the side of Ohio Brothers. The way they treated the arguable number 2, maybe number 3 team was nothing short of amazing.
Oh my god, and now Pogi gonna lose the purple buff. This is what they were supposed to do, and now they're losing out on it. The Ohio Brothers walk in and steal Area 77's jungle, and this is what I meant. This is what I said. Shark cannot be allowed to roam freely. It is up to Gals Cutie and K Cutie to keep vision on him and slow him down. They can't let them just walk into their jungle like that.
You know, I feel like we saw this before a little earlier here, Trex. Remind me if you can while I'm talking about it. When we saw that Barats earlier up against the Assassin as well, I think they ended up falling down 3 levels and getting invaded on because they went for the blue buff invade, right? And they ended up losing, they ended up dying. And then right across the room was the spawn for the enemy jungle, and they just put the pressure on from there. Barats really can't afford to lose his jungle, not even just because of experience, but because of his stats. If you're stealing his jungle, you're taking away his passive. That's a huge loss. But Trex, turtle fight.
Yeah, does get the nom, able to secure the turtle too. Nakurashi up against the wall. Best player looking for Gal's Cutie though, will find the kill. Urashi goes down next, so it's a 1-for-1, and Turtle goes to the side of Area 77.
Showing a little sign of life here, but hang on, maybe another
one. Nice pick for Jassy there. Gonna get pulled under the tower though, able to use the flicker and just escape that one. Area 77 coming out with a slight advantage here.
That's right. Like we said, are showing some signs of life here. They're not looking to just let Ohio have their way. This game, at least not in the early, still a lot of match to be played. We're only crossing over into around that 3-minute mark here. We already seen a lot of actions. 2 kills from the side of Area 77, 1 over to the side of Ohio Brothers. A lot of contesting and a lot of back and forth right now, just alone over that around that first goal.
Listen, I know that Area 77 just got their buff stolen. I know that we saw another team earlier die trying to invade. But either way, when you have the Barats, when you have that type of lineup and you're up against an assassin, it's what you're supposed to do. I'm thinking they need to keep being aggressive. Yes, they just lost Jassy on the top side, but you have this tank jungle. You have the team behind me. If you can't pull off that type of composition and be the aggressor when you have a bulky jungle against a squishy assassin jungle, it's already a problem, I feel like.
That's right, and I feel like Cody can still do it, but hang on.
Oh, lots of damage on the Gal. Shark and Hoon once again, the dynamic duo, able to get some pickoffs.
That's right, finding the pick off, but like you were saying, hang on, maybe another pick off from best player.
Let Deku talk. Take it away. Wait,
Hashtag stop the violence.
Stop the violence. They want more. Marcuti gonna go down as well. It's 5-2, just when Area 77 had an advantage. Ohio Brothers looking for the pickoffs. Pogi showing up real late to this show.
That's right. Hashtag where's the peace? Hashtag train wreck in Ohio right now, as they're starting to run away in this matchup against Area 77. And I mean, Area 77 is going to have to find a way to slow them down. Like you said, they need to find a way to keep Pogi still competitive up against the best player that is a tank jungle up against an assassin. And we know how that matchup should be going, but it's overwhelming. Look at the numbers.
Oh my god, knock up, pull in, Pogi goes down. Best player with the Tempest of Blades, no invades. This could be bad for Gal's Cutie, but wait, a nice knockup does come from Dashi, but he gets taken out anyways. That's looking nasty. Basic gonna try to pick up Gal's Cutie next. Gal's Cutie will go down. Shark with a low health bar, but still not scared. Area 77 on the back foot here.
That's right. Still falling behind just a little bit. It looked like they were trying to turn that around, but Ohio Brothers said, that's enough of that. Can't let you think you're keeping up with us. But speaking of keeping up, right, we have some things being locked in, some items being locked in, and mainly from those mages. It looks like K on that Eve has opted to go for the Ice Queen wand nice and early, so they're going to go for the Demon Shoes to make up for that Enchanted Talisman that they're going to go ahead and skip out on. But speaking of skip out, Hoon in trouble.
Ooh, Hoon's going to get pulled back in, burst against the wall. They got to pick up that kill. It's very important for Area 77 to try to make up some ground here. The gold is escaping them. Luckily, they haven't lost any towers just yet.
Haven't lost any towers just yet, but are still losing ground. Like we said, they are down now almost 2K gold, kind of looking like how it was in game 1, and we know how quickly that went from 2K to 4K to around 5K, and it just got out of hand for the side of Area 77. So they need to be able to slow it down right here, right now. This is kind of that turning point where if they don't find some answers to slow down Ohio Brothers, we can see them snowball and run away with this one too.
Ureshi, though, in the midst of it all, he should be able to get away from this. Pogi wants to chase him down. Pogi gets the slowdown. Appraisal's Wrath comes out, but once again, nom nom nom. Pushed against the wall. Another pick off for Area 77, and a good one at that. If they can keep this up, they could get themselves back into this game. But wait a second, big knockup once again. Rough Waves does come out, but a nice pick does come on a basic. Ureshi, Shark, all off the map. Best player comes in, a little bit too late. Does find Marcuti though with the double kill. Able to find Gals as well. But Area 77 not stopping. Hoon with the knockup, but it's not rocking with Pogi. He's not worried about it. They do get some chip damage onto that tower as Jassy also works on the top side.
That's right, find some chipping on that middle, but they're going to find a whole tower on the top side, and that's going to be them matching up. They lost that first tower down to the bot, but now they have found it in the top side in response, and that's a good place to start from Area 77. We were talking about finding a way to trade back and get back in the game, but Ureshi fronting the offense.
Dashi put some nice damage on a best player there. We're starting to see Area 7 do a little bit better in these fights. Hoon, though, able to find the pick onto KQT once again. Pogi trying to walk away from this one, but they don't want to let him. Jassy in a bad spot. Best player tries to move on him. He does get the knock up, but the Tempest of Blades does come down. Jassy trying to weave, able to find the pick onto Shark. Will go down, though, with a godlike kill over the side of best player. Turtle still on the map, though.
And just like that, another response has been found from the side of Area 77. They lost some members. Turtle's still on the board, though, and while that's all happening, Marcuti unanswered on the map, able to find another tower. Now they have the lead as far as towers 2-1 in their favor. They actually had the advantage as well as it goes to Turtles, as it looks like Pogi's been able to pick up both of those. Best player coming up short, but with that link, with the assassin, he's sitting 7-0-2. Hasn't found the objective, but he's definitely finding the kills to dismantle Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely starting to see a little bit of a spike come from the side of Area 77. They're having a bit more advantage over the neutral objectives. They're having a bit more advantage in some of these team fights. Ohio Brothers may need to step back just a little bit and wait for their time to come back in, because Area 77's in a good position right now. And I like the way that best player is playing. He knows this. He's like, okay, so I'm just going to split push. I'm going to eat up some jungle. We're going to wait it out for a few minutes.
And, you know, I think the #1 problem is, but hang on here, Trex. We could see a potential ambush. It's like they went ahead and shown their cards, but that mid tower looking like it would potentially fall here. Side of Area 77. We're going to go ahead and wisely back off. But to go ahead and get right into what's happening, or what I feel like we're seeing here, is that OhioBrothers, right, fully committed to the idea of a pick-off composition with that Kaja, with Ling, Kadita, Lennox, and just Frederick kind of being the odd man out. That's more for the team fight. Hang on, Shark in trouble right now.
To be able to get away from this, Hoon once again always looking for KQT. Best player there as well. Able to get a lot of damage. Best player a little bit deep, using Tempest Blades, trying to run away at this point. Area 77 able to defend from that attack. Hoon always so aggressive on this Kadita, just playing a great job with it.
And I kind of think that we saw a little bit of what I was about to say, right? Is that from the pickoff stance they have, I feel like the issue's been is they've been looking for a lot of 5v5s, and that's just not what their composition is good at. They're really playing to the strength of Area 77. I mean, look at them. They want to group up. Look at Pogi.
Oh! Big pull back in. Shark gonna get pushed in. Hoon will be the first to fall. You're actually trying to escape. Best player doesn't even want to engage this one. Even on blast with the flicker. Not able to connect, but still, they find that tower. It was looking like a snack.
And that right there was another 5v5 we were seeing kind of unhappen, and OhioBrothers never had a chance, Trex. They need to try to play around the fact that you have some engage, but it's only single target. You need to play around those bushes. You need to utilize vision denial. Maybe go off for the XP. I mean, you see Jazz pretty off there. He's been alone a lot in this match. Maybe they need to opt in to set up for him ahead of those neutrals. Look to take out the XP later, split pushing by themselves. That's the type of plays they need to go for, not these 5v5s. You can't handle a Numian Blast, a real world manipulation, Mark Cutie dropping Bennett's Rage on top of your head. Pogies, the tone is welcome. They don't have that kind of utility. They need to find one, or they're going to find themselves done.
Basic, gonna get shredded down, having a little bit of trouble with this Lunox. Didn't pop the Brilliance, didn't have it ready to go. Now Pogi gonna try to move in onto this Lord, but keep our eyes on Shark, looking for a pick as well. Basic with the dance around, waiting for a possible moment to move in and get the steal. He comes in and he gets the steal! Tempest of Blades to get away. Pogi trying to make up something here. Jassy as well. The pressure's on. Area 77 needs to make a play happen before they lose out completely on this.
Best player, but one of the best retries of his career, at least in this NACT so far. That was an impressive feat, no matter what you want to say. I mean, diving in there with that Tempest of Blades and able to come out with his life as well was a huge accomplishment, and that's going to be some great momentum because they really need it. But hang on, Trex, collapse happened.
Yeah, they are going to try to look for this tower here, which is a good play. Like I said, find some material. You lost out on the Lord. You need to make a play elsewhere. You can tell the way the OhioBrothers are playing that they don't want to take that 5v5 like you said. They want to dance around, use their mobility to an advantage, split push, and maybe respond with slight picks using Hoon.
And that'd definitely be the great play. I know we're talking about kickoffs, but yeah, that split push is another great option. I mean, you have the Ling. Matter of fact, you know what's even better, Trex? Have the Ling go for the split push. You don't have to wait for the XP. Just send out best player, maybe sit around some bushes near him, and when they come for the response, there goes your pickoff. Working smarter, not harder, baby. That was a great idea for you, Trex. Have the split push set up, use the pickoff for the response if they try to come and counteract it, and now you're making your comp work. But here, look at the vision denial. There's no vision on them. Can they make a play?
Yeah, Pogi just wants to roll in. There's no question to Area 77's comp. Wait! Ooh. Big Newman on blast. On to 3 members. Jashi looking to help clean up. Brilliance does come out from basic. Hoon in the backside though with the rough waves. Able to find Mark Cutie. Doesn't actually get the kill. And now he's in death's grace. Will fall. Tempest of Blades falls as well though. Mark Cutie able to help out. Jashi finds the kill and the shutdown on to best player. First kill, putting best player at 8-1-2.
And you know what? I know Hoon is smacking whatever he's sitting next to right now because he almost had a great double kill there, but just coming up short. I mean, slivers of HP bars there left from the members of Area 77. Best player swooping in, able to clean up one, but wasn't able to clean up the second one, and ultimately ended up falling right next to those blades that he dropped in the land of Dawn. But that's the type of plays we need to see more of. They need to find that quick burst, that quick entry, but they also got to be able to find the kill and find their way out of the fights, because once it extends, that's where Area 77 starts to shine. That's where the re-engage happens, the denying of the escape with that rural manipulation. Mar Cutie stacking up on the CC with the Bennett's Rage. They have to be able to dance around all that. You got to find one. If it doesn't happen right away, they need to disengage. Because like I said, once it goes past a few seconds, that's where the uphill battle starts, and that's what they're not good at. You can't keep going. They have combo champs. Ruby DD. Once it's gone, you're done. Boom. He's going to look for the knockup, the petrify. He's going to look for that rough waves, and if that doesn't connect, he's done. Shark.
Divine Judgment. If you don't find the pick off, it's over with. Tip of the blade, once it's gone, the best player has to lead the fight. But we'll see like what happened in that bot side last fight there. He's just going to get taken apart. They can't waste time. It has to be methodical. It has to be deliberate. The actions can't be wasted. Stakes couldn't be higher either. Because if you go 1-1 up against a team like Area 77, Trex, you were talking about it, they can be the team to do this up against Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 they had a very rough one, but game 2 this is how it was supposed to go down. I feel like last time. Area 77 have gotten it together. They're playing this game exactly the way they're supposed to. And like I said, Gal's Cutie actually on a playmaking roam this time. I like it. Bogey bulking up. Wait a second. Best player gets the pick off in the top side. He's going to be able to make it over this Lord in time soon as well, because, I mean, he's on the Ling. You have the mobility. Poggy knows it, so he's going to back off and wait for the possible re-engage. This Lord, very, very important, but I think Poggy wants to give it up.
And this is exactly what I was talking about, and they made it happen. Go and punish the XP laner, the one trying to create pressure on the map. He's all alone. Your team is meant to go take those solo targets. And just like that, they took him off the map, transitioned over to the Lord. Area 77 had no choice but to back off with the losing numbers on their side. So this is exactly what we're seeing translate from Ohio Brothers. They're starting to realize the hamster wheel is turning. They're like, oh, wait a minute. We got a bunch of picks that can actually eliminate anyone off this map if we choose to make it happen. And now that it's translating into that side of play style, these neutral are falling into their hands, and now it's starting to look like the Ohio Brothers that we expect to see.
Yeah, I mean, they rided out the power spike of Area 77 so well. They bought time, and now it's back into their section of the game where they have heroes like Lunox. They have a Ling who's seen at 9-1 and 2 who does pack a punch, apply split foot potential. You have your actually who's bulky. So now it's kind of shifted back over their hands. Area 77 is now on the point where they need to back off a little bit. They need to buy some time and try to make this go into the deep end game.
And right here now, what I really want to see from Ohio to keep that pressure up, they need to stay hidden on the map. Right now, they were able to see all the players, but hang on, Trex, maybe a play happening.
Yeah, they're trying to get the pick off, but it's a little bit too slow. Not able to lock on to best player there. Area 77 knows it. They don't want to force it.
But yeah, just to finish off all that thought, right? If they need to play these bushes, they need to remain hidden. Not too many people should be showing when you have that pick-off composition. Your threat comes from being undetected. If you're seen on the map, they can go ahead and predict where you're at. They know where to move on the map to avoid the traps. But if they can't see you, if you're hidden away, they don't know what bush you're playing. They don't know what angle you're coming from. The less people on the map, the better for Ohio Brothers. And that's exactly what they need to play for. Only let the best player show like he's doing right now. Let him go for the split. Let them respond to him. If one person goes, the rest of you follow and you go burst them out. Otherwise, you stay bunkered down, stay in those bushes, wait for Area 77 to make the mistake. Let them bring the fight to you.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the same thing that Area 77 needs to do, really, is let the Ohio Brothers come to them. Of course, Area 77 will have to come out of their hole when it comes down to this Lord. I don't think they want to give this one up. They might need to try to contest it. So it's very important for their positioning in this. They can't leave any open targets to Hoon. They can't leave any open targets to Shark. They got to stay kind of bulked up. And depending on how K-Cutie can position this world manipulation and not get picked off, it could be a win for him. But every time he's used it, Hoon has been there like clockwork.
You know, for Area 77, right, for their win condition, I feel like while it seems a little straightforward, it's just wait for the fight, I think it's a little different from them. They actually need to take the fight. Right now, when the members of Ohio are split up, when best players looking for the split, that's the opportunity where they can look for the 4v5. They can force the fights. You have Poggy with the Daytona's Welcome. You have Gal's Cutie on this Lolita with the Numium Blast, as well as even open up the Rural Manipulation. That's so much slow, it might as well be counted as some CC. They have to respond to the fight, and that means they're going to have to use those skills they need to attack you to go ahead and disengage, and that takes off all their threat. You have to look to play to the strength. When you have those numbers, take the advantage. Otherwise, then yes, if they try to respond to the split like we saw Jash Cutie do, and then you get picked off because you're by yourself, sometimes you have to give a little bit. You might have to give some wave pressure to go ahead and take that fight. Because look at the way they're set up. They're literally waiting for that split. They're waiting for someone to respond to the wave. But hang on, they're bringing the 5-man Trex.
Yeah, they are. The conceal does come down, but then they just dip. They just have that mobility, and they just waste that utility. The Ohio Brothers really just playing this composition to a T right now. Best player moving around the map, and every time Area 77 tries to catch up from them, they're gone. It's guerrilla warfare right now. Ohio Brothers just hit and run, and while that happened, they're chipping down the Lord. Best player comes up just in time, and they get it. Hoon does go down to Marcuti though, so a nice pick from Area 77 there. Lord is coming. Yureshi might be next on the chopping block. Pogi gonna work away at Shark, tries to get the Daytona's welcome, not quite able to secure it. Best player though, with the split push, trying to chip away at this tower. Gonna be able to do a lot of damage to him. Marcuti's trying to catch up. A lot of damage on a best player there. Marcuti not quite able to find him. Doesn't have the snipe out, so he can't quite get a finish.
Can't get it all, but you know what? Area 77 had a pretty decent read. They did pretty much have the right guess on where Ohio was probably playing at, but again, vision denial. They didn't know exactly where they were at. As we see Marcuti pick up a kill on Ling, that's going to be huge for them. They're going to be able to answer up that Lord. There's not too much threat since Hoon is off the board. The best player now off the board. It looks like now they're going to look to try to potentially take that fight.
There's some fast boys now. Gals Cootie does get the pick onto Shark there, but they're not able to finish it up. I'm guessing what happened, best player tries to maybe come back. Gals Cutie gets a stun, knocks him off the wall, and Mark Cutie cleans up. So well played from Area 77 there. They're able to kind of shift this map a little bit back into their position. And now we're sitting at 60k gold. We're sitting at almost 20 minutes, Deku.
He said he made a quick pit stop at the chop shop, huh? And Area 77 quickly took him off. But yeah, man, the 20-minute mark, it's funny because it's strong for either team. Right now, Area 77 is a big threat for grouping up, as you can see them doing, but so is Ohio Brothers, but for two different reasons. Area 77 wants that team fight. Ohio Brothers wants the overwhelming number for a pickoff. They're both trying to go for the same kind of plan, but it's a little different on how they want it to really play out, right? They want more numbers if you're inside of Area 7. If they're having to worry about split push, they're not really good at responding to it. Because like you said, Ling, with all that mobility, they don't have anyone on their composition that can move as fast as best player. And he's really been abusing it. And you can see the way Ohio's set up right. Best player putting on that split. The only thing that happened here is Area 77 didn't directly rotate into the path of Ohio, but they're playing it so well. They're having the vision where best player can see, but also if they need a pick off, if someone responds, they're right there to be able to take advantage of. But Area 77 is being very smart. They know they can't rotate like that. They can't respond that way anymore. And what we saw on the top side not too long ago happening to Jash Cutie is going to happen to the whole team. But hang on, Trex.
Yeah, I mean,
Yureshi
walking to the mid. Look, they're just sitting there, yo. I think it's because they don't have eyes on anyone else. Maybe they don't want to force it. Recalls coming in. They decide to go back to base.
I mean, look at how many people are hidden on the map, man. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's that vision denial. They can't make an assumption because that is how you lose games, especially against the Ohio Brothers. That one wrong call could cost them the game. So it's better to be safe than sorry in this case for Area 77, because when you don't have the information, you can't make those kind of plays. Right now, they still don't know where Ohio is. But now it looks like they've got a little bit of vision, so now they have some information to work with.
Yeah, but still, they've lost their Lord Pit, right? And at this point, we're going to see Yureshi start chipping away, and they're going to try to do, I think, something similar to what they did last time. Area 77 might not want to fall for it, but best player going to make his way down to the bot side, macro up, Mark Cutie hanging out in the mid. I mean, it is definitely a chess game right now, and no one's trying to lose out. Pogi, I think, needs to stay close to that Lord, but instead they're going to risk it with the conceal play. Does get the stun onto Hoon here, brings him down to about 70% health. Gals Cutie with the Newman on blast. Isn't going to get knocked up, able to use the rough waves, but it is to escape. While all this is happening, the Lord is getting chipped away on right now. Best player already up there. Area 77 not going to be able to catch up.
And you know, this time, right, last time it wasn't a bad call. This time was a horrible call. 22-minute mark, Lord up. If you know they're missing, why not just respond to the Lord Pit? They're down to the bot side. You know where best player is. Speaking of best player, on his way for a kill.
Ooh, Jashi does use a flicker. Tempest of Blades does come down. Pogi in the midst of them. Yureshi trying to split Pogi away from the herd. They want to come in.
Shark.
Basic able to get the darkness. A lot of damage. Shark finds the pick onto Jashi. Pogi still up, but finally falls. Best player getting the kill right before Lord is coming in. It's a 56-second death counter. This could be it.
Absolutely can. The walls are closing in for the side. Area 77 here. Trex engaged happening.
Yeah, Gals Cutie not able to use the Newman on blast just yet. Does finally drop it down onto Yureshi. Lord has not connected to the base. Mark Cutie will fall next.
Nice.
3 members down. Jashi has the immortality. K Cutie drops, and the Ohio Brothers are on to the base. Lord is here as well. They're going to clean things up, and that is it. The Ohio Brothers taking on another one with a 2-0 sweep.
Add it to the list, Trex. Write it up, burn it away. That's a burn note right there. They take down the only other team that was undefeated, and now they have left no doubt in anyone's mind. There's no one here yet that has arrived to the destination to challenge Ohio Brothers.
They are definitely the top of the predators in this food chain. No one's able to withstand them right now. Sweep after sweep after sweep. When's it gonna end, Deku? When's it gonna end?
I don't know, Trex. Someone's got to step up. I do feel like Area 77, out of all the teams, showed a great capability that it's possible to maybe deal with Ohio, but still coming up short. A sweep's a sweep. Didn't even take a game, so we can't really call it that close, no matter how we want to try to compliment Area 77.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, because even when it felt like Area 77 had a chance, the Ohio Brothers played the macro game. They played the baits. They played everything just so well there. And honestly, I just felt like it all went to plan. Of course, you could argue that maybe they had some whiffs. Area 77 had that game in the bag for a few minutes. But in my eyes, the way Best Player was moving around the map, it always felt like the advantage was in the Ohio Brothers' hands.
And, you know, for a moment, yeah, it did seem that way. But speaking of things seeming that way, looking at some of these items here, I did find it interesting to note. We're kind of seeing a lot of occurrences of this like tank R-lot hybrid type of thing. Jash Cootie went for it. Ultimately, though, ended up losing, but it is interesting to note. But if you're looking at the plays from Ohio Brothers, I mean, Shark ended up getting that fleeting time. He went for a lot of plays. And right here, I think even with that conceal flickering in, didn't lead to a kill here, but it's just the pressure, right? You're able to keep someone held down in the midst of that fight while Poggy's being taken apart by the rest of the team. So just little instances like that. And the itemization to be able to keep making those same kind of plays coming from Shark and, you know, other members of the team just overall led to this victory for them.
Yeah, I mean, for a very long time in that game, Poggy was able to kind of walk in, do whatever he wanted. The magic damage wasn't really hurting him. Basic wasn't really online. But in that final moment, it showed that he couldn't be that aggressive. And the moment he got pulled away from his team, he just got shredded down. Immortality gets works through, and Basic picks up that kill. So definitely very important. But taking replays through all the games, take us through this, Deku.
I mean, you're kind of seeing like what was the issue for the moment there. Like this was Ohio kind of with that team fight style, and they played this how pretty much Area 77 need to play it, right? There was so much team fighting coming from Ohio Brothers. Area 77 just could not keep up with it or deal with it. And I feel like had they played the way Ohio played in game one, you had a much better shot. But again, it kind of went back to that macro that you were talking about. It felt like they knew they had to make a decision, and they did. It just happened to be the wrong one, especially at that last moment. That play to go respond to the split push with that Lord up there was not the right call. It was the right idea that we have to pick one or the other, but got to be a little sharper up here to be able to handle Ohio.
And congrats to the grand champion of the NACT, which will be...
Whoa. Not yet. Not yet, Liz.
Yes. If it was that easy. In all seriousness, the Ohio Brothers have proven themselves, continuously proven themselves to be on a completely different level compared to the NA teams and raising the bars for their opponents, especially with best player for this game as well as the Hoon and Shark combo.
I definitely like it. Best player, he's come a long way, you know? Back in the day, he was debated as, you know, a runner-up best jungler. He had a rough year last year, got really close to taking home some golds, but was never quite able to. And this time, we're finally able to see him shine. Not only shine, but play on those heroes that we love to see him play on, like the Ling, like the Fanny. And the Ling game we just watched from him was peak for me. He played it to perfection.
That's right. I mean, even from the macro, right? Even when he was able to find the kills, he knew it was another alternative, and that was to find the split push, create some space for the team, opening up those neutrals, even at that late stage of the game, that final Lord. Just top tier decision making from starting to be the #1 jungler in NA.
Absolutely. Top decision making from the whole team, from the best jungler. And moving forward, we are looking at our ultimate showdown for today's lineup between BTK versus the Wasians. We've seen some battle between old teammates, ex-friends, as well as ex-romances. So don't go anywhere as we will come back to see you in 5. Welcome back, guys, to the last round of today in the second day, week 2 of the North America Challenger Tournament. I am your host, Liz, and again, we are joined by our wonderful casters, Trex and Deku. Now, the seats are rolling, the heat is on. Before we go anywhere, let's, without further ado, go into predictions of the last round between BTK and Wasians. Guys, you've hit your spots with the predictions today. What do you think on this match?
All right, once again, Ben Dunn had it with a 2-1. Last time, I think we all guessed 2 zeros. This time, he guessed the 2-1. Is he going to be right again, Deku?
I don't know, but I feel like it doesn't even matter. The result is still the same for all of us across the board. This is about the third time we all kind of came to a conclusion that, yes, this is the match. Someone is easily running away with this. It's just Ben's being a little different, man. He's got to be that guy.
I definitely think it's possible,
And
right?
is he that guy?
Liz, is he that guy?
Is he that guy? We will find out, Trex.
Most definitely. Now we're coming into so BTK versus Wasians, Deku. BTK versus Wasians. A lot of us, if they win this, just to get some facts out, if they 2-0 this, they take the number 4 spot away from Empire. If they 2-1 it, they tie the Empire for the number 4 spot. So there's still one tie left. Fallout has now fallen out of that option. If BTK loses this, they fall way low.
And that will be a new low for Zane's record, but we will find that out as we move on to the draft of the first game.
Here we are. Last one of the night. Is that the thinking pose, Deku?
That's the thing. That's the thing. We're rocking with it.
BTK up against Wasians. A lot on the line still for BTK. Wasians need to just try to start getting some wins under their belt so that maybe in the second half of the season they can fight for a number 4 spot. BTK could lose this and still fight for a number 4 spot, but I don't think Zane wants to take a loss to Wasians right now. They want to try to 2-0 this so that they can get a strong foothold in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking specifically about Zane, I don't think Zane wants to lose anything to anyone anymore. This has probably been the worst appearance for him in a tournament in North America. It's crazy because it's not like it's a lot of losses, but for Zane's standard and, kind of, especially with the BTK name behind him, with the previous roster with Shark, with Chicken, Cardi, with those names, Zia and familiar faces, there were no losses. Right? There was no talks about losses until they went to Worlds. You know what I mean? So I feel like for Zane, it's probably been a really rocky road to eat some of these losses to kind of see where he's standing, where we're like conversating and it's like a debate about if he's even number 1, if his team is number 1, and it could potentially, like you said, fall down the rankings on the ladder right now.
I mean, you bring up a great point though, right? Because to any other team, the position that BTK is in right now isn't a horrible position, right? You're tying up for top 4. If you 2-0 this, you get to that 4 position, which honestly is a good spot. But it's just the amount of pressure that is on the name of BTK, right? The amount of fans and viewers that put pressure onto Zane overall, right? Because really, you're top 4 in all of NA, and that's not bad. I think it's just so many of us, it's always the chat like, oh, like you just said, we're debating it, whether they're still who they are, whether they're going to be a number 1 or this or that. But honestly, they've had a good run so far. It's just the amount of hype around the name. Now, do I think they can take this win against Wasians? Yes, the possibilities are high, but Wasians still possibly has some cards up their sleeve. They do have Ego on today. They have Chacho, Ooga Booga, Cade, and Merciless. So no Ashley. We have finally gotten Ooga Booga in, no Hove tonight. So a lot of roster changes have been consistently happening with Wasians every night, switching out some players here and there. Do you think it's a win or that's a loss for them?
I feel like that's a loss when you're talking about Wasians. Just the fact that they don't have Ashley. They didn't have Ashley either last night, and we saw how that went for them. They ended up taking the loss to Empire. Shout out to them, having a great run this weekend, won both of their series. But it really goes to show that this team, I hate to say it, but they really kind of need
Ashley out there, not just for the leadership, but kind of what she brings as a player in the mid lane. Like it's a hole that's really hard to fill. And, you know, glad Eggs was there to kind of fill in, like, you know, they are tonight, but it's just no Ashley. And I feel like you're going to be against a team like BTK. Yeah, they may have stumbled, but like we said, compared to a lot of teams, this is still a top team, you know, and you kind of want all your pieces out there on the board to go up against them. And without them having all that, it was already uphill. It's just further now without having Ashley.
Most definitely. Now, Wasians have been known to be a little bit different, especially with Ooga Booga in the gold lane. We saw them open up this whole season, picking up a, I'm having a mind blank right now.
The Hanabi.
Picking up the
100%.
Hanabi. So, hey, and there it is again. Oh, there it is. There
this is crazy.
It is.
This is
I
crazy.
swear I wasn't expecting that. I was just kind of throwing out some tidbits. So there it is, the Hanabi. Farza and Kaja, solid. If you want to look at the stats, Hanabi does have 100% right now, so hey, who knows? Maybe it's meta. I want to talk about BTK right now, though. T and Yato. A lot of, you know, I was one of the people who was like, these are two rookies that I think are going to show up and do really, really well. They have not been the hottest players on their team. T showing some of those kind of rookie mistakes, I would say, of diving too deep, being a little overly aggressive when he doesn't need to, kind of throwing here and there. I think one of the things, I think they both have skill, they both have mechanical skill, but when it comes to the mentality, it's something that they're still rookies in when it comes to some of this high competitive scene.
And, you know, just to tie back into what we were talking about earlier, right, as far as the pressure, I was actually having this conversation with some of the community before the games kicked off, that I feel like it's just one of those things where it's like, you're with Zane, you're with BTK, like immediately, just the moment you got on the roster, it was already questions and doubt, like, are they good enough to replace the last BTK lineup? Are they actually as great as everyone says? Because it's like, okay, it's cool they were all good on a separate team, right? But now you're with, you know, the self-proclaimed and in most people's eyes, the face of NA. Can you still live up to that hype? And like you said, it hasn't been the case. And I feel like it's just that pressure, because when they weren't with Zane, all these players were, you know, arguably like the best of the best in their roles. But it seems like since they've joined this BTK roster, it's been extremely hard to make it come together. And I really feel like it's like you said, the mentality. Can they handle it? Every time they play, it's like, oh, if it was Chicken, if it was Shark, if it was Cardi, like it'd be different. I feel like it's extremely hard to be new to the scene, at least like here at NACT competing, and that's you just came in being compared.
I mean, and you raised such a good point, right? Because this is one of the things that made me have such high hopes for BTK this season, is that Yato was literally the best mage Area 77 ever had, one of the best mages in NA. T, an amazing EXP laner. Joybaj, an amazing roam for TFB, who has taken home golds as well, or at least should have, right? So, I mean, you take some of these best players from all these teams, you put them all together, sometimes it doesn't work out, sometimes there's some kinks, and it's just, you know, a lot of us are wondering, like, what's going on? Because they are solid players, but now, Wasians keeping it still very spicy, locking in the Edith for the EXP lane. Maybe. You never know.
You know, I'm glad you pointed out, Trex, an extra fun fact about NACT. I'm actually quite blind, if you didn't know, but I have my glasses. So I was really waiting for you to call it out for me. Now I know what it is, and it is weird, because I was like, I've never seen this formation of lines and colors out here on the draft so far. But Edith and Hanabi is very interesting. But at least with Edith, we have actually seen it been pulled out right on the professional stage.
I'm done.
Wait a minute.
Yes, yes, that's an alpha. That's an alpha.
Okay. Now my eyes
Jungle
worked on
alpha?
That one. Hey, I'm right there. I'm at a loss of words. So let's figure it out. Let's break it down. Can we know Hanabi?
Jungle alpha,
right?
EXP
is
Edith,
it?
Right?
I mean, you could put Kaja in the jungle.
You could.
Who goes wrong? Edith?
Edith Rome, Kaja
We need
jungle.
Sherlock Holmes for this one. We're casters, not investigators, Trex.
Yeah. Listen, man. Sometimes, Wasians like to get crazy. It's what they're going to do. Are they going to be able to do it against? I mean, overall, we don't even have to talk about BTK, because their lineup simple to understand.
Very standard, yeah.
Very, very standard. The Wasians, on the other hand, throwing in so many curveballs. Will it be able to catch BTK off guard? Now, let's actually try to look at this from a logical standpoint.
Right.
Hanabi Hanabi,
How do you do
before I get, all right, never mind. Game 1 coming in. This is BTK up against Wasians in a best of 3. BTK bringing in the standard lineup, bringing in the usual. Wasians trying to catch me off guard, trying to be different. Let's see if that difference can make the difference. Like I said, Alpha Jungle. It's going to be Cade in the roam position with this Kaja, Ego on the Farza, and Merciless in the EXP lane with this Eden. Whose draft do you like better, Deku?
Well, let's BTK. Okay, let's just go ahead and get out the way.
Sure?
I don't even know if we had to act. Yeah, I'm sure.
Are you sure?
I mean, going up against the 100% win rate Hanabi is really tough. Like, I'm a very big guy on statistics, and I feel like it's extremely hard to go up against something with a 100% win rate.
Yeah.
Right. So, yikes. But it's BTK, so that number can quickly change if we're being realistic. But I will say, well, I can't really. I'm not even sure like if they're being completely serious. I don't know if Wasians is really taking this as serious as maybe BTK is. I don't know if this is supposed to be just like a new idea. Maybe they've been training this up. I'm trying to think in my head logically, like, what does the alpha bring right now for Wasians in the jungle like that, like stands out to make it like viable? And I'm just coming up with blanks. Do you have anything, Trex?
I mean, I would say that it's something to dive into the backside, maybe jump onto the gold laner, right? But here's the thing. Claudia's BMI, able to dash away. I would say it could dive into the back line and possibly get to the mage. But you're going up against a Valentina who has dashes, has a lot of escapability, is not a immobile mid laner. You know, so honestly, it doesn't bring a whole lot of answers. I guess you get sustainability, but nothing that a couple dominant ices won't answer. I don't think the ultimate works against the heavy spin. It's not going to push that away. So yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble wrapping my brain about it. I want to be the nice caster right now who says, oh, there's so many possibilities, but I can't think of any type of... I think we need Wolf here. We need Wolf, we need Gideon, we need some true analysis to try to pull this one out of something.
I'm gonna give you my quick analysis. It's gonna be the blunt truth. I have no problem being that the anti-hero here, but hang on, little action to the bot side, Trex.
Oh, Joy Bosch taking a bit of damage. Ooga Booga may get first blood here. Listen, if Wasians somehow pulled this off, I am willing to eat my words. I am willing to learn here. But right now, I gotta give the draft to Bloodthirsty.
First blood.
Wow. Well,
there goes Chacho.
There goes Chacho. There goes the alpha. You know, it's one of those things, man, where it's like, it's hard for me to kind of like really dissect it, because at first I felt like, okay, they're going for the Navi pick again. Do I think it's the greatest pick? No, but they did find success with it. It is kind of new. It was buffed recently, so I can see like why someone might go for it. But speaking of going for things here,
ooh, Joy Bosch with a nice wild charge, then puts up the wall, forcing the Cade to dash away. Nice pull in. Suppression does come in. Joy Bosch will fall. Chacho able to pick up that kill. Chacho now trying to race down Yuna. Alpha picking up a kill there. Now, you said it. Hanabi, not exactly like a... I mean, of course, it's completely unmeta. Ooga Booga does rock it. The damage chain can be something. In the late game, it can work. I'm not completely hating on that. I'm just confused by the Alpha pick.
Indubitably. That's all I'm getting at. I'm just very confused on what the alpha pick is here for. I can vibe with the Hanabi. I can get a little weird. I can vouch for Edith. It's been used, you know, in the pro play across seas. We've seen it a few times for players here in North America. That's not unusual, but this alpha pick is just such a wild card. That's what makes me feel like, are they really trying, or are they just like, they just out here vibing? Like, did Wasians come to play and BTK came to win? Like, what's really going on here? But you know, like you said, we could be proven wrong, and if they win, it says a lot for both teams, more so for BTK, but, you know, I can't knock it until I try it, and this is my first time seeing Alpha Jungle, but hang on.
Oh, wait a second, nice pick onto Yato there, a little bit out of position. Chacho trying to make his way into this pit, wants to challenge Zane. Cade also there as well. Black T brings out the Black Dragon. Able to move on to Ooga Booga, keeping him at distance. Mobazane able to secure the turtle. Joy Bosch with the wild charge. Chacho tries to come in, gets pinned against the wall. T also here, about to get the knock up and the kill on to Cade there. Ooga Booga in a bad spot. T not quite able to find him. Ooga Booga unleashes. Merciless picks up the kill. Chacho finds one onto Mobazane. Yato finds Chacho though. That one rhymed. Yato now in a bad spot up against Merciless. Pops the feathered airstrikes, finds Ego. Quite the game we got here. It's 4-4. Gold is tied.
Quite the game indeed, and considering it's 4-4 with these two lineups and how different they are, some more than others, this is very interesting indeed. I mean, Alpha Chacho's in 2-2, and I think for an Alpha jungle pick, that's an incredible stat line to have at the 5-minute mark, because in my eyes, it should be around 0-4, maybe pushing it to 0-5. Speaking of pushing.
Bro, if Cade keeps getting picks like this, I think anyone could carry this game. Whether you have a Hanabi, you could have Lei right now. If Cade keeps getting picks like this, it is going to be a problem. But finally, Ooga Booga does go down. The boogeyman has been taken out. The nightmare of your dreams, the Hanabi coming in your game, able to find that kill.
He was a little greedy, right? He found the first kill. I think at that point, you kind of just turn around. But I know he was kind of hunting for Joybot, who was dangerous low, but you can't just ignore Yato as if he's not there with the Valentina. A little bit of a misplay, a little bit too greedy. They could have walked away up in the trade. But I have to say, though, they're only down 500 gold, Trex.
Chacho gonna try. So I think I figured it out. I figured out what the Alpha is.
Okay,
I'm not saying other heroes couldn't have done it, but I think I figured it out, right? What it is, it's just another hero to create space in the front line. He does have sustainability, maybe a little bit of slowdown, a little bit of CC, but everything revolves around Ooga Booga. Everything. It's all about trying to have Ooga Booga go deathless, which he has taken a death, but still, as long as we can possibly get picks off with Cade, hold down a nice front side, then Ooga Booga can pop off, stand still, fire off basic shots, and kill everybody. There's the game plan right there. I laid it out for any of the viewers questioning it. I just justified the Alpha.
You know, Trex, it sounded good, but I'm not convinced. It sounded like you just put some words together to really make the Alpha work. I'm not going to overanalyze this. I think we're calling it what it is. I mean, look at that. Front line. It picked off from Yato immediately. You can't frontline. You get bursted out like that. Trex, come on, man. They're joking around. These boys aren't serious. BloodThirstyKings is looking to win this out. They won at the draft. Wasians, a little bit of meme and all. And I think the only reason it's working so far is BTK was just fully not expecting it just like us. But I think once they simmer down and let the nerves relax and they start playing like BTK and like these players have played individually, it's going to be a quick match for the side of Wasians.
I'm just scared to eat my words, Deku. I'm scared. I'm worried. Man. Like, what if it happens, right? But wait a second. Nice pressing. Cade finds it again. Then an airstrike comes down. Ooga Booga trying to pop off. Joybaj in a bad spot. In comes his conceal play. Ooga Booga wants it. Ooga Booga gets it. Nice pick on the Joybaj there. Wasians not too far behind. Ooh, but in comes Yato. Has a nice pull of his own. Another kill goes on to Ooga Booga there. BTK striking back.
I mean, Trex, I'd be lying if I told you I wasn't at least a little nervous, because like I said, this game is extremely close for the composition that Wasians has. They're only down 1K gold, down 2 kills, and they aren't really behind on too much. I mean, they've lost every objective, which is, you know, deplorable for a team at this caliber to lose every single turtle, but they haven't lost any towers. They haven't made any bad trades as far as fights, and they still are in this match, even though they have a Hanabi, an Alpha, and an Edith on a lane and jungle. So it could definitely be a lot worse. So the fact that they're still here in this match as comfortably as they are does make me a little nervous. I'm wondering, when does BTK kind of like make this into a humans versus AI match? Because right now it feels, for like whatever reason, it's an even 5v5.
So we'll talk, you know, hold on a second. Nice suppression, big pick. Cade able to flicker away though and escape. Zane now a little bit low health. Maybe doesn't want to start working on this Lord too soon. Yato does have Ooga Booga's number. He wants to maybe try to get a pick, but Ooga Booga solo win this all on his lonesome.
This is very interesting, right, to say the least. But let's see where this goes. There goes the play strikes.
Chacho will go down a little bit too deep. The dive almost worked out. Wasn't quite able to find anyone, though. Now, Mobazane going to move back. Will get knocked up to Merciless, but Lord still on the map.
In first tower, somehow, goes to the side of Wasians. Ooga Booga with the Hanabi, not looking to let go of that 100% win rate so easily. You can see BTK trying to set up for this Lord. Beat Mobazane trying to work on it, but it looks like Wasians aren't going to let them take control just yet. The tower gets picked up in the top side from YZ, but now hang on, Trex. A little bit of damage pumping out from both sides.
I mean, Wasians are just kind of dancing this right now. I think like they know their opportunity is late game with Ooga Booga. They know that's what they have to do to win this, right? Same with, they have Ego, Farza. They've already taken some deaths, so now it's definitely late game. So if they can just like stall as much as possible here. Wait a second, Cade with a nice pick off. Joy Bodge able to flicker away. Merciless tries to flicker in, able to find it. Merciless with the primal form, looking for another one. Zane taking a little bit of chip damage. Wasians have taken over the Lord Pit.
This is insane. But pick off Trex.
And a cutie able to find that one as well. The Wasians just biding time. They're really not trying to force this Lord, right? They're just dancing around it. They're not really like starting it. They're letting Zane do the work, and then I think they're going to try to come in and make something happen. But T for the backside, right onto Ooga Booga, gets the knockup, finds the kill. Zane going to move on to this. Chacho coming in as well, and Chacho steals the Lord. Joy Bodge, though, with the knockup. Chacho goes down. Yato carrying right now, 9-1-1, finding kills left and right.
This is... Alpha online, isn't that one of his lines? He picks up the Lord, they lose a lot of members, or a couple of members there, but it's just the fact that even able to pick up that first Lord is just insane to me. For whatever reason, this combination, this comp they have is working. Trex.
Oh, imagine having a Divine Judgment and getting picked off by Divine Judgment. Definitely a sad day for that. But it does look like BTK now has finally gotten past that wall a little bit. They've taken about a 2,000 gold lead. They took down that Lord. They completely re-attacked off of what Wasians pulled off. Chacho getting the steal there. So at this point, BTK still holding the lead.
They are still holding the lead, but it's not a convincing one for me just yet. They're still down in towers. It is 3-2 in the favor of Wasians. They're going to need to start making this translate, but there it goes.
Ooh, Ooga Booga deleted once again. Cade with the pull onto Mobazane, but he's just too bulky. Takes a couple tower shots to the face, but is still up. Cade trying to defend with all he can, but he just can't. Yato off cam, picking up the kill onto Chacho.
You know, Yato is like single-handedly keeping my dreams alive, but BTK not have dropping so low to lose to a composition like this. He's 11-1-1 getting it done, son, and that's what they need. They need someone to step up and just like, okay, enough with the shenanigans, because right now, BTK even having this game as close as it is with Wasians leaves a lot of questions in my head. Even if they find the win, it's like you kind of went the distance with this composition so far. Like, they're not close to the end of the game yet. There's still a good amount of towers on the board for Wasians. I mean, we're looking at a tier 3. It's going to end up getting taken down now into the hands of Yuna, but like, it should have been taken out at like minute 4 in my head. That's like how I'm like looking at this game, or how I envisioned it happening. But like, until BTK wins, it's uncomfortable, Trex. Like you said, I'm a little scared to eat my words here. I need them to go ahead and wrap up this game.
Yeah, I mean, this could change. If Wasians win this game, it could change everything we look at the meta right now.
Changes reality.
Changes reality. Alpha Hanabi meta isn't going to happen. Bloodthirsty King trying to defend the realm of the gods right now, defend all we know of what is Mobile Legends. Yato will go down. T going to the backside with the Black Dragon, looking for Cade, gets the Petrify into Chacho. Chacho falls, Mobazane finding that kill. Joy Bodge will get taken out by Merciless. It's double kill for him. Now Zane on the run, gonna get chased down. Oh, able to get the sidestep, able to get the moves, but will fall to Cade. It's a 3-for-2 trade into the hands of the Wasians.
And you know what just spawned in there, Trex? That enhanced Lord. 14-minute mark, Wasians, good position. Their jungler is down, but they still have a lot of pieces to where they'll be able to set up around this at the very least to be able to get vision, and they can actually start it fairly early. Zane's down for another 20 seconds. Chacho's coming in less than 5. They definitely can go ahead and start prepping this Lord up, maybe getting in some attacks, chip away at the HP bar. It doesn't like they're going to go ahead and start it, though. They are still hovering around River, keeping that control, but we're seeing a 1v1 down on the bot side.
Merciless is honestly, with this Edith, doing a great job. Everything aside, to start taking this game a little bit serious, Merciless has really done a good job of finding those picks. And here's the thing with Wasians, they have a lot to answer the tanky composition of BTK. You have Merciless, which once you hit that primal form, you can shred down bulky heroes. You have Ooga Booga, who can shred down bulky heroes if the time is given. You have Chacho on the Alpha who does do true damage and can also does help a little bit to that effect. So there are some answers for Wasians. BTK just needs to wrap things up because honestly though, if this game goes to like 25 minutes, it could be rough.
But Chacho able to hold off on that concealed play there, and it looks like the Alpha charge, right, was able to cancel out that blazing duet, but hang on, a little bit more action.
A little bit of suppression. T goes down a little bit too deep, Merciless. Able to get some nice shred onto Yato here. Zane looking for a position, but Ooga Booga's just gonna keep firing those basics. Chacho finds a knockup onto Mobazane. Mobazane stuck inside of his own team's wall. It's looking a little bit rough. Zane trying to escape, takes a bit of damage, able to get away, but the Alpha keeps on attacking. Chacho looking for the next victim. Yuna goes down. Wasians trying to make a play. Merciless finds more. A mega kill for Merciless, and Wasians are taking the lead here.
You know what? This Alpha, look, he's 3-7, but you gotta respect the plays that were just made. Knocking up Mobazane there, keeping him pinned right next to the barrier, almost dropping him low with that Beta's passive, canceling Claude's ultimate in the same fight, regenning. I think he even took down Yato himself, Trex.
Yeah, this is looking insane. The inhibitor goes down. Chacho wants more. Ooga Booga, the boogeyman, is here. Looking for T. Striking fear. Nice wall. Cade comes in, gets the suppression onto Mobazane. Ooga Booga trying to shred down. Zane very low health. The base will fall. Wasians have taken game 1. Deku, it's time to eat our words, because right there, Alpha and Hanabi have proven the world wrong. Here, let me spoon feed you, bro. Let me eat it. Eat your words.
This is, I mean, okay. Well, I guess now we can't joke around with it. This is serious time. It won.
It's serious.
We have to respect it. It took down Mobazane. True emotional damage, actually, is the highest form of damage out here in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But let's really try to figure out what led to this, right? I think what you kind of pointed out about Mercy, yes. The Edith, I feel like, all memes aside, he really did set up a lot of great plays for them, right? To be able to open up some of those engages for those fights, it was pretty remarkable. Taking 1v1s up against T, I think T is I think he's the one that's a pretty big Yuzhong player as well. Like, you're pulling out the Edith, something that kind of just recently rose up as far as buffs in the recent patches, and making it work up against the top EXP on their comfort. You know, like, it's ridiculous what he kind of made happen for them. He went 4-0-5. He had a flawless game, and in more ways than one, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, 4-0-5, completely stacked out in all of his items. I mean, he literally was out golding Yato by the end of that, and Yato had a phenomenal game, right? So overall, I mean, that's really the player there. And what Chacho did was create space. What Cade did as well, making some great pickoffs from start to finish. They were able to bide that time, right? Cade able to get those divine judgments off early on, slowing down BTK, buys enough time for Ooga Booga, who gets the golden staff in, gets the DHS in, gets the corrosion scythe in, and overall, eventually, Wasians come out on top. BTK makes a couple bad plays there in the end.
Couple bad plays, couple bad decisions, and maybe some bad intentions coming out from Wasians, and some good setup though, and some good misdirection, because we really never thought this was the outcome that was going to happen, or that it was even possible. Just looking at this final replay, just bringing back all the trauma I experienced in like the last 10 seconds of the match. I couldn't believe what was happening, but obviously the Wasians did. If you can believe it, you can definitely achieve it, and they made that true. We are heading into that draft, right? For game 2, hate to say it, elimination.
Hanabi ban.
That could be a case. Maybe I'm hoping to go for an Edith. You got to save some pride. If you ban out the Hanabi, you have surrendered more than just the match. So maybe for the Edith, maybe save face with the Hanabi and come up with an answer to that. But Trex, with these typical bans that are probably going to be coming out a little bit of time, let's talk about it, right? You said the 2-0 was going to be able to move BTK up on the standings. 2-1 would keep them where they are. But
you didn't talk about if Wasians potentially takes them out here. With a 1-0 lead in a best of 3, it is match point. You know what that means. BTK has to win. They go home with this one.
Listen, if BTK loses this game, it puts them at 1-3. They would be tied with Fallout, and Wasians would actually be above them. BTK would be tied for the number 7, number 6 slot at that point if they lose this game, especially if they lose it 2-0. They would be losing to Fallout as well. Like, BTK has to get this win. I don't know.
They fall below Empire as well.
Oh,
Empire won their series.
Yeah, if they lose out, if they lose this game, they drop to the number 7 spot. If BTK loses this game.
That means they'd come out the bottom. We had 3 ties, right? That means they'd come out the bottom with all that, correct? Wasians, Empire, and they were all tied at the start of the day.
They would be behind. They'd be bottom.
That's, it goes back to what we were talking about the first match. Like, it's crazy to even have these conversations. We're talking about if BTK loses, they're going to 7th spot on the team standings. Never thought I'd ever hear BTK in somewhere near last, ever. But these are wild times we live in. It's NACT Spring 2023, and apparently the motto should have been anything can happen. Because that's exactly what's happening. We're just seeing a Hanabi continue its 100% win streak. We've seen an Edith pop off, go flawless in the hands of Wasians here. And Kaja, that was just almost unstoppable, and BTK picking it up, maybe going to take some notes here. But this is the land of dawn. It's incredible. It might as well be a jungle.
I mean, you got to be I'm wondering what's going on. I wish I had a fly on the wall of the BTK comms right now, right? Like,
what's Mike
that right there? That's a hit right there, right? That's a hit. You gotta really collect yourselves, keep your cool as you come into this game, because Wasians won that game, with some unmeta heroes, and now Ooga Booga, the Boogeyman, that's his new nickname. All you other casters, you better start calling him it, because that right there is stuff of nightmares, what we just saw. So the Boogeyman here is going to pick up the Hanabi again, and honestly, I'm starting to vibe with it. Merciless on the Edith once again. We know how well he plays. I am not completely doubting the fact that Wasians could sweep this. This is my serious
Trex, had we been, okay, I'll use mine. So had we been talking about this earlier on, if you said a Wasian sweeps BTK earlier on in this morning, even at the start of week 1, I'd call you a fool. I'd call you a dimwit. I'd call you a lot of things I probably can't say on this stream. But moral of the story, the end of that line is just incomprehensible. I don't think anyone woke up thinking that we were going to be talking about a 1-0 lead from Wasians and led by the 3-pick 100% win rate Hanabi. Absolutely mind-boggling from the Boogeyman, as you call him.
Honestly, though, now listen though. But honestly, we have seen like there are clutch picks that happen like this. I mean, we saw. I'm not saying it's too out of the realm, right? There's always those one players who have a clutch pick, and I think as we go through this, Ooga Booga picks up the Hanabi, could be a threat even down the line. I'm not saying it's a threat to the EhioBrothers, but it could be something that teams are worried about it. Like Malaysians, some of them have some clutch picks here and there. I'm just saying, yes.
Wait, back it up a little bit, because the way you said that sentence applied a lot. There was some weight to those words. You said, yeah, maybe not against a team like EhioBrothers. What kind of team are they facing right now?
They're facing a good. Let's not go.
Come on now. Let's be clear and concise. There's some room to interpret what you just said.
All I'm saying is that Ooga Booga on the Hanabi is clean. Whether we think it's meta or not, Ooga Booga on the Hanabi is clean. He's proved that. Merciless on this Edith helps make it even more sealed in. So possibilities here for Wasians to win this game.
Okay, Trex, sound
I'm not going to deny it anymore.
Start breaking this down.
No sound bites.
No,
what do you think about the draft?
Gotta ask. No. It is about the draft. Are you saying here now Hanabi goes into your basket of clutch picks? Like, if you see Hanabi, you're like, that's
for Wasians?
That's the answer.
Yeah. For Wasians?
You're wrong. Yeah. So it's solidified in your head.
For
Hanabi
Wasians?
is the bread and butter.
Not the bread and butter. It's a clutch. It's a pocket
It's a
pick.
clutch.
It's a clutch. It's like a, oh wait, even though in this draft everything else is open, I'm gonna pick up the Hanabi. It's a clutch.
All right. Okay. All right.
It's a surprise.
I'll leave it at that. We can get back into it now. We've seen that the first half has been locked in. A couple of meta picks from BTK, a little more, less so from the side of Wasians. The bans have been locked in. We're going to move into the second half now. Anything interesting you're kind of seeing? I know I have my eyes on the Granger ban personally for myself.
I mean, honestly, if I was Zane right now, I would just go in, like pick up the YSS. Pick up the Roger. Get crazy. Since they want to get crazy, why not? What do you got to lose at this point? I think we were talking about this before. I would love to see Zane. I mean, if other teams are going to play some things that are a bit out of meta, why not match that with something that fits the time zone of what some of these picks are, right? They're not playing this year's meta. They're playing older meta, right? Yes, Edith is good. They do have the Faramis, so there is a couple problems, but they definitely need to do something. Unless what you're saying is it's just like skill gap, which I still don't think BTK is completely like getting skill gap. I think there's something wrong here. And there comes the Harith pick.
No. I don't think they get I'm gonna move on with my point I was gonna say before we address that. So
Harley.
I wasn't claiming the skill gap. I feel like it's supposed to be a skill gap the other way. I'm not sure what's going on. Like you said, I'd love to hear what BTK is talking about right now, what's going on in the comms, and kind of how they're feeling and how they're vibing, because it's a lot. But Trex, there it goes. The Paquito. Now Michael has arrived. Done with the Mobazane, the face of NA, the real man.
Michael, aka Mike Tyson, with the
we got
boxing gloves.
Boogeyman versus Michael Myers. Here we go. This is the table. It's been set. We're gonna rock with it. Michael Myers and Boogeyman.
I like it. You know, he's going Thanos mode right now. He's like, fine, I'll do it myself. You know, he needs some damage. He's gonna come in and he's gonna. At what cost?
Everything. It took a Hanabi to bring it out of me, but I'm here. I have arrived.
Balance is important, man, and right now, Mobazane is trying to set the balance as we jump in to Game 2. This is BTK up against Wasians. Wasians holding the lead at match point. The Boogeyman and Chacho are here to bring some fear into Mobazane, but he's bringing out the gloves. He's ready to swing. He's got the Paquito. Can he even the playing field?
Can he indeed? Now, Trex, we do have a moment. Right, now that the theme has been set, the table has been laid out. Didn't really get to get onto it. Chacho with this Harley pick. Now, it's very interesting. I'm really not that opposed to the Harley, right? I haven't seen it in the professional play. I'm not sure if it's been used in other regions at all, but I can't, yeah, it is over here. But I can say, like, there is some upside as far as what you get from the Harley. The magic damage is insane. The early aggression he can create with the snowball, he is single target. I feel like it could be a problem for a pick like Yato and the Farsa, a pick like the Melissa in the hands of Yuna. If he's able to get a clear shot, definitely can take out some people easily with the Harley. Especially if you get setups like Merciless was giving him last game, you can definitely get it done with this Harley pick. Yeah, it's a little unorthodox, but there's a way to go ahead and make it win. If we can see a Hanabi get it done, why not Harley?
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, heroes like Melissa, some of these heroes like even Yato on this Farsa, like, the reason why they're meta right now is because they do well against other meta, right? Like, Melissa does well against some of the dive, tanky jungles, able to put up the go away. But something like a Harley, who doesn't need to get close to you to kill you, it's a great answer to it, honestly, like you just said. Something like Yato right there, first blood, going into the hands of Ooga Booga. We're seeing how sometimes going off meta can break what you think the meta is.
And you know, and it happened with San Chacho on the Harley. A target for him is Yato, and just like first blood, exactly, just proving what we're talking about of what he can make happen out here.
Yeah, I mean, Mobazane will secure the first turtle there. He's, like I said, he's brought out the gloves. I mean, at this point, he's just doing his own thing. He's like, listen, you guys need to figure it out. I'm going to jungle. I'm going to take turtles. He did that solo right there. T did help him a little bit. but still. Oh, Ooga Booga gonna get cut off there. Yato trying to get some revenge onto the Boogeyman.
And there we go. All right, I guess if you can stop Ooga Booga with the Hanabi, you got a great shot. He's on 100% win rate. You definitely got to key in on him. You got to stop him. As funny as it may seem, he's actually a legitimate threat. He isn't the Boogeyman for no reason. Ooga Booga's out here to play. You got to create some space for Michael Myers over there to really scare the side of Wasians. But if you're letting Ooga Booga pop off with the Hanabi, it's not going to be much room for it. But someone else that's going to be put in some fear, Chacho, man. The alpha was already crazy, but he's doubling down on these unorthodox picks, but he's also making it work. Right, to an extent. I feel like the alpha didn't have the greatest game, but like I said, in moments like that last Lord clash that they had a couple great plays, and right now with the Harley, he's already found the early pick on Yato, so now Yato has to respect the Harley.
I mean, here's the real, wait a second, Chacho, look for more. Bolt Alter does come in, Joybot is able to escape, but no, Ego with the flicker. Yato trying to find an answer back, but here comes Mobazane, able to get a nice pick onto Chacho, found the hat and found the skill, able to take him out there. Mobazane starting to pack a little bit of a punch. He's going to move into this orange buff. Ooh, waiting for the engage. Hold under the tower. Mobazane, though, going to back off. At least he doesn't get the orange buff there, though.
That's right, and I mean, we saw Michael Myers take down the Boogeyman then, so that's 1-0 in the 1v1 for the junglers, but we did see that kill transpire on Joybot, and a lot of that damage came from Chacho with the deadly magic, enabled a flicker play from Ego to be able to take him down with that finishing touch right there, a little cherry on top, if you will, to go ahead and take him out. So we can see that Chacho is definitely a threat. There goes again, Trex.
Joybot with the deadly magic. It's a lot of damage. Joybot gets away, though. And here's the thing, right? Chacho, there's no one to really find him. Zane does find the answer by going for the hat instead, like when he flickers in. He didn't go for Chacho. But overall, it's either Zane or it's Joybot who have to try to take him out. Because other than that, no one's going to be able to land down on him.
Absolutely not. So they definitely have to find an answer to him. But at the same time, hang on. They're going to force out that Colt Alter. That's right. It's going to be incredible, important utility, though, that's been wasted. Ego having to save his own life there with the Colt Alter. So that's a nice bit of utility used up from the side of BTK, especially just at the cost of a Farsa ultimate. Going to come back rather quick. Ramus, though, is going to have a little while before that Colt Alter is back in play. But meanwhile, though, Chacho's still a threat running around. He is 1-1-1, but maybe looking to make himself 2-1 here.
Most definitely T in a lot of trouble. Deadly Magic does lock on. Gonna try to get that final hit. Luckily, passive keeps him alive there. Zane now looking for Chacho. Misses the punch. Not able to quite land on. Merciless pops the primal form. Takes a bit of damage. Zane in a little bit of trouble. Ego looking for it. Gets the Ghostbusters. And Zane goes down.
Outside. Hanabi. Trouble.
Oh, yeah. Oh, cameraman. Come on. Bring me down there. Ooga Booga goes down. Unicutie picking up the kill in the boss side.
And that's going to be a nice trade for them. But it's just incredible to see Chacho really make this Harley pick work, man. Able to keep leading up to, finishing touches for the rest of the team as Tower falls into the hands of BloodThirstyKings. That's a great upside for them. But again, Chacho right now with the deadly magic, he's been running around causing pain. And it's funny to mention, they've been walking away kind of low HP, but the more of these items he gets in, like around maybe that mid-game, I want to say, as he loses that retry battle over the Mobazane, that's pretty important to note. But if he can get to like maybe around those 3 items, not necessarily late game because he kind of falls off there. Well, honestly, maybe not because there's nothing to really stop him. Like you said, there's no one to really stop him late game, so he can still have the same effectiveness. But around that 3 item spike, I think, is where he really comes all on. Like, there's not going to be anyone just surviving afterwards. He's going to be able to finish those kills. But a Radiant Armor, though, has been picked up by Joybot. He's had enough of Chacho focusing on at the start of those fights.
Most definitely. A Radiant Armor, you pick up an Athena Shield, it could be the answer. Then you leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to Ooga Booga in the late game if it gets that far, right? So if they're going to go that route, they have to find an answer quick. Now, next turtle does go over to the side of Wasians. So 2 turtles for BTK, 1 for Wasians. Towers at almost a standstill. Merciless trying to get the response back to Yuna. Yuna looking for it. Isn't going to be able to finish it. Yato comes in the spick of time. But in the end, Merciless does go down.
I'm not going to lie, for a second there, I actually thought Merciless was about to turn that around. But yep, here it comes. Not going to find anything, though, but they are going to be able to pick up this mid tower, and that is so huge for the side of Wasians. BTK losing the mid tower as we cross over to the 7-minute mark. It's They've just been defying the odds and making the impossible possible from the side of Wasians, man. They're doing a lot that shouldn't be happening right now.
Joybaj, what? Joybaj taking a little couple hits from the tower to the face. Deadly Magic gonna be able to finish him off. Chacho will go down to that, gives everybody a little bit of freedom to roam. Mobazane coming in, clean things up. Chacho falls. Mobazane looking for the next target with the knockout strike. Double kill onto Ooga Booga. Boogeyman goes down. Zane still standing.
All right, man. Michael Myers, Mike Tyson, that's my boy. Now he's coming alive. He said enough is enough. He's got to get out of here and start helping the team. But, yeah, Trex, I mean, we're talking about it as BTK going for the siege. Hang on.
Big pick. Nuna almost gets pulled back in. Ego takes a lot of damage, though. Colt Alter keeps him alive. A little bit of a disengage, though. Watch Zane, though, on this side waiting. He's waiting. He's waiting. Go for the punch. He doesn't want to do it. He wants someone better. He wants Chacho. Come on.
Ooga Booga. No shield.
You need some. Wait,
Chacho?
Chacho. Come on, Zane.
Zane.
Oh.
There goes the height. There goes the intensity. We thought we were going to see a slaughter. Hang on. Wait. No. Ooga Booga.
Top sponsor. Ooga Booga taking a lot of damage. Able to pick that one up. Zane looking for the second one. Going to come back to the team, though. You got what you came for. 4-1-0.
And you know what? That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I got to see from Michael Myers here. He's got to make them type of plays right there. That's some good positioning. He does have kind of like a pickoff with the Paquito. So that vision denial that we were kind of talking about in these other series, when you have that kind of composition, you definitely need to play with those bushes. The lack of information increases the threat of the pick that Zane has. And he's definitely going to need that if he wants to be successful, because like taking on that head-on fight, it's a little rough for them. There's a lot of ways to be stopped, but hang on.
Nice pick from Joybaj there. Merciless will go down. And that's a good target, right? Merciless, you notice the big stark difference in this game? Merciless is 0-2 instead of 4-0 this time. And you can definitely see the difference. Mobazane trying to come in. Knockout punch. Almost getting locked up. Colt Alter comes down. Mobazane in a bad spot. Will fall to Chacho. All alone in the midst of 3 members. The rest of the team couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's as the junk, especially as this game gets a little longer, can't take those kind of deaths. Luckily, though, Ooga Booga's not really in range for him to kind of start up that lore. They're just not feeling comfortable enough to go for it, because that could have been the call there as soon as Zane died. Chacho, though, a little aggressive.
Yeah, Joybaj isn't worried about it anymore. He literally took all of those shots. Every possible stack that could happen for that Deadly Magic, he took it, and he ate it like a snack, like a cheese sandwich. No damage on a Joybaj, and he's going to start holding down the front line now. They're going to look at Wasians. They do want position, but you mentioned Ooga Booga. The difference is from last game, too. He's 0-4. Last time he didn't take as many deaths in the early game, and at least he got a kill. So Ooga Booga's late game is looking very late at this point.
And, I think it kind of speaks over to kind of the targeting. It was kind of funny at the start, Chacho going for Joybaj, kind of punching him. But since the Radiant Armor has been locked in, I don't know if he's paying attention to the items at all as he split pushes that top slide. A little interesting note. But he needs to start going for Yato. He needs to focus on this mage. Going for this Joybaj. Ooh.
Ooga Booga instantly deleted. Does get down. Unicutie will be next. Yato on the run. Chacho trying to find the backside, but a double kill does go over the side of Mobazane. Chacho does want Yato, though. Yato tries to sidestep, can't quite make it as Chacho picks up the kill, but now he's all alone against Joybaj T and Zane. Joybaj might fall. Zane doesn't want to let it go down like this. He's going to chase him down, pick up the mega kill, and now move on to the Lord.
Michael Myers, baby. That's what we're talking about. Getting it done, able to find and seek out that kill. They were able to end up finding Yato, right? We were talking about him needing to be able to pick him off, but it was a little too late. A lot of the members are already taken off the board. But if they can do that later on, actually, what a great job from Ego. He made all the members of BTK kind of leave that alone. Can they make it reset, though, is the question. And yes, they can. Yes, they will. That's huge for the side of Wasians to be able to stall out that Lord.
It's literally exactly kind of what they did in the last game. Stall out the Lord, stall out time, kind of play games. Yes, we take some deaths, but we get back on the map. They're not exactly like trying to take a lot. They're just trying to hold out this game until the boogeyman comes online.
And that's definitely right. And that's why I said, like, it's not a lot to handle Ooga if they can keep Yato uncomfortable. It's kind of how we were talking about the Benedetta and Farsa interaction. You don't even have to find the kill. You just have to make Farsa uncomfortable enough to where they leave the fight or just can't make a successful ult last any longer than like the first strike.
if they can just make that happen, that's good enough to let Uga Buga step up in these fights and really start dishing out damage. But as long as Farsa is there with this immobile pick, it's very hard to be able to step into the fight. But look at what Chacho's doing right now on the Harley.
Ooh, Joybaj, though, will find a pick on Decade. In comes Zane, looking for something. Yato with great position on the feathered airstrike. Uga Buga is the first to fall. Next will be Ego, and Merciless will be third on the chopping block. Chacho does find Unicutie, though. I think Mobazane needs to try to maybe get this Lord this time. You gotta try to start ending this soon. Chacho on the run, and that's a Lord to the side of BTK.
I feel like that's such a misplay from Chacho. When I said to look at him, I was expecting him to go for that push on the tower. He had a minion wave there, and I was like, oh, okay. So instead of like contesting the Lord, he's just going to go for the tier 2. Cool idea for me. I'm not really opposed to it, but he actually did not at all. He like waited for the fight to break out. Members have already fallen, then he shows up when it's just Merciless left out there. He's got to be there from the start. Someone has to stop Yato. There's no one to really get back there except Chacho as the jungler, which is already a risky play, but he has to get it done. He's the only one that can do it. And until Yato is like contained or repelled from the fights, Uga Buga just can't step up. He's 0-6 for a reason.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming a huge problem. Uga Buga should be able to melt down this Lord, but not for not, because BTK is going to take towers everywhere else on the map. I will say this, Wasians should have an okay siege protection unless T can come in and make a big play happen. Took a couple tower shots to the face, brought down to about half health. Yato tries to use a feathered airstrike, but Chacho is there. He is the anti-Yato. Every time Yato tries to make a play, Chacho answers.
And I want you to keep note of Cade's positioning, right? That whole time while they were trying to go for that little push or whatever you want to call it, a quick skirmish, Cade did not leave that push. He's waiting for the big set. But hang on here, Chacho. Kind of smelling out blood. Funnily enough, it's the same bush we saw Mobazane watch him in, and they both passed up on the opportunity. So both of these stone cold killers know their limits when it comes to these pickoffs. But I do think right now, Wasians, it's going to take a combination. Cade's going to have to be in a spot where he can really let that Numian Blast fly, because there are ways to cancel it. Paquito with the knock, Kaja as well if he wants to go for it. Even a bump from T in the Black Dragon form, or a Furious Dive, a Petrify, a lot of ways to cancel it. He's going to have to find a creative way to find the set, which is why I think the positioning he went for right there is kind of hinting that he's even picking up on it himself. If he can make that adjustment, it will give the side of Wasians a great opportunity. You pair that up as we go in with a pause, letting us to ramble on with these win conditions. If you can pair that up with Chacho on the Harley, being able to find Yato on that far, so those two things right there, just those two things is going to skyrocket Wasians.
You know, Deku, last year when I was casting, we had some interesting picks sometimes, right? Who was the team? Deuce Knights used to be. They used to pick them. They used to pick the Mia, and they would make it work, right? And right now we're seeing this kind of strategy from Wasians. Reminds me of like a NA Todak or some sort of Malaysian team that likes to get a little crazy. You know, like pick a Eudora at M4 and win with it. I mean, those types of things do happen. But my question is to you: did you think you would cast it yourself?
No, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like I said, I don't think
this was not in the notes. This was not in the notes.
I mean, it was in the notes that they picked it. It wasn't in the notes that they were going to win against BTK with it, and then go again, double down on it for the elimination match to try to send BTK home with a Hanabi. It does resemble a lot of Todak, like you said, because even over there in Malaysia, who already has kind of like their own strange bit of a meta, Todak stands out even there, and that's a lot. You know, saying a lot about them to be able to stand out in such a scene like that. But over here, you couldn't have explained that any better. It really is like watching a Todak out here right now, especially because it is working, because Todak gets wins too with this type of stuff, and Wasians is clearly no different.
Most definitely. Now, all right, next question, as we got some downtime. Wasians are on the back foot. They're at a 6,000 gold deficit. Do you think there is a crunch time for Uga Buga? Like, if this game gets to 20 minutes, can Wasians pop back?
I don't know, because I feel like when you're talking about an actual team fight, a straight 5v5, I feel like that what Hanabi does, Melissa does like 10 times better. So it's hard to say like he reached 20 minutes and like, oh yeah, he pops off, because there's Unicutie over there who doesn't have Aegis, by the way, has Inspire, so he's automatically just going to pump out more as far as DPS as opposed to Uga here, but a pickoff potentially.
Yeah, Merciless forces the Black Dragon trying to get away, but that is a good amount of damage from Ooga Booga. Starting to stack up a little bit, starting to get a little bit of speed in there. One thing that Ooga Booga does do is do a bit more spread damage, I would say. But Joy Wasian Yato gonna flicker back. Chacho goes in the midst of death. A very rough play. I'm guessing maybe either a misclick, maybe trying to go back and find Yato, maybe outplay them while they were under the tower, but it definitely bit back, and now this should be a free Lord from Mobile Zane.
I can't believe what we just saw. Ooga Booga not letting it go.
Oh, Zane gets stunned.
What?
Zane's still able to find it though, but that was looking scary. Ooga Booga will go down. Zane very low as well. Yuna popping off, finds Cade. He actually gets the kill though. It's a 4-man wipe, and after that, BTK should be able to clean this up.
What a bunch of errors. Just a big bag of blunders from the side of Wasians. I still can't believe what Chacho did. It had to be a misclick because there's no other reason to go for that. No one was low enough to even like potentially stuff a misplay like where they killed themselves and you survive. He was clear cut out of the way there. You got to take that escape. We went right back into the mist. And then you have Ooga Booga. The kid's about to solo contest that Lord. But Trex, here comes Lord. Rest of the members of BTK. Can they end it?
Yeah, well, Zane goes down, so Chacho definitely trying to defend the end. Diego will be the next to fall. Yato with a beautiful finish, and Yuna's going to lock in. Ladies and gentlemen, BTK trying to take the meta back and take us to game 3.
That's right. Not even trying. Now they have done it. You know what else they've done? They have ended the 100% win streak for Hanabi. Didn't think that was going to be an achievement for any team out here in NACT, but it's remarkable. They are the only team that has done it. They're the only ones that can say they have stopped Ooga Booga.
The boogeyman is real. The boogeyman is real, Deku, and he can hurt you. I just want to let you know that. Wasians, BTK, 1-1. Let's put it this way. If BTK wins this, Ben Dunn had it once again with a beautiful prediction. All of us guessed 2 zeros, but Wasians are defying the odds, and I'm not going to lie, Deku, I love it. I love it.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I cast Mobile Legends for. Days like today.
I mean, it makes it so fun because had this just been a 2-0, a little sweep, you're like, okay, expect it. Didn't expect the Navi, not once, especially not twice, not to see it win, and to actually force the side of BTK into a match point like that. They did bounce back and respond. It's pretty landslide if you're looking at kills, but that was still a 17-minute game. Up against Hanabi and Harley now that joined the mist there. So clearly, even with Wasians dipping off a bit from the meta, dipping off with roster swaps, with Ashley not even being here, is literally giving it to the side of BTK, and they're really having to fight back here just to take this match to avoid a 7th place here.
Another, look at T this time. 2-0-11. Had a pretty rough game last time. Took a couple of bad plays, a couple of bad losses, but this time, one of the best KDAs on the team. This is this last moment. Take us through it, Deku.
And I mean, right here, like we kind of saw the issues here from the side of Wasians, kind of the way that they were trying to take these fights. You can see Chacho, right, trying to do what we were talking about, go for Farsa. He finds it, but it's too late. And the rest of the team has already been wiped out. You needed that happening, like, before the fight even breaks out, before anyone even starts to go for the engage. They needed to get Yato out of the way on this Farsa. But I really do feel like had they been keying in on that for like those win conditions that they needed to not only get rid of Yato and then enable that Hanabi pick, they could have actually potentially won that game. The Harley pick was doing numbers starting out in the match. But speaking of numbers, we are heading into game number 3, the 3rd draft, sitting at 1-1. Match elimination for both these teams. Trex, it felt like maybe we could just say it was going to be a sweep, but now we're seeing some competition. This could go either way.
It definitely, it's NACT. It can always go any way, right? And at this point, we're on the last game of the night, and what a way to finish it. 1-1, BTK up against Wasians. If you had to put money on it, would you think that Ooga Booga picks that Hanabi up again?
I mean, just to pick the Hanabi the first time, I know someone on the team had to fight back about it. I think he was just hard-headed. It was like, no, going Hanabi.
No, I think they have full faith. I think they have full faith.
I mean, well, now. I feel like they do now. I think the first time, there had to be some give back. There had to be some give back. Unless they were just, like, running this in scrims and it was like, okay, we're unstoppable. Then maybe. But, like, I don't think that's how that went. It had to be some fight back. It was like, okay, we won the first one. He's like, okay, can I do a game 2? They're like, well, you won, so sure. And then game 2, and they win again. And then you hop out to this day and like, hey, Hanabi, They're like, okay, fine. Wins the game again up against Mobazane. They're like, all right, man, forget it. Just do it. So
anytime
I feel
you
like
want
at this point, yeah, if you beat Mobazane with it, you beat BTK, you sweep a team with it, you had a 100% win rate. I feel like they can go for it again. And I really don't doubt, even with the series on the line and the potential for them to skyrocket in the rankings, that they'll avoid the Hanabi pick. We could very well see it.
You know, one of the interesting things, too, about the way that Wasians are drafting is you have a lot of freedom, right? You have a lot of freedom in the bans. You have a lot of freedom to kind of ban whatever you want and not have to worry about what they're going to ban as much because you're going to pick something off meta anyways. You're going to pick something that never touches that ban board. So it just gives them a little bit more swing room in certain things, and they can ban however they want. There's no, like, mind game, really, of like, oh, we're going to leave this open so we can get that. Now,
right.
I do like the fact that they banned out this Kaja this time because game 1, they had the Kaja. Cade did a wonderful job with it, got pickoffs. Game 2, Joybaj gets the Kaja, has a wonderful game, gets picks off. So this time there's no Kaja. We're going to have to see something a little bit different in the roam carry one of these teams.
That's right. And I feel like they might have let it go if Valentina was off the board. But since Valentina was up yet again, Kaja gets to be put on the side of BTK. So I feel like they kind of just had to go for it because they know they were going to get it back. But they pick up the Faramis, which does offer it out to the side of Valentina. And they also go for the Terizla. You know what, though? Yeah. That's not surprising. That they actually did this A77 match. They did this. Game 2, Ashley with the Xavier comeback. Valentina got picked up. They went for the Xavier and Terizla response. This time it's a Faramis, but there's no Ashley.
It's true. And I mean, like Merciless, honestly, I have faith in like Merciless. Amaya is like one of the top players on the Wasians team. He's able to make plays happen with a lot of different EXP laners. He's been around for a while. So, like, him picking up the Terizla, not too crazy. But Joybaj on this Cho, definitely going to get crazy. This is honestly like a signature pick for him. I'm excited to see it. The only problem is it's not a lot of, like, group CC, which is something you kind of want against a composition like this. But again, if he can pick off the Faramis or pick off the Boogeyman with this Hanabi, you got some answers there.
That's right, Boogeyman. Right over here with me this time. Trex is on my side, so I'm going to have to go with him here. You know what, though? Interestingly enough, as funny as it sounds, this game, I feel like it has more relevancy because obviously Joybot is going to go for the high priority targets. And who's high priority here? The Boogeyman, who also has CC immunity. The Boogeyman. He's going to have to play to go around the passive of Hanabi. And you know what? Once upon a time, I'd be like, bro, it's like 10 HP. You can definitely handle that. But the Aegis that Ooga Booga's been running helps all shields now help Hanabi be CC immune. Doesn't matter where it comes from or what source it is. So with that spell, like the moment he goes for like the G Canoe, maybe he can go ahead and pop the Aegis, and then it's like the way the dragon doesn't connect. It's done. You know, and if that's like they're gonna bank on just Joybot here, that could be a little bit of an issue if they don't get some type of burst on top of the Boogeyman here to kind of break that shield.
Yeah, so it's definitely not going to be easy just to lock him down. But there are other targets, right? You come on to Ego. You do have T as well, who, if following last game, can do good. I'll be honest, though, like the Lapu has been a pick that is slowly starting to fall off the, because I feel like for a while, Lapu was like, this is it. This is what you pick in the XP lane if it's open, no matter what. Now we're starting to see the glue become relevant again, just like it was. It kind of took a weird curve. We're seeing the Yuzong get picked more. We're seeing Merciless pull out some different picks as usual. So kind of interesting. T2 is always kind of feels a little hit or miss. He either has an amazing game or he has a pretty rough game. So a lot's going to come down to how he performs in the XP lane against Merciless.
You know, it's actually funny that you mentioned how Lapu was kind of dipped a little bit because we actually saw earlier on, right? For Empire, they actually went for this kind of response too. There was a Valentina. They went for the Faramis, but they put Lapu next to him, which is the same thing that Wasians could have went for, but they actually avoided that and went for the Terizla, which is honestly not a bad pick because I guess you could expect the Lapu to come back because he is pretty typical into the Faramis pick, like we were talking about earlier, that AoE damage burst out, but it's a good matchup for Terizla in the lane. So he doesn't have an issue dealing with Lapu. So I feel like maybe they like took Faramis, took the Terizla and it was like, we know they'll probably go for Lapu with Valentina. We already have the answer here to deal with that. We have the Faramis as well. That's just like the total package. He's one of the highest win rates, one of the highest bans. Like, we don't really have to worry about him. He's going to do Faramis things. But now we have that answer to go right alongside with whatever BTK is going to look for, which is probably going to be that Lapu.
I mean, I think the Terizla, also another thing, it can go well with the Faramis because it's not like as mobile as a Lapu, right? It's not like as mobile. Right. I think it capitalizes a little bit more off of the Cult Altar, especially paired up with something like the Hanabi, who isn't super divey, a little bit less mobile. So at this point, Wasians seem to be looking more like they're just going for that kind of Ube, right? Going for more of that group together, depending on what exactly they end up picking in the jungle and what they pick for the realm or mage.
You know, something else I was thinking, like a good interaction, is like if you get a nice Shadow Stampede pool from the Faramis, that actually eliminates a lot of work on a Merciless to be able to set up with that penalty zone. Like you said, not very mobile, so having someone like Faramis be able to walk that in, and if he's following up that, he's also on range for the Cult Altar, to let him really just swing and just go loose with that. But I was thinking right now, I'm not really sure. I'd have to really take a look at it again as Hayabusa gets picked up. That's pretty nice. Is Hanabi, does the Faramis Cult Altar, is that HP based, or does that have like a shield type of mirroring? Does that count for Hanabi?
Oh, for her or for her like second skill or whatever, where she gets like CC. I don't think it counts as a shield. I think it's HP. I don't think it counts as. I was gonna say, because that'd be a good question.
That'd be really cheesy. That would have been super cheesy.
That's definitely cheesy.
I mean, we're gonna get our for sure answer in this match, but you might be right.
Keep our eyes peeled for it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to keep our eyes on that.
Might be its whole own separate category. I don't know. But Chacho is going to pick up the Hayabusa. So I'm wondering, does Zane go something a bit more damagey here, right? Or does he put the Faith back in? There it is.
Here it goes! Ah! The Sun Michael Myers.
Why not, right? Like, why not at this point? If they're going to pick Hayabusa, if they're going to pick Hanabi, yeah, bringing it in a lot of, I feel like it's a good time. If there's no enemy tank jungle, I don't think it's a bad pick. I think the reason why so many damage jungles went extinct is because of the tank jungle. But if the enemy's not going to pick it, then I think picks like YSS, picks like Hayabusa, picks like a lot of these picks like Bakito, they can work in that standing. I don't think it's just always bad. So we'll see how this works out. Unicutie does pick up the Harith as well for the gold lane, adding a little bit more dash around. You know what could destroy them right now? A Phoveus pick. Oh, they go for that instead. Never mind.
Well, I shut that down, but it does raise up some more questions about what Wasians is doing. Going for the Carmilla is actually a little insane on my books, just because there is a Valentina. So with this side of BTK, obviously leaning towards the straight damage, only looking for setups from Cho. They're looking to brawl, looking to put on this combination of the Zaman Force, the Brave Fighter, you know, Mobazane with the East Shin. I don't even know what he does with him, but he makes a lot of damage happen. And then the Valentina looking to burst out targets. You take the Carmilla ult, and now it's like you have that damage, and then you amplify. Because that's all they want to do is clash. And with the Carmilla ult on their side, it looks a little more dangerous than it does on Wasians. But I do have to say, though, if they can maybe like kind of avoid that early pressure that you're definitely going to see from BTK, they have a decent shot. That Harith is very strong, and we have to respect the YSS into the hands of Zane. But with the YSS in the hands of Zane, game 3 in his hands as well. It's match point for both these teams. Trex, what odds could be greater than being either being sent home or moving up in the rankings?
I don't know, with match point between BTK up against Wasians, literally a lot is on the line, but quick story time. I feel like I'm in a time capsule right now, casting some of my very first games from about a year and a half ago. Mobazane on the YSS. I mean, if you're not excited about NACT, this is going to bring all the old school fans in, but wait a second, Merciless already getting a pick off. Chacho picks up the kill. Joybaj goes down.
This is insane because we were talking about that early damage coming out from BTK, and here they are on the receiving end of a first blood coming out from Wasians here. But speaking as well, just to stack on what you're talking about, the YSS, because I do feel like it's something fun to talk about. Because me and you had a very passionate conversation, I'd say, about like Zane shying away from the damage picks and how we would really love to see him get out there with the rest of these teams and just like, bro, just drop the tank and play damage. Every team you're facing is pulling out some kind of damage jungler, and like you're Mobile Zane with like, you know, such highly claimed statuses with some of these damage picks, and you're not even going to them as well, especially in some of these games he's been playing where we kind of felt if he had damage it would have been a little different. And to see him now, like, you know what, I'm MOBA Zane. I am MOBA Zane. What these boys are doing, I was doing from the start.
I mean, it's true, and I think if there's a time to try these things, it is now in the first half of this season. Because even if BTK loses this, doesn't mean they're out of playoffs, right? There's still plenty of time to get some wins. But even overseas in MPLs, you see clutch picks come out sometimes. You see things happen. You see teams try new things, and that's how new metas are born. So I like to see MOBA Zane bringing back a YSS, trying something a little bit different, and seeing if it works. Because if it works here, it means we could possibly see it again in the future, depending on who they're up against.
I mean, it has to, right? Or at least there's a good chance for it to be different, because the tank jungles weren't working for him. So you, what else can you do? You got to try the damage at this point now, and I feel like that's the conclusion he came to, and I feel like that's the conclusion most of us came to a while ago. But you know what? I really feel like a lot of that tank jungle stuff on Zane came from some of those boot camp trips he took. He was really scarred. I don't know if you got to catch a lot of those streams, but it was a lot. Oh my goodness.
Hold on a second. Big flicker penalty zone. Zane is deleted. Does get the turtle for his team though, but Wasians still holding in gold right now. A little bit faster farming.
You know what? It's just a funny thought. Oh my god!
Big kick from Joybaj. Ego still able to escape, but no! T with the flicker, bravest fighter, able to get that final pick off, giving BTK the first kill.
Joybaj and Merciless right now going set for set, tick off for pick off there with some incredible plays. We saw the flicker penalty zone. I forgot that was even a thing. They added that into some of these champs where that flicker is like a little extra oomph to some of these incredible ultimates. And then Joybaj, TikTok Cho time. Some would say maybe a Yaoi as well.
Good play there though. Yato saving that Cult Altar just in the nick of time. He's gonna be a prime target for Chacho. Chacho's been coming for Yato for 3 games straight now. Yato knows it. He needs to be careful about it. T though, trying to find Merciless, is winning out in this EXP lane currently, and I think Wasians know it.
That's right, Booga Booga.
The Boogeyman. The Boogeyman. Now, Zane gonna take him out. Michael Myers on the field looking for Cade next. Yuna gonna dive under the tower to try to get that pick. MOBA Zane having a little bit of trouble, but he is gonna be able to get some gold plating off this. Cade now as well under the tower. MOBA Zane in a bad spot, takes a couple tower shots. Got somebody coming behind him. Needs to get out of town fast before Ego takes that last bit of HP. Chacho find a kill off the cam onto Yato as well.
That's right, finding an early pickoff, finding an early trade, but a response.
I'm sorry, Deku. They just keep going, man. They just keep fighting. We need peace, but they don't want to stop.
Hey, you can't stop fighting. You're in the game of your life right now for one of these sides. You got to be able to win this match. There's a lot more talk in the town going around, and it ain't good. So, with that being said, someone's going to have to brawl it out, and this looks like it's going to go to either side. But hang on, Unicutie with the hair is.
I think, you know, for a second there, Ooga Booga was having trouble. Now, Ooga Booga had a little bit of advantage. Wait a second, Joybaj does get the kick on a Merciless. Colt Altar comes in. And then at the time, Chacho takes the Lord. Merciless goes down, though. Yato responds back with the Colt Altar of his own. Chacho tries to get the shadow kill, but no damage to input just yet. Zane loses out on the turtle, moves back to his purple buff.
Plays like that, man, are really what define an XP laner for me, and it because it didn't result like in a kill, most people are going to ignore it, but that flicker penalty zone that Merciless went for to really catch MOBA Zane off guard and stop him from securing that turtle was monumental. It doesn't result into the KDA, it doesn't, you know, show up in the stats or anything, but that is a play that is just like, it's just an unsung like win condition for those type of interactions there. The mentality to even think about that after being kicked by Joybaj, you've been displaced, you're, you know, low HP and to be able to make that, but now more plays.
Boogeyman goes down. Joybaj going to take a couple tower shots, almost getting stunned up. No Ghostbusters to get the finish just yet. So BloodThirstyKings with a clean pickoff.
Merciless.
He's giving him the works, man. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, he's had some clutch. He gets those clutch penalty zones, but right now, T's giving him the works.
He is giving him the works, but we said that it's just a 1v1 type of thing. It's going to come down later on to those team fights, and seeing the type of play that Merciless made earlier, I'm still down to bank on him because he's had ugly stat lines and ugly KDAs before, but that's never really stopped him being useful in those later situations as far as team fights. But they are going to have to find a way to maybe help Booga Booga really have a much better game. The last match, he wasn't really able to pop off. This match, you already kind of pointed it out. For a second, looked like he had the upper hand, but Unicutie with that hair showing why it's been such a strong pick in the gold lane. It just kind of beats out these marksmen. Yeah, I mean, it's up against a Hanabi, so maybe you kind of expect it to go that way, but it's still like important to be noted. But hang on, a gank down there.
Another gank in the boss side. BTK capitalizing time and time again, finding the pick. Whoever they send down there is going down. Now T able to get some life back. Chacho in a bad spot. T finds the kill. Killing spree for him. 3-0-2. T's having a game of his life.
And he needs to have it. Someone has to come alive. Mobazane with the killing spree on the YSS. Everyone from the side of BTK right now is pretty much online. They're moving nice and right. They know what's at stake. They're not looking to drop this match. They know they have the damage. They know they can take the fight to the side of Wasians, who's going to look to maybe try to stall this out, but they're not going to let it happen. They're just going to keep going in on them.
We got some new item screens, boys and girls, and I like it.
We do.
Taking a look at it. Mobazane has locked in some penetration already. T with the Bloodlust Axe. That's what's giving him some of that life back. So I'm definitely liking where BTK is coming from this. And you mentioned Merciless on this Trizzler earlier. Yes, you have that flicker ult, but I feel, here's the thing. This is what makes metas right. I feel like Lapus gives you the same exact thing, but does a little bit more damage. The flicker ult, right? The stun. I guess Terizla's is a group one, but still, I feel like Lapu just overall is a better pick. Joybaj gonna get the kick down. A lot of damage. Colt Alter does get them all stunned up. Hanabi trying to get the ultimate as well. Yato finds kill onto Ego though. Joybaj looking for more Cade on the run along with Chacho and Ooga Booga. BloodThirstyKings taking over the map.
Joybaj getting a little ridiculous right now with the show plays to find him in that bush and then still to land that way of the dragon flicker for the incredible displacement and to even lead it to the kill as well. It wasn't just for show, it really resulted in something. I mean, the mechanics from this guy is a little insane. He's definitely out there making this potential happen for BTK to go ahead and take this series.
Yeah, Yuna's getting scary as well. The damage from him, the output, ready to go 1v1 against the Hayabusa. No worries. BTK has a 6,000 gold lead.
They do, but Zane needs to be careful here. Is able to slide out and evade what Wasians was thought they were going to get was a pick-off. It's going to be avoided. But look at the side of BTK. They're set up for a pick-off on their own, and Wasians needs to be careful here to not get taken out. They're only going to have information on Yuna, but they're not even going to respond to that blue buff. They're letting that go for free.
You know what, Mobazane, like, this is, if you want to talk about comfort heroes, this is the comfort hero, I feel like. And even in, 2023, he still looks good on it. Even when he's in that sticky situation, he knows how to use that dash perfectly, he knows how to time his skills, and he's playing this to a T right now.
And with the way he's performing on it and the way he performed in Paquito, it raises the question on, like, come on, man, like, why didn't you do this earlier? This could have been the difference for BTK. I feel like this could have changed so many matches for him because he clearly hasn't lost a step on it. Like you said, even though he's been scamming that tanked jungle, he's still got it when he switches back to the other side of the pool. And I mean, that's just Mobazane for you. He didn't end up becoming the best jungler in North America for no reason. It's stuff like this. It's the versatility of him able to beat off this damaged jungle for God knows how long and to get right back in it like he never left. It says a lot about his capabilities in that role, but it also just makes you wonder, man, like, why did he hold out on us for so long?
Definitely now. I mean, I think I think going against a team like Wasians, you kind of know what they're going to pick, so you're safe to pick this. Going up against a team like ElioBrothers or something that are willing to flex pick, that are willing to maybe pick up the Fredrin and throw it to the offlane, like there's still risk to picking up the YSS. I think it can be viable in the right situation, but going against other teams, you might have to be careful with it.
Let's see that, but now the lore down here, Trex, you could see maybe potentially final push.
Yeah, Now watch Joybaj. He's going to try to find something here. BTK, even though they have an advantage, they're still going to play it safe. They know they have the lead. 10,000 gold at that. They don't really have to hammer it in. They don't have to be too aggressive. They can just play this out and still take the win.
You know, I think that speaks a lot to the fact they have a 10,000 gold lead and they still made the proper decision there.
Merciless will go down. 2 Cold Altars do show up. Zane takes a couple tower shots. Does end up going down. Ooga Booga able to pick up that kill. Yuna, though, wants to pick up more. Yato finds one on Merciless. Ego falls as well. Joybaj able to get the way of the dragon. Chacho finds him. It's a 3-for-3 currently. Yato trying to escape Chacho. Once again, those two constantly going at it.
And, you know, just as quick as we were talking about BTK playing it safe, look at Wasians said, oh, you think they're safe? Let me show you something. And just went right out there and started taking off picks left and right. But like I was saying, though, it's very interesting to note, like you said, they did make the safe play, you could say, as far as macro. They're up 10K and still didn't want to risk throwing any potential there. But that's also lets you know how serious they are about winning this match and that they know what's at stake. They can't afford to have a mishap like that where they go for a final push they don't really need to. Maybe hand over a wipeout, too much shutdown. Because Ooga Booga did actually pick up a shutdown in that fight. He was the one that took down Mobazane there. So a nice amount of gold for him off that defense. But had they maybe gotten like a wipe there, that might have been too much handed over to the side of Wasians. I feel like BTK is doing all they can to avoid even the slightest chance of a comeback for Wasians.
And Chacho, honestly, like, we focused a lot on Merciless, but Chacho as well plays pretty well. He has a good game sense. Even the way he's on this Hayabusa right now, checking bushes, dashing in, popping that first skill, like, his overall game sense, and they know that right when Mobazane is down in the bot lane clearing lane, he knows, all right, this is my time to, you know, for our team to come out a little bit. And now, speaking of Chacho, going to try to move on to Yato. Yato does use the Winter Truncheon. A little bit worried, but a good play. And overall, BTK takes another Lord.
That's right. Uncontested and free for the jungler for the side of BTK Mobazane. As many as you will know him, but now Chacho in trouble.
Chacho instantly deleted. Mobazane picks up the kill. And this is the damage of that YSS as you creep into the mid and late game.
That's right. I mean, as soon as he slid onto the scene, it looked like Chacho slid right off of ours. Joining us up here at the casters, that's Lord, though, Trex in the mid lane. Members of the BTK looking to close in on this series.
Joybaj is going to be looking for a kick. Flickers in, dodges the penalty zone. Cold Altar does come down, but a base is dropping low. Merciless will fall. Unicutie with the killing spree, but a base goes down. And BTK reclaim it with a 2-1 win.
Respect, respect. Able to get that win. So they take it 2-1. Not the best, not the favorable outcome that they wanted. They don't move up in the rankings, but at least they don't move down to that 7th place spot.
Yeah, I mean, they tie Empire. Right now, them and Empire sitting at a stalemate for the number 4 spot. Maybe next week we'll finally see what still. So catch us next time on the NACT. But yeah, BTK takes a clean win. Wasians, though, I mean, Wasians defying the meta, had an interesting game 1, a crazy game 2, but in the end, BTK comes out on top. T having a phenomenal game in game 3.
He definitely did. Came alive for the side of BTK when they needed him most as well. Had some quiet games prior to that. You look at the stats, it doesn't look that crazy, right? He's only 3-2-6, but it was kind of the same thing I was talking about, like Merciless. It's like the small things that you don't really calculate in. Just the fact the damage he was pumping out, the repositioning he was forcing, the way he was able to kind of split up those fights and make the back line and front line kind of separate from the side of Wasians. All those type of things just embodied really what the XP lane has to do. Forget the kills, forget the fast stat lines. It's not going to happen if you're really doing your job here.
And now taking a look at these final replays, BTK finishing off the game. Take us through them, Deku.
I mean, there you go. You're seeing the final push there. You're seeing kind of what we saw all the match between BTK and Wasians, just taking the fight to him and not taking too many losses or trades there. Able to find that crystal base, able to find the win. Luckily, able to find themselves maybe only in the same spot, but a better spot than what they could have been. Like you said, we'll just have to find out next week what will happen in between them and the saga with the Empire.
Most definitely. Now, I mean, overall, quite the journey between all 3 games. Once again, I'm going to give it to you, Deku, as you take us from game 1 to game 3.
I mean, there goes the Alpha Unleashed, Alpha Online there. He made so many great plays here. Look at the turnaround right there. I didn't even know Alpha had the capability to that kind of region and outplay there, as he was able to shut down members there on from the side of BTK, able to hawk down, able to stop blazing duets, finding inmates, finding lords. I mean, it really was at the forefront. He had a horrible KDA. I'm not gonna lie to you, it wasn't the best KDA, but the plays that they were making were just amazing. Then look, Bakio from the Michael Myers there, where Mobazane finally said enough is enough. I am Mobazane, the face of NA, here to play. And he was coming online for them, bringing that damage out, picking up the triple kill, while Chacho meaninglessly taking out Yato there, as he would ultimately end up falling again to the hands of Mobazane, the man with the plan, the man with the hands in that game with the Paquito there, as he picked up that unofficial Maniac. And then for them to come in this match here, the last one that we just finished seeing, to go ahead and close out the series. And what a way, potentially basically wiping all the members out and being able to take game 3 and keep their pride intact.
Most definitely an amazing series, an amazing way to finish out the night. I mean, honestly, I feel like tonight went really fast. All of the games were great, and I'm excited to see how we do as we move into the next week. But that is it from us. Let's toss it back to Liz.
I mean, I can't get over the Michael Myers joke, but all I gotta say is the Ooga Booga diff. Like the first match with that Alpha and the Hanabi, they really made Mobazane powerless with unleashing the MOBA King from his MOBA tilt to secure the MOBA wins. Now, of course, the MVP of today's match for BTK versus the Wasians goes to Mobazane.
Mobazane. I mean, I like it. I think when you pick up the YSS, the montage of Mobazane, right? Like the final pick, it's well deserved, and it took until he started picking the damage for them to win those games. Like we said, he had to do it himself.
Absolutely. Sometimes you got to get in there and do the dirty work. Like you said, if someone's going to do it, it's got to be Mobazane. Ain't that right? He is the man for that team, and pulling out the Paquito, pulling out the YSS, finally hopping into that damaged jungle now, definitely deserves the MVP.
Absolutely, and we've had some crazy matchups today, as we will recap through today's schedule. First, we had Ackerman versus LaimiTop, keeping our talents safe with their predictions at a 2-1 sweep. Now next, we had FALLOUT falling out of the winner-winner chicken dinner, with Empire coming on top at 2-1, quickly backfiring to our casters. Then the OhioBrothers continue their perfect scores in domination with a clean sweep against A77 at 2-0. And finally, BTK reclaims a 2-1 win, but made our casters physically eat their words. Now that was exciting. And moving on to next week's schedule, we are looking at first half Wasians against FALLOUT, Area 77 against Ackerman, and the second half the Empire versus the OhioBrothers, and BTK versus LaimiTop. Now, guys, I mean, words can't describe what today's matches have been, but please give some wise words to the audience, especially now that the audiences have to vote for their favorite casters for you to secure your spot in their hearts.
Well, overall for me, the things I got out of tonight, the OhioBrothers still undefeated. Area 77 has been knocked down a little bit. Ackerman sitting in second place now, and the boogeyman is real.
He absolutely is real. And if you guys don't vote us in to go to semifinals, I'm going to send him right to your doorstep. He's going to haunt you, your kids, your mother, your father, your whole family. Make sure you do the right thing. Vote in Trex, vote in Deku. We want to see you at semifinals.
I mean, best to believe Deku will send Michael Myers to your doors, to knock on your doors. Now, as we come to this closing point, we are wrapping up today's tournament. What an incredible matchup, guys. Now, vote for your casters and continue supporting the tournament, because we are currently only in week 2 of the round robin. We are seeing a lot of scores coming out with top teams, with OhioBrothers securing their top spot. But between the bottom tier, there's so much chances for the next coming. How many weeks is it? I'm bad at math. The next couple of weeks.
4 more weeks, right? 4 more weeks?
Yes,
It's
4
been
more
two,
weeks.
No,
of
5
round
more
robin.
weeks. 5 more weeks. 4 more
So
weeks.
Trex is equally as bad as math as I am.
It's been a long day.
But we will be. it has been a long day. But we will be looking at 5 more weeks on round robin, where when we moving to the playoffs, the 4 teams will start from fresh. So all it matters is to get into playoffs and secure your spot as a top 4 team. Now, thank everybody for your continuous support to the tournament. Please support our casters, vote for them, vote for the dynamic trio, and we will see you again next week at 5:30 p.m. on this channel.